The announcer's voice boomed across the auditorium, revealing the next award category. It was time to present the highly anticipated Best Program of the Year award. The host explained that this prestigious honor also recognized the producer who had poured their heart into the program's creation, gesturing to his co-host Ji-yoon, who held the results. A palpable tension filled the air as everyone wondered who the celebrated winner would be. He dramatically declared that the Best Program and Producer of the Year 2030 was about to be revealed. With a grand flourish, he offered his congratulations to the victor. The winner was announced as Joon Soo, the main producer of the hit show, Their Rhapsody. The surrounding tables erupted in a chorus of cheers and congratulations for producer Kang, praising his hard work and dedication. His colleagues continued to call out his name in celebration. One of his co-workers gave him a hearty, congratulatory embrace. The hosts noted that Jackson Kim, a star from the program, was equally ecstatic, celebrating his friend's victory. Jackson leaned in close and shouted his congratulations directly to the overwhelmed producer. Suddenly, another man pushed his way through the crowd towards Joon Soo. The man smiled and handed him a bouquet of flowers, whispering that with so many eyes on them, he would prepare a different prize for Joon Soo to collect later. Joon Soo cleared his throat, trying to process the strange encounter. A different colleague remarked with a cynical tone that all the fuss was being made over an obvious outcome. He admitted that Joon Soo's stunned expression was annoying, but nonetheless offered his own congratulations. Joon Soo laughed it off and graciously accepted the backhanded compliment. Another well-wisher gave him a supportive pat on the back. His friends continued to shower him with praise, insisting they knew he would win and that he had truly earned the award. They finally urged him to make his way to the stage to accept his prize. As he walked, Joon Soo felt a sense of disbelief, realizing the stage of his dreams was just a few steps away. He thought that once he ascended those stairs, he would have finally accomplished everything he had strived for. It was the culmination of all his dreams and his lifelong goals. But then, he saw an unfamiliar figure standing on the stage and wondered who it could be. A chilling sense of dread washed over him as he recognized the man's back, hoping he was mistaken. The man on stage addressed him directly, stating that he must have come up by mistake. He then condescendingly asked if he needed to repeat the announcement. The man clarified that the winner was Youngjin Kim, and Joon Soo felt his world shatter, believing it couldn't be possible. Youngjin mockingly asked why he was acting so surprised, his voice dripping with malice. He continued his taunt, reminding Joon Soo how many times he had been told this before. With a final, cruel declaration, Youngjin claimed the spot on stage belonged to him and ordered Joon Soo to leave. The world around Joon Soo seemed to fade into an empty void. He repeated to himself that there was no way this could be happening. A sharp glint of horrified realization flashed across his face. His eyes widened in absolute shock and despair. His body went limp as he stumbled backward, the bouquet of flowers slipping from his grasp. Joon Soo awoke with a sharp gasp, his nightmare fading away. He sat up, breathing heavily, only to see an interview with Youngjin Kim on his television, where a reporter was praising his program's high ratings. The reporter asked Youngjin if he had a special method for developing such fresh ideas. With a smug grin, Youngjin Kim claimed there was nothing special to his process, stating that some ideas simply appeared in his dreams. He repeated his lie about ideas coming from dreams as the reporters lauded him as a genius. Joon Soo watched this display with mounting rage, clenching his fist as he questioned whose fault it was that his life had turned out this way. Overcome with fury, he smashed his fist down onto a nearby surface. He seethed at the mention of dreams, calling Youngjin a shameless bastard who would not be where he was if not for him. His mind drifted back to his early days at JBC Entertainment, where he had vowed to do his absolute best, even if he wasn't yet a drama producer. He recalled a senior, Youngjin, praising one of his pilot ideas and telling him it felt like a guaranteed hit, filling him with hope. At that time, he truly believed that if he proved his skills, he would eventually get into the drama department. The memory soured as he remembered confronting his senior, demanding to know how he could betray him like that. He had yelled at Youngjin, reminding him of his promise to include his name on the pilot, only to find Youngjin's name there instead. Youngjin had made a flimsy excuse, claiming the director had insisted on the change while they were out for drinks. The senior then patronizingly explained that meetings were merely a place to express ideas. He had cruelly argued that since he was the one who turned the concept into reality, the idea now belonged to him. Youngjin had offered false encouragement, assuring Joon Soo that everyone knew how talented he was. He had promised to push for him next time, telling him to just keep doing what he was doing. Joon Soo bitterly remembered the man as nothing more than a bastard. It was only after his idea had been stolen for the 5th time that he finally understood the truth. He had come to the devastating realization that he was simply being used. That was the moment his dreams, his goals, and his spirit had all come to a grinding halt. Back in the present, he stared at the television, convinced that if Youngjin hadn't stolen what was his, things would be different. He screamed at the screen, believing that the position Youngjin held should have been his. He broke down completely, sobbing in frustration and cursing his fate. Through his tears, he wished desperately for just one more chance, swearing he would never live such a pathetic life again. His phone suddenly began to buzz, interrupting his despair. He answered groggily, complaining of a stomachache, when a woman's voice shouted his name from the other end. The woman, Haeyoung, questioned why he wasn't on his way to work yet, her formal tone confusing him. He tried to explain that he had already resigned, but she cut him off, asking if he was still hungover and reminding him it was their first day of work at JBC. The phrase first day of work echoed in his mind as he tried to tell her he wasn't in the mood for jokes. He froze mid-sentence, suddenly recognizing his surroundings as the old studio apartment he used to live in. A quick glance at his phone sent a jolt through him, the date read 2021, a full decade in the past. He panicked, wondering what was happening as Haeyoung's voice screamed at him through the phone to get to work. He looked out the window and saw the familiar, modern facade of the JBC building. He recognized it instantly as the old office building from 10 years ago. Realizing this was far too vivid to be a dream, he heard a familiar voice calling his name. He recognized the voice immediately and saw his old colleague running towards him, calling out for him to wait. His peer, Mincheol Kim, greeted him with relief, glad he wasn't the only one running late. They quickly realized they didn't have time to chat and rushed towards the office together, knowing the manager was already there. Just as he remembered, a manager scolded the two of them for being 15 minutes late, though he seemed accustomed to newbies making such mistakes. Another senior noticed Joon Soo's dazed expression, jokingly asking if he was amazed by the broadcasting station before telling him to get used to it. The manager, having heard their excuses, instructed them to take their seats inside with the rest of the new hires. Inside, Department Head Hyunho Park introduced himself to the group of recruits. Mr. Park announced that they would be starting their on-the-job training that very day. He explained the process of rotating through different departments before a final evaluation would determine their permanent assignments, and Joon Soo recognized his old peers in the room. Mr. Park detailed the openings, and Joon Soo recalled that around this time, Mincheol had asked a specific question. Just as he predicted, Mincheol raised his hand and inquired about the drama department. Joon Soo braced himself, knowing exactly what the department head's answer would be. The department head paused for a moment before addressing the question about the drama department. He delivered the unfortunate news that there were currently no openings available in that division. A jolt went through Joon Soo as he confirmed that the situation was identical to his original timeline. He clenched his fist, the reality sinking in that everything was happening exactly as it had 10 years ago. The incredible truth dawned on him: he had truly been given a chance to start his life all over again. He remembered how, in his first life, this news had demoralized him so much that he failed his OJT, leading to a low score. That low score had resulted in his assignment to the program Two-Face, where he first met Youngjin Kim and his life began to unravel. Though he was still disappointed about not getting into the drama department right away, he knew he had a new priority. He understood that it was far more important to avoid ending up under that bastard's thumb again. With renewed determination, he vowed that he would never let himself be used again. He swore that he would not allow the same tragic events to happen a second time. As the OJT test began, Joon Soo felt a new sense of purpose for this life. He resolved that this time around, he would succeed no matter what it took. 2 days later, the department head announced that he had graded their OJT tests. He told the nervous recruits not to be discouraged by low scores, acknowledging that the test was difficult. He then began to read out the scores for each of the new employees. His peers received respectable scores, ranging from the high 60s to the low 70s. Haeyoung Lee earned a strong 82, while Mincheol Kim groaned at his score of 48. The department head then called for everyone's attention, revealing that someone had achieved a perfect score, Joon Soo Kang. Joon Soo stood proudly, feeling a sense of vindication. The other rookies were in awe, wondering how it was even possible to get a perfect 100 points. Mincheol grabbed him playfully, accusing him of seeing the questions beforehand, but Joon Soo simply denied it. Internally, he smirked, knowing that his 10 years of real-world experience had made the test incredibly easy. Joon Soo braced himself, expecting the department head to warn him not to let the perfect score go to his head. To his surprise, Mr. Park rushed over and excitedly praised him as an A-list, no, and triple A-list talent. The department head quickly composed himself, adding that it was still too early for Joon Soo to let his guard down. He then shifted topics to what everyone was really waiting for, their program assignments. With a tense gulp, Joon Soo learned that his assignment would be announced first. He silently prayed, hoping for any program at all, as long as it wasn't Two-Face. The department head announced that the perfect scoring Joon Soo would be assigned to a specific show. His new program was revealed to be Blind Mission. A single word escaped Joon Soo's lips as his mind went blank with shock. He suddenly recalled that Blind Mission was a program that, in just a few short weeks, was scheduled to be cancelled, and he realized with dawning horror that he was completely screwed. Joon Soo lamented his own terrible luck. He compared his situation to dodging bird droppings only to step in dog mess. The heavy silence was filled with his overwhelming sense of dejection. The department head's words echoed in his mind, reminding him that his vow to live differently after returning to the past was already being tested. He groaned internally, feeling that being assigned to a show on the verge of cancellation was an impossibly cruel start. He had naively believed his only major challenge would be avoiding Youngjin Kim. Frustration grew as he questioned if that had been enough, since his plans were already derailing. A nagging unease settled in as he couldn't recall the specific reason for the show's cancellation, a thought that was suddenly interrupted by a voice calling out to him. A man approached, asking if he was the new recruit assigned to Blind Mission. The man introduced himself as Jin Tae-go, a producer for the show, and the familiar name sent a jolt of alarm through Joon Soo. He instantly recalled Jin Tae-go as being notoriously full of himself, second only to Youngjin Kim. Despite having only a 1-month head start, Jin Tae was infamous for being a show-off and a know-it-all, which had earned him a particular nickname. Throughout the station, he was known simply as Trash. Jin Tae immediately launched into a self-aggrandizing monologue about his talent and the company's expectations, a speech Joon Soo remembered verbatim from 10 years prior. He then tried to assert his seniority, reminding Joon Soo that in a broadcasting station, even a single day made someone a Sunbae. Joon Soo forced a hollow laugh, privately scoffing at the man's audacity while deciding it was best to simply play along for now. He reluctantly agreed to call him Sunbae, and a pleased Jin Tae led him into the office. This moment officially marked the beginning of his second life as a producer for Blind Mission. Upon entering, Joon Soo formally introduced himself to the team as their new producer, Joon Soo Kang. He bowed deeply, expressing his eagerness to begin working with them. The team members exchanged weary glances, their expressions devoid of any enthusiasm. Just as the show's declining rating suggested, the atmosphere in the office was suffocatingly gloomy. The main producer gestured toward an empty desk, telling him to sit next to Jin Tae. The man introduced himself as Seongjin Lim, the main producer for Blind Mission, before gruffly asking for a document. Junsu's eyes scanned the room, recognizing the faces of the other team members from his previous life. Without preamble, Seongjin put him on the spot, quizzing him on his knowledge of their program. Junsu calmly explained the show's concept of sending cast members on random missions to remote locations to generate entertaining content. The producer accepted his answer before abruptly revealing that a cast member had quit, demanding fresh ideas for a replacement from the newbie. Junsu felt as though he had been thrown into a war zone just moments after arriving. He understood their desperation, however, as the show's ratings were in a freefall. He desperately searched his memory, trying to recall who had been cast as the new member in the original timeline. Just then, a staff member offered to follow up on the casting offer sent to Iong Min, an idea the producer immediately approved. The name struck Junsu with the force of a lightning bolt. A cold sweat broke out as he remembered everything. He vividly recalled the future news headlines about the top star Iong Min being apprehended by police after a hit-and-run incident. Her drunk driving accident, which occurred after she appeared in only 2 episodes, was the final blow that led to Blind Mission's cancellation. A wave of panic washed over Junsu as he realized that if Iong Min was cast, he'd be branded a straggler from a failed program. Steeling his resolve, he knew he had to stop her casting and opened his mouth to object. But before a single word could escape, another team member burst in, excitedly announcing that Iong Min had accepted their offer. Junsu was stunned, horrified by how quickly the disastrous future was becoming a reality. The rest of the team erupted in celebration, overjoyed by the news they believed would save them. As his colleagues cheered about their future ratings, Junsu was paralyzed by the dread of knowing this decision would lead to a car accident and the show's ultimate doom. An ominous feeling gripped him as he realized his life was once again veering toward failure, a fate he refused to accept. Driven by sheer desperation, he suddenly shouted that they couldn't go through with it. An immediate and stunned silence fell over the entire room. The main producer called his name, and Junsu flinched, snapping to attention. In a low, menacing tone, Seongjin Lim asked him to repeat what he had just said. Junsu hesitated, realizing the gravity of blurting out his objection without any forethought. He stammered nervously, weakly questioning if their choice absolutely had to be Iong Min. Seongjin's glare intensified as he demanded an explanation. Sweating profusely, Junsu could only say that he had a very bad feeling about casting her. The producer let out a long, frustrated sigh. Jin-tae seized the opportunity to berate Junsu, scolding him for dampening their spirits just minutes after joining the team. He told the rookie to act his part and just be happy, dismissing his bad feeling as childish nonsense. Jin-tae then sneered, accusing Junsu of being jealous that a senior with only 1 month's more experience had secured such a major star. Junsu quickly shook his head and denied the accusation, but Jin-tae pressed on, demanding to know why he was being so disruptive. His voice rose to a shout as he questioned who Junsu thought he was, regardless of his perfect test score. Junsu screamed internally, wishing he could just tell them all that he was from 10 years in the future and was trying to save them from ruin. Seongjin suddenly cut Jin-tae off, turning to Junsu with a peculiar question about him possessing some kind of divine power. The unexpected query hung in the air, creating a flash of confusion. The producer dismissed the idea of bad feelings, stating Junsu wasn't a shaman, but he was interrupted as Junsu slammed his hands on the table. In a desperate gambit, Junsu blurted out that his grandmother had, in fact, been a shaman. His colleague stared back at him, completely bewildered by the sudden claim. He doubled down, insisting that he had inherited some of her divine abilities. Weaving a wild tale, he explained that he was once possessed as a child and that the spirit he serves had given him a dire warning. With feigned urgency, he declared that Iong Min was bad news and that casting her was out of the question. A heavy, awkward silence descended upon the room as they processed his incredible story. The team members exchanged uneasy glances, clearly unsure of what to make of the situation. Jin-tae clenched his fist, visibly annoyed and unconvinced by the outrageous lie. Junsu's heart sank, convinced they didn't believe him and that his chance to change his fate was already lost. But then, the main producer called out his name again. Seongjin leaned forward with wide, intense eyes and asked if his story was true, causing Joon Soo to gulp in shock. Another producer leaned over and whispered frantically that producer Lim was known to be incredibly superstitious. She recalled an incident where he broke a red pen because he believed it was bad luck to write someone's name in that color. She added that on important days, he would even go so far as to avoid stepping on the black lines of a crosswalk. Realizing he had an opening, Joon Soo grinned with newfound confidence and confirmed his story was true. He embellished his lie, claiming to have a strong premonition of a DUI incident involving Iong Min, and silently prayed that Seongjin would fall for it. Jin-tae tried to intervene, nervously reminding his boss that they had a confirmation from a top star and should proceed. Seongjin wheeled on him, angrily questioning how they could possibly work with someone who was so clearly a source of bad luck. Jin-tae was left completely speechless, his argument shut down. Defeated, he scratched the back of his head in frustration. The main producer then turned back to Joon Soo and issued a challenge: use his divine powers to find a celebrity who could save the program, not destroy it. Joon Soo was stunned by the request, realizing he didn't actually know any celebrities in the current timeline. Seongjin was insistent, arguing that someone with divine powers should instinctively know which stars were destined for success. Forcing himself to remain calm, Joon Soo thought rationally about what the show needed most: a surge of public interest. He concluded they needed an actress who wasn't yet famous but was striking enough to turn heads. The ideal candidate would need to be talented and feel like a breath of fresh air for the audience. An image of an elegant, smiling woman with a finger held to her lips suddenly materialized in his mind's eye. In a flash of inspiration, he remembered the perfect person, an actress who would rise from obscurity to become a top star after her hit 2022 movie. He had found her, the superstar who would become the savior for not just Blind Mission, but for him as well. The producers whispered amongst themselves, complaining about having waited an entire hour just to meet a completely unknown actress. They remarked on her nearly non-existent filmography, concluding that her agency must have simply gotten incredibly lucky. Another producer expressed his disbelief in the whole affair, calling the divine power story nonsense and questioning the wisdom of staking the show's future on it. Meanwhile, Joon Soo felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach, realizing that while Sia Han was a better choice, this drastic change altered the future he once knew. Suddenly, the conference room door was flung open with decisive force. A heavy silence immediately fell over the gathered staff as they turned to look. Producer Lim Seongjin paused thoughtfully, swallowing hard before preparing to deliver his final verdict on Sia Han. He then announced with finality that they would proceed with casting her. The entire room reacted with a collective, unspoken shock at his decision. Seongjin elaborated on his choice, recalling her bright energy and the magnetic charm she exuded during her interview, which convinced him of her potential. He declared his confidence that with enough footage, the editing team could work their magic and make her a star. He confessed that he had initially intended to be highly critical, searching for any small reason to reject her. However, for some unexplainable reason, he found himself liking her, so much so that he was willing to put his faith in the recommendation of a day-old newbie. With renewed purpose, he urged the entire team to give the project their absolute best effort. The crew responded in unison with a resounding confirmation, their voices filled with determination. Just as producer Jin-tae was about to speak with his boss, his attention was drawn to someone else approaching them. Joon Soo glanced over, his eyes widening in immediate recognition of the approaching figure. Jin-tae, too, seemed to realize just who was walking towards them. In that moment, they both silently identified the elegant woman as the actress Sia Han. The camera focused on the striking profile of the blonde actress, highlighting her refined features. A captivating aura seemed to shimmer around her as she moved gracefully through the office. She offered a deep, respectful bow to the producers she was meeting. A moment later, she dipped her head once more with a polite and humble acknowledgement. A man in a sharp suit, likely her manager, gestured for her to proceed through a nearby doorway. Joon Soo reflected internally on how different she appeared now, 10 years in the past, compared to the distant glimpses he used to catch of her on set. He observed that she possessed a brighter and more vibrant energy than the superstar he remembered. Trusting his decade of industry experience, a strong gut feeling affirmed that this was absolutely the right choice. A wave of quiet determination washed over him as he clenched his fist, ready for this new chapter in his second life as a producer. Later, inside the men's restroom, a figure stretched his arms out after a tense phone call. It was Jin-tae, who was on the phone apologizing profusely for an unforeseen complication. He nervously explained that the situation had caught him completely by surprise as well, his voice strained with anxiety. His eyes suddenly flicked up to the mirror, where they locked with Joon Soo's gaze. Realizing he was being watched, Jin-tae quickly told the caller he was just washing his hands, all while continuing to listen intently. Joon Soo watched his rival's flustered state with a sense of distant pity, yet he felt no genuine remorse for the man's predicament. He recalled the bitter memory of Jin-tae poaching a star he had painstakingly cast, deciding that this misfortune was well-deserved karma for the irredeemable man. As Joon Soo turned to leave, the restroom door let out a soft, metallic squeak. Jin-tae suddenly called out, turning to ask if the rumors about Joon Soo's divine powers were true, to which the rookie calmly affirmed they were. Intrigued, Jin-tae questioned how frequently he received these visions, and Joon Soo simply replied that it happened from time to time. Jin-tae then deliberately bumped into Joon Soo's shoulder, sarcastically remarking that such a vague answer was to be expected if the claims were actually real. A condescending smirk spread across his face as he mockingly asked if Joon Soo felt happy for having stolen someone else's opportunity with a complete fabrication. Unfazed, Joon Soo coolly denied this before adding with cold certainty that Iong Mint's scandal was about to become public knowledge. Jin-tae hissed in fury, angrily questioning what right Joon Soo had to speak with such baseless audacity. Joon Soo then casually told him there would be no need for thanks when the inevitable news of the actress' DUI finally broke. With a final, dismissive remark, Joon Soo excused himself, stating he had urgent matters to attend to for producer Lim. Left alone in the quiet restroom, Jin-tae's hand tightened into a fist, his knuckles turning white with suppressed rage. His anger finally exploded as he slammed his fist hard against the tiled wall. He then yelled after the departed rookie, accusing him of having an outrageously rude and disrespectful attitude. Seething with indignation, he muttered about how the junior producer had clearly forgotten his place and was foolishly overstepping his bounds. But just then, Joon Soo's head unexpectedly reappeared in the doorway. He offered a placid apology, claiming he was only speaking his mind and hadn't realized his words would be perceived so negatively. He then promised that he would be more careful with his words in the future. Bidding his senior colleague a polite farewell, he disappeared once more, leaving a stunned Jin-tae completely at a loss for words. As he walked away, Joon Soo privately scoffed, knowing the apology was a strategic move to deny Jin-tae the satisfaction of patronizing a defiant junior. He silently promised that this confrontation was only the beginning, and that much more was in store for his rival. Sometime later, the production team gathered at Incheon Airport, preparing for their overseas shoot. The crew bustled about, double-checking equipment and taking a head count to ensure everyone had arrived on time. A pair of pristine white sneakers stepped cleanly into view, signaling a new arrival. A bright and cheerful voice called out a warm greeting to the entire assembled team. All heads turned in surprise and curiosity toward the source of the voice. It was Sia Han, who introduced herself with a gorgeous smile and expressed her genuine excitement to be working with them. One of the producers was momentarily stunned by her presence, thinking to himself that she was breathtakingly beautiful. Her eyes then found Joon Soo, and she walked over to him, correctly identifying him as the one who had recommended her for the show. After he bashfully confirmed it was him, she thanked him with sincere and profuse gratitude. She explained that since this was her first variety show, she was determined to work her absolute hardest to make up for any inexperience. Joon Soo thanked her in return, privately noting how remarkably friendly and down-to-earth she was. Just then, a serious voice cut through the chatter, calling out for producer Seongjin and asking for a private word. Joon Soo recognized the man as the executive producer, Hyunho Park, and his unexpected presence so early in the morning sparked a feeling that something was terribly wrong. Feigning that he had forgotten something, Joon Soo excused himself from Sia Han and told her to go on ahead without him. He then discreetly scanned the crowded terminal, trying to find where the two senior producers had gone. He quickly spotted them tucked away in a corner, their hushed voices tense and urgent. The executive producer was clearly furious, vehemently stating that no matter how one looked at it, the situation was completely unacceptable. He admonished Seongjin for not informing him of such a major decision, prompting Seongjin to desperately plead for him to lower his voice. The EP explained he had rushed over immediately after receiving a call from the director and offered a grim apology, while a hidden Joon Soo strained to listen, his mind racing with terrible possibilities. Then, the executive producer delivered the devastating news that the entire program was on the verge of being cancelled, causing gasps of shock from anyone within earshot. Producer Seongjin's voice cracked with disbelief as he questioned the executive producer's devastating announcement of the show's cancellation. Executive producer Hyunho Park sighed, explaining that since the order came directly from the president, there was nothing their team could do to stop it. Seongjin began to protest, desperately searching for a way out of the dire situation. The executive producer then mentioned a single, daunting number that could save them, 2%. He clarified that if they could somehow raise the show's viewership ratings to that magic number, they could avoid cancellation. Hyunho then ruthlessly highlighted the absurdity of the goal, reminding Seongjin that their last rating was a mere 1.2%, making the expensive trip to France seem utterly unjustifiable. He then jabbed at Seongjin with a sharp critique, suggesting he should have just cast the popular starlet Iong Min in the first place. The EP bitterly remarked that if Iong Min had joined the cast, they wouldn't be worrying about cancellation at all. Seongjin acknowledged they had their reasons for their casting choice but refocused on the only lifeline they had been given. He resolved that they just needed to reach that 2% mark, though the EP repeated the number with heavy skepticism. Joon Soo, still listening from his hiding spot, calculated that this meant nearly doubling their current ratings, a feat he considered impossible. Suddenly, another figure appeared, startling Joon Soo as they stepped into the tense scene. The newcomer, a fellow crew member, openly questioned the shocking news he had just overheard about the show's cancellation. Joon Soo immediately recognized Jin Tae-go and realized with dread that he had heard everything. He quickly motioned for Jin Tae to leave with him, worried they would get in trouble if a senior producer spotted them eavesdropping. As they walked away, Jin Tae muttered under his breath that if Iong Min had been cast, they would have easily hit the target rating. Elsewhere, producer Seongjin walked away alone, the weight of his boss's words and the immense pressure of the 2% rating heavy on his shoulders. The scene shifted, showing the team's airplane soaring through the dark, starless night on its way to France. On the plane, Joon Soo let out a groan of exhaustion. He lamented the draining nature of long flights, realizing they still had 6 grueling hours left before landing. Looking around at his sleeping colleagues, his thoughts returned to Jin Tae-go, who had unfortunately failed to keep the bad news a secret. A flashback revealed the chaos that ensued after Jin Tae spread the word, with crew members panicking about the fate of the shoot. One staffer had even declared that they were screwed, questioning if they were just going to turn back around before the EP silenced the frantic chatter. The executive producer had sternly ordered everyone to keep quiet, warning them not to let the rumor spread further, especially to the cast. He then singled out Jin Tae-go, who stood nervously at attention. The EP had reprimanded Jin Tae for his indiscretion, telling him he had only made the situation worse and needed to be more careful. He then addressed the entire crew, reminding them that their only course of action was to focus and do their absolute best on the upcoming shoot. The team had responded with a unified and determined affirmation. Back in the present, Joon Soo stared out the window with a grim look, knowing he had to be on top of his game now more than ever. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft, whispering sound coming from nearby. He craned his neck, trying to identify the source of the quiet talking. Joon Soo was surprised to see it was Sia Han, who appeared to be filming a personal video log on her phone. He watched for a moment, impressed by her rookie passion and her dedication to working hard even during the flight's downtime. Without warning, she swiveled her phone around, calling out a bright hello directly to him. Beaming into the camera, she cheerfully introduced the awake Joon Soo to her audience as the producer in charge of her. She explained to her viewers that he would be with her for the entire duration of their time in France. Sia then playfully asked him to reveal their first mission in France, to which he simply replied that it was a secret. She continued to press him for a hint, but when he refused again, she pouted at her camera, calling him stern and heartless. She then produced a cup of coffee and offered it to producer Kang. Sia playfully declared the coffee was a bribe to ensure he would be nice to her, pressing it into his hand. Leaning close to her camera, she conspiratorially whispered to her viewers that if he was mean to her after accepting her bribe, he was a truly bad person and they should keep an eye on him. Joon Soo marveled at her performance. For her first variety show, she was an absolute natural. He made a mental note to save the charming clip for the final edit, just as Sia waved goodbye to her viewers until Paris. An idea sparked in Joon Soo's mind. He realized that if they could create scenarios to highlight her personality, she could become a breakout star. Looking at her, he felt a flicker of hope that this might be a good start after all, just as the team finally arrived in Paris. At the airport, the crew swarmed around a producer, who called for everyone to gather around. The producer then held up a stack of cards, dramatically revealing that it was time for their first mission. He instructed Jackson, as the youngest cast member, to pick a card first. After Jackson made his choice, the producer prompted the rest of the cast to select their cards as well. As the cast members excitedly chose their cards, they chattered with anticipation about what the mission could be. The producer announced their task. Using a provided allowance, they each had to find their way to the hotel. He explained that the first person to arrive would win the largest room and a fancy Parisian meal, while second and third place would get smaller rooms and a light meal. Finally, he revealed that the last person to arrive would be relegated to the smallest room and would have to complete a nighttime penalty mission to earn their dinner. The cast was told they could use any means necessary to get there, but they were warned that no additional money would be provided if they spent their entire allowance. With the announcement that the mission had begun, the cast members eagerly checked their envelopes to see how much money they had. A sudden realization dawned on one of the cast members as they examined their mission card more closely. Panic rippled through the group as they all discovered the hotel address was written entirely in French, a language none of them knew. The producer added one final rule: while they were allowed to work together, only the first individual to arrive would be crowned the winner. The cast stood frozen, each member contemplating the difficult mission ahead of them. A spark of determination flashed in Sia Han's eyes. She stared intently at the mission card, her focus unwavering. Suddenly, Jackson let out a triumphant cry, dramatically crumpling his mission card into a ball. He struck a confident pose as he prepared to set off. Jackson then declared he would head northeast toward a sea of fate, comically ignoring the mission card as a crew member tried to call him back. Joon Soo watched the chaos unfold, thinking that this challenging mission would provide great footage by showing the rookie Sia struggling. But just then, he saw Sia calmly take a step away from the bewildered group. He watched in confusion, wondering what she was planning to do. With a confident smile, she approached a nearby local. To everyone's utter shock, she began speaking fluent French, politely asking the stranger for the best way to get to the address on her card. Joon Soo's jaw dropped, completely stunned by her hidden and remarkably fluent linguistic skills. The other cast members looked on in a daze, unable to understand what was being said. After a brief conversation, Sia offered a warm thank you to the local she had been speaking with. She then turned back to face her still dazed teammates. Sia cheerfully announced that the person had told her which bus to take, pointing them all in the right direction. A jolt of excitement shot through the production crew. Joon Soo quickly ordered his cameraman to make sure he captured the incredible moment perfectly. A genuine smile spread across his face as he felt a powerful sense of optimism. As Sia rallied the others to hurry, Joon Soo thought to himself that maybe, just maybe, reaching that impossible 2% rating was actually achievable. A crew member cautiously asked Miss Han if she had prior knowledge of the French language. Sia casually confirmed that she did, explaining that she had lived in France for 10 years as a child. She added with a bright smile that the language felt almost as natural to her as her native tongue. A production assistant slumped in defeat, muttering to his colleague that they were completely screwed. The head writer erupted in a panic, lamenting that Sia's fluency was never mentioned and that their entire show concept was now ruined. Joon Soo reflected internally on the sheer unpredictability of the situation, marveling that even his knowledge from the future hadn't prepared him for this. Elsewhere, a cameraman whispered to his assistant, asking if he also found Sia to be incredibly charming. The assistant whispered back in agreement, confirming he knew exactly what the cameraman was implying. The cameraman then theorized that her French pronunciation added a certain sexy quality to her persona. Hearing them, Joon Soo paused in thought, trying to articulate the unique appeal she possessed. He realized that while she usually appeared as a bright tomboy, she was secretly a Mensa-level genius. It suddenly clicked for him, her true charm stemmed from the captivating gap between her public image and her hidden depths. Joon Soo then rose to his feet with an idea, catching his junior producer's attention. The junior producer complained that Sia's skills would render all their planned missions meaningless, as the main producer voiced his own frustration over being kept in the dark about her fluency. Joon Soo slid over to his panicked colleagues, smoothly presenting a new direction for them to consider. He proposed they scrap the clumsy, comedic persona they had planned for Sia and instead focus entirely on her natural charms, a suggestion that left his subordinate stunned. Joon Soo reasoned that variety shows were not solely about humor and that they still had much to learn about Sia's real character. As he turned his head, he pointed out that since nothing was set in stone, they had the freedom to pivot. Sia, practically glowing, turned and asked if they had called for her, causing the startled producer to quickly stammer that it was nothing. The junior producer then approached Sia to discuss their plans, and she listened with keen attention. Joon Soo observed her from afar, concluding that she had something far more captivating than mere beauty that made people fall for her. He reminded himself that this was only natural, as Sia Han was destined to become the winner of the 2030 Golden Actress Award. A brief, dramatic pause entered his thoughts as he considered her immense future. He reaffirmed his knowledge that Sia Han was fated to become a massive superstar within the next 10 years. A knowing, subtle smile formed on his lips as he contemplated the star she would become. However, he quickly pulled himself back to reality, acknowledging that her future success wouldn't solve their immediate ratings problem. The junior producer argued that all celebrities must have charm, but Joon Soo countered that Sia's unique brand of it was exceptionally rare. He explained to his younger colleague that with more experience, he would come to understand that authentic charm was entirely different from being conventionally pretty. Joon Soo sagely concluded that true talent and charm were innate qualities that could not be learned, a lesson he knew his subordinate would grasp over time. As another cast member checked in on Sia, Joon Soo schemed internally about how he would subtly feed her the new concept. The junior producer conceded the point, admitting his initial impression of Miss Han was that she was simply bright and pretty. He then confessed that seeing her hidden sides revealed a special quality, and he especially wanted to see more of her speaking French, completely taking the bait Joon Soo had laid about her unexpected charms. A wave of triumph washed over Joon Soo as he realized his plan was working perfectly. At that moment, on another team, producer Lim answered his phone with a brusque what? He expressed his utter disbelief upon learning that Sia's team was already on the bus. Producer Lim asked if they had found a Korean local to help, only to be told that Sia's fluent French had them moments away from the hotel. The producer on the line then explained that because they had so much time, producer Kong suggested they film a spontaneous vlog together. A confused producer Lim gave his reluctant approval, instructing the team to manage the situation and capture the best footage possible. After confirming his orders, the producer asked about Lim's team, who sarcastically replied that their situation was fantastic, as Jackson had been mistaken for a flirt and was now confronting an angry boyfriend. Faintly in the background, Jackson could be heard tearfully insisting that he wasn't trying to hit on the woman. He was trembling with fear, desperately calling out for Producer Lim to come and save him from the escalating situation. Producer Lim quickly abandoned his cast member, telling Jackson they would talk later before abruptly hanging up. After the call ended, Joon Soo turned to his own crew, confirming they had heard the new directive. He instructed them to capture footage highlighting Sia's unexpected charms, while also guiding any comedic opportunities that arose, and the team readily agreed. The group soon arrived at their destination, a beautiful hotel aptly named the Heaven. The crew erupted in applause, congratulating a beaming Sia for securing first place and arriving far ahead of schedule. Joon Soo announced that because they were so early, she would be granted some free time, which made her turn toward him in pleasant surprise. Sia admitted that she was a little hungry and politely asked if it was possible for her to get something to eat. When Joon Soo asked what she was in the mood for, she cheerfully replied that she wanted a sandwich. She then inquired if anyone knew a good place, and her simple request for a sandwich sparked a brilliant idea in Joon Soo's mind. He instantly recalled a small restaurant that, in the future, would become a viral sensation for its baguette sandwiches but was currently an undiscovered local gem. A plan formed in his mind: if their show introduced the restaurant to the world, the resulting buzz would drive viewership directly to Blind Mission. He knew that at this critical stage, they desperately needed every fraction of a rating point they could get. Seizing the moment, Joon Soo told Sia he knew the perfect place for a baguette sandwich, an offer she accepted with pure delight. He gave her directions, instructing her to act as if she were naturally exploring Paris and stumbling upon it, a role she happily agreed to play. Just then, he added a playful condition, telling her she'd have to complete a mini-mission to earn her food, which she protested was unfair. The so-called mission was revealed to be a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. Joon Soo celebrated his clean sweep, teasingly asking how she managed not to win a single time, to which Sia retorted that losing so consistently was a skill in itself. As they waited for their food, a gentle, warm breeze swept over the outdoor cafe. Sia let out a soft sigh of contentment, completely at ease in the moment. She stretched out her arms, remarking on how wonderful the afternoon sun felt against her skin. A crew member watched, mesmerized, whispering to a colleague that she looked like a goddess shooting a commercial. The other crewman gasped in agreement, adding that the entire scene felt like a high-fashion pictorial. Joon Soo mentally broke down the shot, observing how Sia's inherent elegance, combined with the restaurant's spectacular view, created a visually perfect moment. Sia asked how he knew about such a hidden spot, but Joon Soo expertly deflected by claiming a friend who recently traveled through Europe had recommended it. She playfully praised him, noting he was much smoother and more helpful than their know-it-all castmate, Jin Tae-go. Joon Soo boasted about being quick on his feet, and as Sia called him slick, he thought with satisfaction that this scene would more than please Producer Lim. Unbeknownst to him, Producer Lim was watching the feed with a wide grin, thinking the footage was far beyond just satisfactory. Lim mused that with content this good, their 2% viewership goal was actually within reach, just as Sia took a bite and ecstatically praised her food. Joon Soo felt a surge of confidence, realizing the combination of delicious food, stunning scenery, and Sia's goddess-like beauty was a flawless recipe for saving their show. To elevate the perfect moment even further, he prompted Sia to express her current feelings in French for the camera. She turned toward the lens, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she prepared to speak. Beaming with genuine joy, Sia declared in perfect French that the moment was absolutely perfect. Back in the control room, the crew's excited murmurs filled the air as they watched the live feed. One of the senior producers made a final decision, agreeing that they should proceed with Joon Soo's idea for the segment. As Producer Lim turned to address the room, he announced that it was time to wrap up the filming for the day. However, his words trailed off as he stared at the monitor, his eyes fixed on an unfolding, unscripted moment. On screen, Joon Soo was coaching Sia, carefully pronouncing the French word for delicious. A junior crew member expressed confusion, pointing out that filming had officially concluded. Unfazed, Joon Soo smiled and explained the word's meaning to Sia, encouraging her to repeat it after him. Sia glanced towards the cameras with a hesitant look, quietly questioning if this impromptu lesson was truly necessary. Yet, seeing the eager anticipation on the crew's faces, she raised her hands in gentle surrender, realizing they were all waiting for her to try. Her first attempt came out as a clumsy mispronunciation, causing Joon Soo to chuckle and gently correct her misplaced accent. He encouraged her to try again, carefully demonstrating the proper placement of her tongue to achieve the correct sound. Her second try was just as endearing and awkward, prompting a soft giggle from Sia herself. The charming exchange sent a wave of heartfelt laughter through the entire production crew. Producer Lim slapped his knee in delight, exclaiming that the candid footage they were capturing was absolutely golden. He turned to Joon Soo, acknowledging that he now understood the special feeling the newbie producer had been talking about, much to Joon Soo's visible relief. Lim then lavished praise on him, declaring that the cafe scene he had orchestrated with Sia was by far the best part of the shoot. Patting the flustered rookie's back, Lim told him not to be embarrassed, remarking that it seemed both of the team's newbies had now passed their initiation. Another senior staff member chimed in, agreeing that regardless of anything else, the baguette sandwich shop scene had turned out magnificently. He then added that producer Kong had also recommended that exact location, a fact that caught Joon Soo by surprise. The senior praised Joon Soo's incredible instincts, giving him full creative control to develop more ideas and film whatever he saw fit for the remainder of the shoot. Overjoyed, Joon Soo bowed and expressed his sincere gratitude for their trust in him. A renewed sense of optimism swept through the team as they felt certain they would now surpass their 2% viewership goal. Sometime later, the shadow of their aircraft glided across a sea of clouds as they journeyed home. On the plane back to Korea, a weary Sia found herself unable to fall asleep despite her exhaustion. Joon Soo, sitting nearby, whispered in understanding, noting that overseas shoots were grueling even for a veteran like him, before quietly getting her attention. He leaned over his seat, observing that Miss Han, as he called her, was also wide awake. She affirmed that she couldn't sleep and started to ask him what was on his mind. Before she could finish, Joon Soo glanced around at their sleeping colleagues, their soft snores filling the quiet cabin. He discreetly passed her a small bottle, an object she immediately recognized with a flicker of surprise. Sia identified it as a famous and extremely expensive nutritional supplement, recalling that a single bottle cost a small fortune. She quickly tried to refuse such a lavish gift, but Joon Soo gently insisted that he wanted her to have it. He quietly explained that he unfortunately couldn't provide one for every member of the crew. He confessed he especially wanted to give it to her as a token of his deep gratitude for all the help she had provided during his first time on a variety show. Noticing her hesitation, he urged her not to feel pressured or burdened by the gesture. He then made one simple request, asking her to keep the gift a secret, which left Sia feeling she could no longer decline. She finally accepted with her thanks, to which Joon Soo replied it was the least he could do since she had recommended him for the program in the first place. Sia modestly dismissed his thanks, stating that of course she would have recommended someone with his obvious talent, though she privately acknowledged she'd bent the rules for him. Her expression shone with genuine conviction as she confidently told him he was destined to become a superstar. She encouraged him to continue his great work, adding that if he truly wanted to repay her, a simple cup of coffee would suffice in the future. At that moment, the calm was broken by the flight attendant's voice announcing their approach. Joon Soo countered her modest offer, insisting that coffee wasn't nearly enough and promising to treat her to a full meal instead, just as the pilot announced their imminent arrival at Incheon Airport. Sia simply smiled and offered him a heartfelt thank you. Joon Soo looked back at her, earnestly stating that he was the one who should be thanking her. 2 days later, producer Lim gathered the team in the office and asked if everyone had remembered to bring a spare set of clothes. He then laid out the plan, assigning himself the show's opening and ending segments while the rest of the team would edit the footage from the personal cameras. A senior producer turned to Jin-tae, inquiring about his editing skills. Jin-tae boasted that he had taken a year-long editing class on his own time. The same producer then questioned Joon Soo, who humbly replied that he had a basic understanding but had never been formally trained. Joon Soo silently added a crucial qualifier to himself: he had never been trained in this lifetime. The senior made his assignments, pairing the experienced Jin Tae with Min Chan and telling the newbie Joon Soo to sit with him to learn the ropes. Jin Tae shot Joon Soo a condescending look, telling him to learn well since editing was the most important part of their job. He then added a snide comment, questioning if even the best editing could save the ratings now that their star, Yeong Min, was gone. Joon Soo's gaze sharpened as he calmly suggested that perhaps Jin Tae was the one who needed to put in more effort. With unwavering confidence, he declared that he himself might be the one to save the show. The senior producer called out for the newbie to hurry along, and Joon Soo quickly followed, leaving Jin Tae behind. Jin Tae stood frozen in place, seething with silent fury at Joon Soo's audacious claim. Stepping into the editing bay, Joon Soo felt a wave of nostalgia as he wondered how long it had been since he had last been in such a room. He looked around, recalling a past life where these cramped rooms were his home, a place he spent more time in than his own house. He observed with a quiet sense of familiarity that the setup was still exactly the same. For a fleeting moment, he pondered a different timeline, wondering if he would be editing his very own program by now had he never met Yongjin Kim. The senior producer's voice pulled him from his thoughts, asking if the room's humble appearance had surprised him. The producer chuckled, comparing the small room to a chicken coop and fondly remembering his own shock when he was a rookie. Joon Soo played along, scratching his head and agreeing it was smaller than had imagined, while the producer pointed out the sleeping area upstairs. The senior then dropped another bomb, explaining that all meals would be eaten there as well, because any mistake in editing fell directly on their shoulders. He issued a stark warning, telling the newbie to prepare for a grueling adjustment period with no breaks, but Joon Soo thought to himself that this would be easy. The producer gestured to a chair, instructing Joon Soo to sit down so they could begin the tutorial. As Joon Soo slid into the editor's chair, he felt the familiar comfort of the seat, a place he hadn't occupied in a very long time. Tapping a key on the console, the senior producer asked if he was ready to get started. But before he could continue, Joon Soo's hand shot out with muscle memory, pressing a sequence of buttons on the editing machine. An abrupt, heavy silence descended upon the small room. The senior whirled around to face him, demanding to know what he was doing and sharply reminding him of his claim to be an untrained novice. He began to explain that the machine had a unique startup process that always tripped up beginners, but his voice died in his throat as he stared in disbelief. His eyes narrowed into a glare, a pointed suspicion forming as he looked at the so-called newbie. A cold sweat broke out on Joon Soo's brow as he realized his instincts had betrayed him, leaving him to desperately wonder how he could possibly explain away his expert actions. The senior producer glared with piercing eyes, beginning to voice his growing suspicion about the rookie. Joon Soo's mind raced in a panic as he realized his muscle memory had betrayed him, leaving him scrambling for an explanation. He stammered, desperately trying to formulate a believable excuse on the spot. The producer leaned closer, his sharp gaze unwavering as he repeated the start of his question. He then stunned Joon Soo by asking if he had somehow located the button using divine powers. Flooded with disbelief, Joon Soo wondered if the man could possibly be serious about him having supernatural abilities. The producer suddenly broke into a laugh, revealing it was a joke and teasingly asked if Joon Soo could also make a spoon fly. Playing along, Joon Soo laughed and explained that he had simply pressed the button because it looked like the power switch. The senior accepted his excuse with a compliment on his keen eye, and Joon Soo breathed an internal sigh of relief, thankful had escaped the tight spot. The producer remarked that Joon Soo carried himself like an experienced professional and instructed him to sit so they could review the important points together. This was exactly what Joon Soo had hoped for, knowing that a 10-year veteran like himself didn't need to waste time on the basics. Producer Lim encouraged him to voice any creative ideas for scenes without hesitation as they began the editing process. He assured Joon Soo that any bad suggestions would be immediately discarded, which confirmed Joon Soo's belief that the producer was a genuine person beneath his harsh facade. Joon Soo readily agreed, recognizing a profound sense of responsibility in the way the senior producer spoke. He steeled his resolve, determined to rise to the occasion and meet the producer's high expectations. Producer Lim then asked him to recall any fun scenes from their journey, requesting footage from their departure in Korea to their arrival in France. An image of a particularly cute moment flashed through Joon Soo's mind. Affirming that he had something perfect, he began rummaging through his bag to find it. He started by presenting a video Sia had recorded on her personal camera during their flight layover. The producer's eyes, however, were drawn to a notepad in Joon Soo's hand, and he asked what it was. Joon Soo explained it was a collection of main points he had jotted down while observing Sia. He inwardly recalled a valuable tip from a highly skilled editor in his past life, who swore by the practice of daily note-taking to streamline the editing workflow. Producer Lim stared at him intently, asking who had taught him such a professional habit. A lump formed in Joon Soo's throat as he realized he couldn't mention a colleague from his previous life. He quickly claimed it was his own idea, and the producer, intrigued, asked to take a look at the notes. After reading a few pages, Producer Lim was thoroughly impressed, amazed that a newbie could be so meticulous on his very first shoot. Patting him on the shoulder, he praised Joon Soo, predicting he would adapt to the broadcasting station much faster than he had initially thought. Joon Soo smirked to himself, knowing that for a veteran of his caliber, such tasks were merely a piece of cake. 6 exhausting hours later, the producer checked in on the rookie, asking if he was holding up okay. He pointed out Joon Soo's severely bloodshot eyes, but Joon Soo pushed through the fatigue, insisting he was fine. Though his mind was still sharp, his eyes felt as if they were about to fall out of their sockets, a physical toll his younger body wasn't used to. The producer offered him a break, but Joon Soo stubbornly refused, stating he needed to do his part to help the show pass the crucial 2% rating threshold. The mention of the 2% goal made Producer Lim flinch almost imperceptibly. His expression hardened with determination as he quietly agreed that they absolutely had to reach that number. His curiosity piqued, he then asked Joon Soo how he knew the program would be cancelled if it failed to meet the 2% target. The direct question caught Joon Soo completely by surprise. The producer leaned in conspiratorially, assuring him the department head wasn't the source and promising absolute secrecy if Joon Soo revealed who had spread the rumor. After a moment of hesitation, Joon Soo decided it was the right thing to do and began recounting how he had accidentally overheard a conversation at the airport. He explained that Jin-tae had also been present and, despite Joon Soo's wish to keep it confidential, had proceeded to tell everyone on the team. Producer Lim sighed in frustration, cursing Jin-tae's notoriously big mouth before thanking Joon Soo and telling him to act as if he knew nothing. He then tried to lift the rookie's spirits, assuring him that as the youngest, he shouldn't be burdened by such worries and must stay positive. Being called the youngest resonated with Joon Soo, and he humbly accepted the producer's encouragement. A genuine smile of gratitude spread across Joon Soo's face. At that moment, a knock on the door announced Jin-tae's arrival, just as the producer was about to order dinner. Remarking on the devil's timing, Producer Lim tasked Joon Soo with ordering food, telling Jin-tae to give him the restaurant details and the corporate card. Joon Soo stepped out of the editing bay to handle the dinner order. Outside, Jin-tae began listing off the orders, starting with what Producer Lim wanted to eat. He relayed the other staff members' choices before handing the card to Joon Soo and telling him to order whatever he liked for himself. As he walked away, Jin-tae wished him good luck with a malicious smirk. Confused, Joon Soo called after him, asking for the name of the restaurant Producer Lim had mentioned. Jin-tae scoffed, refusing to help and accusing him of trying to take a shortcut instead of learning things the hard way as he had. Joon Soo silently derided Jin-tae's pathetic power trip, thinking how he was perfectly living up to his trashy reputation. Jin-tae then offered some condescending advice, warning him to order correctly since everyone was on edge during the editing period. He launched into a long, boring story about a colleague who was lectured for hours over a simple coffee mix-up, hoping to intimidate the rookie. Joon Soo tuned out the blabbering, fully aware that Jin-tae's goal was to watch him struggle and fail. Little did Jin-tae know, Joon Soo had spent 7 years working at this very broadcasting station in his past life. He had personally tried every single restaurant in the vicinity, including hidden gems that most people didn't even know existed. A confident grin spread across his face as he resolved to order from a place so unbelievably delicious it would leave them all speechless. When the food arrived, the team immediately asked what it was, not recognizing the packaging. A colleague asked Jin-tae if he had failed to tell the newbie where to order from, since it wasn't their usual spot. Jin-tae lied, claiming the newbie must have forgotten, while secretly believing their regular place was far superior. He smirked to himself, eagerly anticipating the trouble Joon Soo was about to face. Producer Lim sighed from exhaustion, muttering that the last thing he needed after a long day was a bad meal. He hesitantly took his first bite, his expression unreadable. Jin-tae seized the opportunity to apologize for the rookie's presumed mistake, offering to teach him a lesson. But before he could finish, the producer's eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed how incredibly good the food was, leaving Jin-tae dumbfounded. The others quickly chimed in with praise, agreeing this new place was a massive improvement and commending the rookie's excellent choice. Stunned into silence, Jin-tae slowly turned to look at his own meal. He took a bite of his salmon over rice, expecting the familiar taste. After a moment of chewing, he came to the grim realization that it was absolutely horrible in comparison. As the producer continued to rave about his meal, Jin-tae felt sick, wondering if something was wrong with his own taste buds. Later, when the producer found out Jin-tae hadn't helped, Joon Soo brushed it off, cheerfully promising to find another delicious place for their next meal. He laughed and proudly declared that he took his food very seriously. A week passed, and in the middle of another intense editing session, someone burst into the room shouting for producer Lim. The staff member struggled to get the words out, trying to announce the viewership rating for their latest episode. A heavy silence fell over the room as everyone held their breath in stunned anticipation. A week later, amidst another grueling editing session, a staff member suddenly burst into the room, breathlessly calling out for producer Lim. He stammered as he struggled to get the words out, trying to announce the show's latest viewership rating. The entire room fell into a heavy silence, with every staff member holding their breath in stunned anticipation. Producer Lim immediately pressed for the numbers, anxiously asking how their show had performed compared to their rival, today's high schooler. The staffer revealed the rival program had scored an incredible 4.1%, a surprisingly high number that showed just how much of an impact Min had. Then came the devastating news. He announced that their own program had only managed to secure a meager 1.3%. Producer Lim's hand tightened into a frustrated fist as he absorbed the fact that it was only a 0.2% increase from the previous week. He racked his brain, wondering what the problem could possibly be when the editing had been done so well and their internal evaluations were positive. After a moment of intense thought, he realized there could only be one possible reason for their failure. It all came down to a critical lack of promotion. He lamented that they had been so fixated on the editing process that they completely forgot to market the program, failing to build a fanbase from the ground up. The name of their show, Blind Mission, suddenly felt like a grim prophecy. Watching the fallout, Joon Soo quietly observed that the program was in much deeper trouble than he had imagined. Jin-tae, however, glared from the side, seething that this whole mess happened because Min didn't join their show. Another colleague shot Jin-tae a look of disgust for blaming others, before trying to steer the conversation back toward finding a way to promote the show. Someone meekly suggested they could try promoting the show directly on the streets. The idea was quickly dismissed as they pictured themselves being completely ignored by the public. TV advertisements were also off the table due to the insane costs, and the cast's social media posts were having a very small impact. Producer Lim concluded their only hope was for viewers to spread the content themselves, but that meant they needed something attention-grabbing without resorting to a fake scandal. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Joon Soo. He decisively turned to face producer Lim with a determined expression. Joon Soo then boldly volunteered to take the lead on all promotional efforts. When he added that he would even do it on his own, Jin-tae immediately shouted that the idea was utter nonsense. Others quickly chimed in, agreeing that allowing a rookie to handle promotions all by himself was not the right approach. Jin-tae was determined to shut the rookie down, but Joon Soo silently vowed not to back down, feeling a desperate need to save the program. Joon Soo tried to explain his confidence by saying he had a sudden feeling, attributing it to a divine power like the one that helped him find the last meal. Producer Lim slammed his hand on the table, cutting him off and sharply dismissing any talk of so-called divine powers. He confessed that he had been holding his tongue about the situation but could no longer stay silent. He then angrily pointed out that the rival program had hit an all-time high rating because of Iong Min, insinuating that Joon Soo should just stay quiet. Just as the tension in the room reached its peak, the shrill ring of a cell phone suddenly shattered the silence. The phone's owner, Hyun-young, squirmed in her seat under everyone's glare. Producer Lim's anger shifted as he scolded Hyun-young for not putting her phone on silent before the meeting. He trailed off, however, noticing the shocked look on her face as she looked at her screen. As he started to berate her again, she urgently interrupted him, exclaiming that the news was about Iong Min. She then announced the bombshell: Iong Min's DUI scandal was breaking all over the news. A wave of collective, utter shock washed over everyone in the room. Amidst the chaos, a subtle smirk formed on Joon Soo's face as he realized it had finally happened. He thought back on the past 2 weeks, where he had endured the staff's stares and pointed whispers all because of that incident. The room filled with hushed murmurs as his colleagues processed the unbelievable news, realizing the DUI was real. And with that realization, their attention slowly shifted back toward one person. The staff looked at Joon Soo in utter amazement, exclaiming that he really did have divine powers after all. Joon Soo swayed playfully, giving them an "I told you so" look without saying a word. A confident sparkle appeared in his eyes as he reminded them all that he had warned them she was bad news from the start. Completely won over, producer Lim rushed forward and hugged Joon Soo tightly, apologizing for ever doubting him and insisting he had secretly believed him all along. Joon Soo broke into a nervous sweat, finding it ironic how the producer was praising him now after yelling at him just 3 minutes ago. A staff member then reported that the official message board for today's high schooler was exploding, as Iong Min's angry fans swarmed the site. At this news, producer Lim let out a long, booming laugh of pure triumph. He openly reveled in the misfortune of his rival, producer Yang, shouting that his enemy's tears brought him joy. This Yang he referred to was Jin Man Yang, the main producer of today's high schooler and Seongjin Lim's greatest rival. Though rivals was a light term, they were more like sworn enemies, infamous for their vicious fights ever since they were rookies. Now that his nemesis program was in total chaos, producer Lim simply could not stop laughing. Someone else pointed out the massive headache Yang's team would have editing Iong Min out of next week's episode, which only sent producer Lim keeling over in another fit of uncontrollable laughter. But then, in the middle of his celebration, a thought suddenly struck him. He turned to Joon Soo, remembering that the rookie had a promotional idea he wanted to pitch. He asked if this idea also came from his divine powers, prompting Joon Soo to cautiously offer to drop it if the producer was still uncomfortable. Producer Lim immediately dismissed the thought, enthusiastically declaring that if their talented newbie had a fresh idea, they absolutely had to hear it. He then grandly proclaimed that their rookie should be allowed to do whatever he wanted, a stunning reversal from his earlier anger. Following up, Joon Soo made calls to the cast members, only to learn that their schedules were completely packed for the next few days. He politely informed a manager that he understood and would check their schedules again to find another opening. After hanging up, Joon Soo sighed, realizing that arranging anything on such short notice was proving to be a logistical nightmare. The only cast member available was Sia Han, but as she was still an unknown, he worried if she could create a big enough impact on her own. With the next episode airing in only 4 days, he hesitated, weighing his options before deciding to just call her directly. Just as he was about to dial, his phone buzzed, and he saw that Sia Han was calling him. She politely asked if he had a moment to talk, and he quickly confirmed that he was free. She explained that her manager had just told her about the promotional video and that she heard no one else was able to make it. She then held her phone tightly and boldly offered to shoot the entire promotional video by herself. Joon Soo was completely taken aback by her unexpected and proactive proposal. She earnestly reiterated her offer, saying that if he was okay with it, she would love the opportunity to give it a shot. Sia Han explained that her manager had just called her about the promotional video, confirming she knew it was scheduled for today or tomorrow and that the other cast members were unavailable. Taking a bold leap, she then asked if it would be permissible for her to film the entire promotion by herself. The surprising proposition echoed in Joon Soo's mind, Sia Han, all alone, promoting the show without the other main cast members. He briefly weighed his concern over her status as a relatively unknown actress. But then, a wave of confidence washed over him as he believed his unique skills could elevate her into a social media star. Voicing his practical concerns, he told her that while the idea was great, logistical issues like securing a location and managing public security would be incredibly difficult. Sia immediately countered his hesitation, assuring him that her agency was prepared to provide all the necessary bodyguards for the shoot. She pleaded with him passionately, insisting she was more than capable and begging him to place his trust in her. Joon Soo paused for a long moment, carefully considering her desperate plea. A subtle smirk then formed on his lips as he understood the true and singular reason behind Sia Han's intense desire for this opportunity. He deduced her goal was not just to participate, but to stand out on her own and capture the spotlight entirely for herself. Joon Soo perceived this not as a petty act of jealousy, but as the raw desperation of an artist doing whatever it took to survive in the cutthroat entertainment industry. Witnessing her unyielding determination, he made a silent vow to match her efforts and do everything in his power to ensure both she and the program would succeed. Agreeing to her proposal, he promised to handle the remaining issues and asked if she could be at Hongdae at 5 p.m. the next day, to which she ecstatically replied she could. With the plan officially set, he confirmed their meeting and concluded the call. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sia Han expressed her profound gratitude for the chance he had given her. The scene then transitioned to the bustling streets of Hongdae on the following day. A young couple walking through the area noticed a film crew setting up, their backs turned as they pointed toward the commotion. A small crowd began to murmur and gather, speculating that the crew was filming the popular outdoor show Two-Face and decided to stay and watch. Overhearing the crowd's mistaken assumption about the rival show, a staff member couldn't help but crack a wry smile. He then loudly corrected the onlookers, proudly announcing they were filming for Blind Mission and vowing to make it more memorable than any other program. A more cautious crewmate expressed concern about the rapidly growing crowd, but Joon Soo calmly reassured them, instructing everyone to focus on getting ready for filming. Joon Soo then raised his voice, calling for everyone on set to stand by for the shoot to begin. He announced that the cameras would start rolling the very instant Sia Han stepped out of her car and began the final countdown from 3. The count continued, building anticipation among the crew and the now sizable crowd. As he shouted action, a gentle breeze swept through the street, marking the start of the scene. Sia Han emerged with a radiant and confident smile, formally introducing herself to the curious audience. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, admitting they'd never heard her name before but were all in agreement about her undeniable beauty. She turned gracefully toward the cameras, once again announcing that they were filming for Blind Mission. Giving a charming wink to the onlookers, she sweetly encouraged everyone to tune in and watch the show. The spectators stared in awe, completely captivated and wondering aloud why an actress so stunning hadn't become a major star yet. Joon Soo, pleased with the results, motioned for her to come closer, noting internally that her ability to attract attention was a massive success. The air filled with the incessant clicking and clacking of camera shutters as photographers fought to capture her every angle. Cries of woe and wow rippled through the press line as she posed flawlessly for them. During a short, scripted interview, she was asked how it felt to be out in public, to which she answered that she couldn't believe it, as she had never been around so many people. Joon Soo watched her performance with a knowing laugh, recognizing that the interview itself wasn't important, what mattered was how effortlessly natural she appeared. He grinned with satisfaction, thinking she conducted herself like a seasoned professional, exactly as he'd expect from the future top star he knew she would become. After 15 minutes had passed, he lifted a mission board, deciding it was time to move on to the main event. He suddenly announced that it was time for a mission, catching both Sia Han and the audience by complete surprise. Raising the board for all to see, he explained that according to the rules of blind mission, all tasks assigned to the cast were to be kept secret. Sia Han swallowed nervously as he informed her that she had to choose a mission card and perform the task immediately, right there in the street. He slid open a hidden compartment on the board, explaining that she would need to enlist the help of the people around her to complete the objective. As she reached for a card, he leaned in and quietly instructed her to make sure no one else could see what was written on it. Her eyes widened in shock as she read the secret mission she had just drawn. With a dramatic flair, Joon Soo grinned at the camera and declared that her time started now. Panicked, Sia Han quickly scanned the faces in the crowd, desperately looking for a suitable person to approach. She then confidently barged toward a random young man, who pointed at himself in utter disbelief that she had chosen him. Leaning in close, she asked for his candid opinion of her, causing the flustered man to stammer out that she was very pretty. She rewarded his answer with a brilliant smile, thanking him for the compliment. The young man's face turned a deep shade of red, completely flustered by the beautiful actress' sudden attention. Adopting an impossibly cute pout, she then coyly asked him how he would describe her now. A dazzling sparkle seemed to emanate from her as she held the adorable pose, charming everyone watching. Rendered agape, the mesmerized man could only manage to blurt out that she was cute. Becoming more insistent, she pressed him further, desperately asking if any other word came to mind and what another way to say that might be. A staff member shouted a warning from the sidelines that Miss Han was nearly out of time. In a last-ditch effort, she yelled for him to simply say every single thought that was coming to his mind. She grabbed his arm to emphasize her urgent plea, her eyes wide with desperation. Completely overwhelmed, the man suddenly exploded into a spontaneous and bizarre rap about how her shy expression was thrilling him. Sia could only stare in wide-eyed shock, questioning what on earth had just possessed him to start rapping. Just when all hope seemed lost, the man broke from his rap and finally shouted the one word she needed, lovely. The crowd instantly erupted in cheers, agreeing wholeheartedly that she was lovely and swarming her with requests for autographs, promising to watch her show. Joon Soo watched the chaotic scene unfold with immense satisfaction. Just as he had calculated, her charm appealed to everyone. Having achieved her goal, Sia Han turned to look directly at producer Kang. Her face was shining with relief and pride as she asked if she had truly succeeded in her mission. He gave her a wide, affirming grin and confirmed that she had completed the mission perfectly by getting strangers to call her pretty and lovely in under 3 minutes. Later that night, back in the quiet editing room, Joon Soo let out a long, weary sigh. The door to the dimly lit room creaked open behind him as he focused on his monitor. He mused to himself that while he managed to fool producer Lim once, he should proceed cautiously, questioning if his recent luck was truly due to some divine power. He chuckled softly, relieved and delighted to see that the online response to Sia's promotional video was even better than he had expected. He scrolled through a flood of positive online comments where new fans were desperate to find more videos of the beautiful rookie actress they had seen in Hongdae. Realizing the rising interest in Sia would naturally lead people to blind mission, he felt a surge of triumph, only to be startled by a sudden presence behind him. Joon Soo immediately shot up from his chair as producer Lim entered, quickly pretending he had been hard at work the entire time. The senior producer walked over to his desk and bluntly asked the newbie what he was up to. Startled by the sudden interrogation, Joon Soo stammered that he was still in the middle of editing the footage. Producer Lim simply stood there, staring down at him with an intense and unreadable expression. A cold sweat formed on Joon Soo's brow as he flinched, his mind racing with the terrifying thought that he had been caught slacking off. Just as the tension became unbearable, producer Lim broke the silence, lifting a bag and asking what the matter was. He then unceremoniously placed a container of food on Joon Soo's desk, simply telling him to eat. The producer then invited him to go eat together, and as Joon Soo's racing heart finally calmed, he numbly agreed to follow his boss. A staff member was seen dashing through the office hallway. He quickly briefed two of his colleagues who were taking notes. He finally arrived at his destination, panting heavily from the run. The employee burst into the room, shouting for producer Lim that the ratings were finally out. He built the suspense, pausing dramatically before announcing Blind Mission's performance. With a hint of disbelief, he revealed their viewership was at exactly 2.1%. The entire room erupted with joy as they realized they had finally broken the 2% barrier. The staff member affirmed the good news, staring as his colleagues celebrated the achievement. Amid the chaos, producer Lim's gaze fell silently upon the team's newbie. His serious expression then shattered into a wide grin as he cheered, declaring that he had always believed in Joon Soo. Without warning, producer Lim lunged forward, catching the rookie completely off guard. He embraced Joon Soo in a tight hug, exclaiming that their newbie had done it, while a flustered Joon Soo insisted he hadn't done much. Producer Lim patted his back, telling the young man that now was not the time for false modesty. Taking the cue, Joon Soo struck a dazzlingly confident pose, jokingly proclaiming that he makes the impossible happen. The rest of the team cheered enthusiastically, shouting that their newbie was indeed the best. A colleague excitedly pointed out that their rivals' ratings were also in the 2% range, blaming producer Yang's arrogance for the drop. Another staffer chimed in, realizing with excitement that the gap between their shows was now only 0.8%. The mention of that number, however, brought the celebration to a sudden halt. The team's shoulders slumped as they faced the reality that they were still trailing their rival. One producer glared at the colleague who had spoken, who swallowed nervously, realizing his mistake. Another sighed in frustration, complaining that he had completely ruined the mood. Producer Lim, however, glanced around and tried to rally their spirits, insisting they were close enough to overtake their rival soon. He then chuckled sheepishly, admitting it had been hard for him to face them lately. Touched by his vulnerability, the team gathered around him, reassuring him that he wasn't alone and they were all there for him. Their heartfelt moment was interrupted as another executive burst in, asking if they were having a party. It was EP Hyunho Park, who informed producer Lim that the director wanted to see him immediately. The EP smiled knowingly, telling producer Lim to stop feigning ignorance about the good news and to follow him right away. Producer Lim eagerly agreed and rushed out, the door slamming shut behind them. In his absence, the staff swarmed Joon Soo, showering him with praise for his brilliant ideas, from stopping a bad casting to making Sia Han a hot topic. Joon Soo humbly deflected, saying he was just lucky, but a coworker insisted that repeated luck was a skill. Another colleague sarcastically asked if his divine powers had also orchestrated Sia's social media fame, while someone else dismissed it as a random fluke. A third producer suggested it was beginner's luck, adding that if Joon Soo could see the future, he wouldn't have come to JBC, recalling his original desire to join the drama department. Joon Soo quietly confirmed that he had stated that preference during the new employee orientation. He reflected internally that his time leap had occurred right after that orientation. Looking around at his colleagues, he silently accepted that this meant he couldn't change his assigned department. He then voiced that while the drama department was his dream, he was having a great time in entertainment and considered it a good move. His resentful colleague, Jin-tae, glared at him, sourly commenting on how everyone was fawning over his supposed luck. Joon Soo simply shrugged, conceding the point while privately thinking the man could believe whatever he wanted. A senior producer leaned over, chiding Jin-tae by asking what difference it made when everything had turned out for the best. Jin-tae seethed under his superior's gaze, feeling the heat on the back of his neck as he muttered a reluctant agreement. Desperate to shift the conversation, another team member brought up Sia Han's exploding popularity. They noted her video had already hit 1.2 million views, declaring the mission a massive hit and giving all the credit to producer Kang. Joon Soo simply offered a satisfied grin in response to the praise. Later that evening, the scene shifted to a glittering city street, alive with neon signs. The area was bustling with people enjoying the vibrant nightlife. The team was gathered for a celebratory dinner, the sound of premium beef sizzling on the grill. One of the writers cried out in sheer delight, exclaiming how long it had been since she had had beef. She then reminisced about how surprised they all were when producer Lim had returned from his meeting with the director. He had entered the room with a theatrical groan, gravely asking his team what they were going to do. His staff had begun to tremble, fearfully asking if something terrible had happened. Producer Lim had looked at them with a serious expression and confirmed their worst fears. He then broke into a huge smile, announcing they were having a team dinner on the director's corporate card to celebrate. The team had collectively scolded him for the prank, though they couldn't help but admit that his antics added a certain thrill to the job. At the dinner, a drunken superior leaned into Jun's space, trying to grab his attention. The man began rambling about the old days, growing irritated when Joon Soo seemed distracted and muttering about what a nuisance he was. Suddenly, a clear voice called out producer Kang's name. It was the show's writer, Son Hong, who waved him over, claiming she had a question for him. Seizing the opportunity, Joon Soo eagerly pushed his chair back and made his escape. He offered a quick glance back before joining her table with a relieved laugh. The senior producer he had abandoned glared daggers at his back, infuriated by the perceived rudeness. Without missing a beat, the man immediately pounced on the youngest writer, Miss Jo, and launched into a lecture about his past work experience. A nearby colleague sighed, whispering that the man was a notorious nuisance known as the drunkard. She recalled an incident just a week after he joined when he got so intoxicated that he tried to lecture producer Lim himself. She shook her head in exasperation, calling him a real piece of work. The writers noticed he was now bothering Miss Jo, but one of them decided to let it be, trusting that the junior writers were equipped to handle him. Across the table, Joon Soo finally asked Son what her question was. She simply smiled and confessed that she had lied about having one. She explained she had seen he was in a tough spot and wanted to help, which prompted a grateful Joon Soo to thank her for the rescue. Noticing he was still a bit flustered, Son decided to change the subject. She then unexpectedly turned the tables on him, asking if he had any questions for her instead. With a confident and inviting smile, she promised that she would answer absolutely anything he asked. Having just rescued him, Son turned the tables and offered Joon Soo a chance to ask her anything, promising she would give him a complete answer. Taking her up on the offer, Joon Soo immediately asked how long it had been since she first debuted as a subwriter. She casually replied that it had been just over a year, then curiously asked for his reason, assuming he didn't have any professional questions about the program. Joon Soo mused internally that this was the perfect chance to satisfy his curiosity about why Blind Mission seemed to have so many more subwriters than other shows. Son explained that the large team was simply because producer Lim had a soft spot for aspiring writers, which prompted Joon Soo to wonder what she meant by that. She elaborated that producer Lim was well aware of the industry's difficulties for staff writers, so he made it a point to give them as many opportunities as he could, even helping them debut. Joon Soo processed this new information, clarifying in his mind the distinction between pre-debut staff writers and their more senior subwriter counterparts. He recalled the typical team composition for a high viewer program, which usually consisted of 3 to 4 subwriters and a larger group of 6 to 12 staff writers. In contrast, he noted that their program's unique structure of 5 subwriters and 8 staff writers had always struck him as unusual. He now understood that the team's strange composition wasn't random but was rooted in the head producer's kindness. Reflecting on this, Joon Soo felt that the more he learned about producer Seongjin Lim, the more he seemed like a genuinely good person. He then quickly amended that thought, remembering that this positive impression didn't quite hold up whenever the producer was drunk. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a loud, familiar voice. It was producer Lim, drunkenly hailing the arrival of the rapper Cold Rain, who bowed respectfully and acknowledged that it had been some time since they last met. Joon Soo's eyes widened in recognition at the mention of the famous rapper's name. He remembered Cold Rain as the runner-up on a popular hip-hop survival show, who was once widely considered a future rising star in the music scene. Leaning closer, a colleague whispered to Joon Soo, revealing that the two men were actually very close friends. She explained that their bond had formed years ago when Cold Rain was a cast member on one of producer Lim's early programs, where they overcame tough times together. Producer Lim then spotted Joon Soo and loudly called the newbie over, an order which Joon Soo promptly obeyed. Lim instructed him to greet the rapper, proudly introducing Joon Soo as the new producer who had saved Blind Mission's ratings, which immediately captured Cold Rain's attention. With a flourish, producer Lim formally presented their team's special newbie, producer Joon Soo Kang. Cold Rain politely introduced himself, assuming that a producer in the industry would already know who he was. Producer Lim then launched into an enthusiastic, embellished story about how Joon Soo's shaman grandmother had passed down divine powers to him, which led to the show's rating soaring past 2%. The rapper stared in wide-eyed amazement, seemingly captivated by the producer's incredible tale. Lim continued to shower Joon Soo with praise, remarking on his humility and confessing that he wished he could have a son just like him. Across the room, Sohn sighed knowingly, remarking to another writer that this was just how producer Lim behaved when he was intoxicated. Cold Rain, however, seemed to take the story seriously and turned his full attention to producer Kang. He leaned in closer and asked if Joon Soo could perhaps read anything from his face. Joon Soo was utterly bewildered by the unexpected and bizarre request. Producer Lim jumped in, explaining that Cold Rain had a deep fascination with the supernatural, and he playfully teased the rapper for mixing hip-hop with superstition. In response, Cold Rain simply smiled, confirming that he absolutely did. To prove his point, he began to slide his hand inside his jacket. With a dramatic flair, he proudly revealed a handful of protective talismans. Joon Soo watched this display with confusion, thinking to himself that the famous rapper was quite an eccentric character. A thought crossed his mind about the strange combination of a hip-hop artist who was also a superstitious believer. The rapper leaned in again, eagerly asking if Joon Soo could sense any particular energy around him, but Joon Soo hesitated and claimed he wasn't sure. Cold Rain's expression fell as he sulked, admitting that things had not been going well for him lately. Joon Soo swallowed hard, because the truth was, he actually knew exactly what the rapper's future held. A clear vision flooded his mind of Cold Rain's imminent future, where an upcoming song of his would become a massive hit after years of flying under the radar. He foresaw that despite the many hardships the rapper would face, he was destined to stand at the very pinnacle of the Korean hip-hop world. However, Joon Soo resolved not to tell him any of this, believing the victory would be sweeter if earned through the rapper's own efforts. He quickly began searching for a different way to answer the question. His eyes darted around the room, desperately looking for a distraction or an escape. Before he could come up with anything, Cold Rain proposed another idea, explaining he was about to release new music and was struggling to choose between two tracks for the lead single. Joon Soo waved his hands dismissively, trying to refuse by claiming he knew nothing about hip-hop and was flustered by the sudden pressure. But Cold Rain insisted it was fine, grabbing his arm and urging him to listen and just give his brutally honest first impression. Feeling cornered by the rapper's earnest plea, Joon Soo reluctantly agreed and inserted the offered earbud. Cold Rain pressed play on his phone, letting the first song begin. Joon Soo closed his eyes for a moment, concentrating on the music flowing through the wireless earbud. He internally conceded that his lack of interest in the genre made it impossible for him to tell if the song was good or bad. After a moment, he told Cold Rain he wasn't really sure and asked about the next song, and the rapper readily agreed to play it. Cold Rain tapped his phone's screen, switching to the second track. As the new song began, Joon Soo worried about what he would say if this one also failed to evoke any kind of reaction from him. He frantically tried to think of a polite but non-committal response he could give. But as the beat dropped, his eyes flew open in utter shock and disbelief. He instantly recognized the track, a wave of familiarity washing over him. It was an unmistakable song from 2021 that had become a monumental hit due to its explosive rap and incredibly unique beat. The distinct rhythm vibrated powerfully through the earbud as he listened intently. He recalled the song's name was Burst and that it had become massively popular because of its fresh, innovative sound. Then, a jarring realization hit him: this song wasn't by Cold Rain, but by another famous rapper named Jefferson. Stunned, he stared at the rapper and reached out a hand, trying to process why Cold Rain would have this specific song. Oblivious to Junsu's inner turmoil, Cold Rain leaned in for a verdict, while Junsu swallowed nervously, trying to form his question about the music. His mind raced through the possibilities, wondering if this was a cover, before he finally managed to ask if Cold Rain had composed the song himself. Junsu's mind reeled with the shocking realization that this song didn't belong to Cold Rain at all. He instinctively reached out a hand, still trying to process the revelation. He finally managed to stammer out the question, asking if Cold Rain had composed the track himself. Cold Rain beamed with pride, confirming that he had written both the lyrics and the beats from scratch. But then, his bright expression faltered as he let out a frustrated sigh, trailing off his sentence. He confessed that his agency was pushing him to give the second, more explosive track to Jefferson, believing the first song was a better fit for his own image. He reiterated that regardless of who released it, he was the original creator of both powerful songs. The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place for Joon Soo as he remembered Cold Rain's complicated career trajectory from his past life. He deduced the agency wanted to bet on the established star, Jefferson, rather than the rookie Cold Rain, whose fame from a survival show was fading. This incident, he now understood, was the bitter root of the rivalry between Cold Rain and Jefferson that he remembered so clearly. Unaware of Junsu's internal conflict, Cold Rain pressed him for an answer, emphasizing how crucial this decision was for his career. Junsu glanced away, caught in a heavy dilemma as he weighed the consequences of his words. He debated whether he should let history repeat itself or intervene and fundamentally alter Cold Rain's future. His first instinct was to claim ignorance and walk away, a safe option that would keep his own life from being affected. He considered simply continuing as he had been, using his knowledge of the future solely for his own advantage. He also worried that with the recent rumors of his divine powers, accurately predicting a hit song would attract far too much unwanted suspicion. He nervously fidgeted, recalling that Cold Rain was destined to become a top star eventually, with or without this specific song. As for Jefferson, he remembered that while this song would bring him immense fame, he would be arrested for drug use in less than 3 years. Consequently, the phenomenal track, a staple in popular TV shows, would be completely erased from public memory as if it had never existed. Joon Soo realized that for Cold Rain, seeing his stolen masterpiece vanish into obscurity must have been even more heartbreaking than losing it in the first place. He stared at the dejected rapper, seeing a haunting familiarity in his slumped posture. The situation painfully reminded him of his own past life, where all his hard work and creative ideas had been stolen from him. He remembered the suffocating and helpless frustration that had consumed him back then. The bleak memory of his former, powerless existence washed over him with renewed intensity. Though hesitant to meddle in another's destiny, he slowly lifted his gaze, a new resolve forming within him. He knew that if he simply ignored the situation, Cold Rain was doomed to fall into the same pit of despair he once had. Clenching his fist, he decided there was no point in letting such a painful history repeat itself. Meanwhile, Cold Rain drooped, misinterpreting the long silence as a sign that both of his songs were terrible. Joon Soo finally spoke the rapper's name, causing the startled musician to flinch and look up in surprise. He extended a hand and stated with conviction that he personally liked the second song much better. Cold Rain gripped his phone in shock, while Joon Soo inwardly resolved that since he was intervening, he had to commit to it completely. He looked Cold Rain dead in the eye, urging him to be the one to release it and promising with absolute certainty that the song would be a massive hit. The red-haired rapper stared back, his fist clenched tightly as a mixture of disbelief and dawning hope filled his eyes. His face broke into a wide, beaming smile as he excitedly asked if Joon Soo truly meant what he said. In response, Joon Soo gave a single, firm nod of confirmation. The other producer turned in shock, exclaiming that if their rookie was this confident, it must be a sure thing. Joon Soo told Cold Rain to have faith in his own work, insisting that he was the only artist who should perform that song. Cold Rain stood silently for a moment, letting the powerful words of encouragement sink in. He then confessed that just moments before, he had been on the verge of handing the song over to Jefferson. But now, filled with renewed conviction, he declared that Joon Soo had convinced him to fight the agency's decision if necessary. He made a solemn promise that he would be the one to release the track, and with those words, Joon Soo knew he had changed the future. The grateful rapper thanked him profusely, but Joon Soo humbly brushed it off as nothing important. The producer chimed in, making sure Cold Rain understood he couldn't blame Joon Soo if things didn't work out as planned. Cold Rain readily accepted full responsibility, stating that the final decision was his alone. He then asked for Joon Soo's number, but Joon Soo politely tried to refuse, insisting he hadn't done anything special. Cold Rain pleaded, explaining that Joon Soo's words had snapped him out of the pressure-induced stupor his agency had put him in. He looked at Joon Soo with earnest, sparkling eyes, desperate to find a way to repay him for restoring his confidence. The producer sighed at the scene and simply told Joon Soo to give the persistent rapper his number already. Relenting with a small smile, Joon Soo finally agreed, and the two happily exchanged contact information. Sometime later at the broadcasting station, a senior colleague approached Joon Soo with a congratulatory pat on the back. He praised him for breaking a 2% viewership rating on his show, a feat Joon Soo modestly attributed to simple luck. His colleague dismissed the humility, insisting it was pure skill before pointing at him and suggesting they go out for chicken and beer. Joon Soo happily agreed, offering to treat and suggesting they invite their co-worker Haeyoung to join them. As they celebrated, his senior colleague suddenly remembered he had something else to give him. He rummaged through his pocket and handed over a piece of paper, explaining that a producer named Jae-hun Song had asked for Joon Soo's contact info. Joon Soo vaguely recognized the name and asked his colleague if Jae-hun had mentioned what he wanted to talk about. His senior shrugged, replying that he had no idea but that it sounded like Jae-hun needed his help with something. Joon Soo pondered this, recalling Jae-hun from his past life but remembering they had never been particularly close. He knew Jae-hun worked for the notoriously grueling investigative journalism department and couldn't imagine what he'd want from him. The scene then shifted, showing Joon Soo arriving at the designated meeting spot, an Odia coffee shop. He stepped inside and was immediately greeted by Jae-hun Song, and the two producers formally introduced themselves. Jae-hun sheepishly scratched his head, correctly guessing from Joon Soo's slightly disheveled state that he had just come from a long editing session. Joon Soo cut straight to the point, politely asking Jae-hun why he had requested this meeting. Leaning forward, Jae-hun began to explain that he had heard a very specific rumor about a special talent Joon Soo possessed. Joon Soo swallowed nervously, his mind racing with anxiety as he feared this was about his supposed divine powers. Jae-hun paused for dramatic effect, drawing out his sentence. He then shouted with baffling enthusiasm that the rumor was about Joon Soo's incredible ability to choose the best item on any menu. Stunned into silence, Joon Soo could only stare back, completely bewildered by the absurdly anticlimactic request. Jae-hun sheepishly confirmed that yes, his urgent request was indeed about the menu. A bewildered Joon Soo asked if Jae-hun simply wanted him to choose his meal, but the other producer quickly clarified that wasn't his intention. With a heavy sigh, Jae-hun began to vent about the constant criticism he faced from his superiors during late-night editing sessions. He explained that even when he managed to get takeout, his team would loudly complain about the food arriving cold. He continued his woeful tale, adding that if he ordered from a place with good ratings, his seniors would just accuse the reviews of being fake. With a cry of frustration, he lamented that they constantly compared him to the youngest producer on Blind Mission, who was renowned for his excellent food choices. Jae-hun awkwardly scratched his head, apologizing for burdening Joon Soo before quickly insisting that he wasn't trying to place any blame on him. He then suddenly grabbed Joon Soo's hands, his demeanor shifting from apologetic to desperate. With eyes glistening with hope, Jae-hun begged Joon Soo to share his list of restaurants, a strangely familiar plea that gave Joon Soo a sense of déjà vu. Joon Soo quietly reflected that this peculiar situation strongly reminded him of something that happened in his past life. Beaming with delight at Joon Soo's easy acceptance, Jae-hun could hardly contain his relief as Joon Soo assured him it was no problem at all. Jae-hun rose from his seat and thanked him profusely, though Joon Soo simply waved it off as if it were nothing. Whimpering with residual stress, Jae-hun confessed that editing itself wasn't difficult, but choosing the menu for 3 meals a day was an absolute nightmare. Joon Soo internally scoffed at the toxic culture within broadcasting, where seniors would bully the youngest members over something so trivial. Just then, a thoughtful expression crossed Joon Soo's face as an idea began to form. He pointed forward with a newfound plan, offering to organize the list and share it in the group chat for all the new producers. Jae-hun's eyes sparkled as Joon Soo explained it would only take 30 minutes, adding that he had no intention of acting superior over his restaurant knowledge. Joon Soo smiled to himself, musing that since people work to eat, they should eat well, and putting Jae-hun in his debt could prove useful later on. The scene then shifted to a lively street at night, with the team gathered for their celebratory dinner. Joon Soo, his senior colleague, and Haeyoung cheerfully clinked their beer glasses together in a toast. The senior colleague let out a deep sigh of relief, commenting on how good it felt to drink freely again after a series of uncomfortable team dinners, a sentiment Joon Soo shared. Leaning in, the senior then mentioned an interesting rumor he had recently heard. He began to tell them about a fun tradition that was passed down within the entertainment department, immediately capturing Haeyoung's attention. Haeyoung voiced her curiosity, wondering what it could be since she was sure she would have known about it already. Her colleague pointed dramatically as he revealed the name of the tradition, the Trailer Wars. A flash of recognition went through Joon Soo's mind as he instantly recalled what that meant. The senior explained the rules: if 2 producers join a show around the same time, they compete by creating their own promotional trailers. He continued that the winning trailer would be aired, officially crowning the victor of the Trailer Wars, an event supposedly designed to improve editing skills. However, he admitted with a grin that it was mostly an excuse for the staff to enjoy the rivalry and place bets on the outcome. Haeyoung noted that Jin Tae-go had only joined a month before Joon Soo, which their senior declared was close enough to count as joining at the same time. Joon Soo silently contemplated the prospect of a head-to-head trailer competition against Jin Tae-go. A confident smirk slowly spread across his face. He inwardly savored the idea, seeing it as the perfect chance to finally knock that arrogant producer down a peg. In another scene, a writer at the Blind Mission office was confirming with producer Lim that all reservations for their upcoming filming locations were complete. Producer Lim nodded in confirmation, stating that accommodations, restaurants, and transportation were all booked and that he had personally called to reconfirm everything. He then murmured thoughtfully that it wouldn't be long until their second shoot began. The writer recalled that producer Lim and a few others had scouted the location before Joon Soo even joined, but a cancellation scare had forced them to rush the schedule. She laughed it off, remarking that while working weekends wasn't ideal, it was certainly better than the show getting cancelled altogether. Changing the subject, she asked about the previous day's viewership, and producer Lim proudly announced a rating of 2.3%. The writer expressed her amazement at the 2-week upward trend before eagerly asking about the ratings for their main competitor, High Schooler. Producer Lim reported that their rivals' ratings had fallen by 0.2%, dropping from 2.9% to 2.7%. At the writer's request to say it louder, he gleefully shouted that their competitor's rating had indeed fallen to 2.7%. They both erupted in laughter, celebrating that the 0.4% difference was now negligible and picturing the rival producer's frustrated face. The writer exclaimed that they had chosen an amazing newcomer, giving Joon Soo full credit for flipping the show's fortunes around. Their joyous laughter echoed through the otherwise quiet office. Meanwhile, Joon Soo was on the phone, a look of slight disbelief on his face as he listened to the person on the other end. Unseen by him, the shadowy figure of a colleague approached his desk from behind. The colleague then spoke up, catching Joon Soo's attention about a different matter entirely. Leaning in close, he furtively asked Joon Soo if he knew any famous or up-and-coming spots for their Taiwan shoot. Joon Soo gave a firm and unequivocal no without a moment's hesitation. The colleague was left speechless by the blunt refusal, awkwardly asking if Joon Soo was sure, but Joon Soo simply repeated that there was nothing. Dejected, the colleague trudged away, asking Joon Soo to let him know if he thought of anything, to which Joon Soo offered a hollow agreement. Joon Soo scratched his head in thought, acknowledging that while Sia Han's viral moment brought buzz to the show, the French sandwich shop head selected had also captured viewers' attention, leading everyone to expect more insider tips from him. He internally decided he couldn't continue, realizing that there were far too many eyes on him lately. He thought back to the recent major news about a top star's hit and run, a future event he had somehow known about. Joon Soo knew that if he kept revealing such huge pieces of information, the consequences would eventually become too much for him to handle. He resolved then and there to start pacing himself, knowing he had to use his decades' worth of future knowledge strategically if he wanted it to last. His thoughts were interrupted by a sharp knock on the door of his editing suite. Looking up, Joon Soo was startled to see who was there and asked what brought them to the station. He mumbled to himself that it was the weekend, wondering aloud what could have possibly happened. Producer Lim, flustered, began to stammer an excuse about having some other business nearby. As he tried to explain why he stopped by, his words trailed off when he noticed something unexpected inside the room. His eyes widened upon seeing Sia Han, and he greeted her with surprise just as she cheerfully greeted him back. Joon Soo reacted with a sound of confusion upon seeing who had arrived. Producer Lim exclaimed in surprise at seeing Sia Han, then turned to offer a pleasant greeting to Joon Soo as well. On a nearby table sat several takeaway coffee cups, neatly secured in cardboard carriers. Sia Han cheerfully explained that she had stopped by to thank the crew for their hard work over the weekend. With a radiant smile, she insisted it was a casual visit and that no one should feel burdened by her gesture. Producer Lim offered his sincere thanks for the thoughtful gift. Internally, he laughed to himself, thinking her star quality was so immense she could easily be an idol. A colleague gratefully sipped his coffee, remarking that it was the perfect antidote to his greasy lunch. Believing that he wouldn't be needed for a while, Joon Soo made a decision. He announced his intention to get some fresh air and turned to leave the editing suite. As Joon Soo departed, Sia Han's gaze quietly followed him out the door. The rooftop offered a sweeping view of the urban cityscape, its buildings outlined against the warm sky. Just as he took a step into the open air, Sia Han called out his name. He spun around, caught off guard by her sudden appearance behind him. She shone with a bright smile, remarking that it had been a while since they had last seen each other. Joon Soo agreed it had been about 2 weeks and suggested she should have been resting before their upcoming trip. She reassured him it was fine, explaining that Blind Mission was the only project on her current schedule. He stared at her for a moment, a feeling washing over him that she seemed somewhat different than usual. Sia then excitedly reported that his help had earned her many new followers, causing Joon Soo to dismiss his earlier strange feeling. She then reached out and gently placed a hand on his arm. Surprised by the sudden touch, Joon Soo glanced down at her hand. She revealed with a genuine smile that her true reason for visiting was to thank him personally. Sia insisted that all of her recent success was entirely because of him. She then punctuated her gratitude with a playful and charming wink. Joon Soo found himself momentarily flustered, thinking to himself that she was truly born to be a celebrity. Their moment was abruptly broken by a hesitant voice calling from the doorway. The person called out again, trying to get their attention on the rooftop. Both Joon Soo and Sia turned with surprised expressions toward the man standing in the doorway. The intruder, Jin Tae-go, began to speak directly to Sia. Jin Tae greeted her enthusiastically, and his face lit up when she correctly remembered his name. When she complimented his minor role in a recent drama, he thanked her humbly despite his brief screen time. Joon Soo seethed internally, baffled as to why Jin Tae had followed them and what he could possibly want. Jin Tae then awkwardly asked if she enjoyed movies, to which she confirmed her love for all performing arts. He took a deep breath, preparing to make his bold request. Jin Tae then barged forward, impulsively asking if she would go to a movie with him after they returned from Taiwan. Taken aback, Sia glanced toward Joon Soo with an uncertain expression. Joon Soo inwardly cursed Jin Tae, believing the man had foolishly mistaken her professional courtesy for romantic interest. Unaware of the tension, Jin-tae babbled excitedly about how he had scored 2 tickets for a highly anticipated movie called The Traitors. Sia flinched almost imperceptibly, offering a vague and noncommittal reply. Sensing her discomfort, Joon Soo immediately stepped forward to intervene. He physically blocked Jin-tae's path to Sia, beginning with a firm apology. Joon Soo bluntly stated that Sia would be far too busy after their trip to make it. He added with a tight smile that she would need to rest properly after an overseas shoot. Playing along, Sia quickly added the excuse that she had already seen the film and told Jin-tae to ask someone else. She then made a hurried exit, claiming her manager was waiting for her downstairs. As she left, she called out that she would see them both at the next shoot. The rooftop door stood closed, framed by the deepening colors of the sunset. Joon Soo's body shook with contained anger as his hand clenched into a tight, trembling fist. He let out a scoff, knowing perfectly well that the movie she mentioned wouldn't even be released until the following week. A tranquil view of the city building stood against a sky streaked with brilliant sunset clouds. Back in the office, the final details of the Taiwan schedule were confirmed with a decisive click of the mouse. The team leader officially concluded the meeting, and the staff exchanged thanks for a job well done. Joon Soo was startled when the team leader suddenly clapped him on the shoulder, congratulating him on his hard work. The leader's wide, enigmatic smile immediately made Joon Soo wary and suspicious of his intentions. Still grinning, the leader cryptically informed his newbie that it was time to do the thing. A bead of sweat formed on Joon Soo's brow as he asked for clarification, prompting the leader to explain it was a generational department tradition. Joon Soo's eyes widened with dawning realization as the leader explained they had to do it now, as time would be too short after Taiwan. With a theatrical grin, the leader named Jin-tae Go and Joon Soo Kang as the chosen participants. He dramatically announced that the 2 rookies were to compete against each other in the traditional trailer wars. Their assignment was to each create a final trailer for the France episodes, with a significant reward for the winner. The victor, he declared with another dramatic pause, would earn the exclusive right to produce all future trailers for Blind Mission. Jin-tae immediately rushed forward to protest, arguing that as Joon Soo's senior, they were not on equal footing. The leader sarcastically entertained the protest, asking if Jin-tae's 1-month advantage meant they should give the newbie a handicap. Utterly defeated, Jin-tae slumped and withdrew his objection, while Joon Soo confidently spoke up and accepted the challenge. Joon Soo put on an air of respect, stating that of course he would participate in an honored broadcasting tradition. Across the room, Jin-tae shot a furious glare directly at his rival. In response to the hostile look, Joon Soo quietly tightened his hand into a determined fist. Fueled by the rivalry, Jin-tae loudly shouted that he would compete as well, much to the leader's satisfaction. Tapping the calendar, the leader announced the deadline would be the same day the final episode was due. He then pressed a finger forward for emphasis, making it clear that they were forbidden from getting help from anyone else. Jin-tae stared at Joon Soo, acknowledging that despite his annoyance, his opponent had proven too resourceful to be ignored. He stewed in his frustration, absolutely certain Joon Soo would employ some devious trick to gain an advantage. A malicious smirk then spread across Jin-tae's face as he realized this was the perfect chance to knock Joon Soo off his high horse. Tapping thoughtfully on his desk, he decided he needed to create a provocative and impactful trailer to guarantee his victory. He suddenly stopped tapping as a devious idea began to form in his mind. A look of certainty crossed his face as he realized there was another way to win, just as his phone began to ring. Jin-tae answered the phone and immediately revealed his scheme by asking a department manager named Hyung-taek Choi for a favor. Deep in the editing room, Joon Soo sat lost in thought, contemplating his strategy for the upcoming confrontation. He leaned back in his chair with a soft creak, wondering exactly what approach he should take. He mused that while they called it the trailer wars, it was essentially just creating a 30-second video, a task he had already completed twice. Clicking his mouse, he zeroed in on the ultimate goal, finding a surefire way to utterly defeat Jin-tae Go. He acknowledged the vast gap in experience between them and briefly wondered if an overwhelming victory would embarrass Jin-tae enough to make him quit. However, the memory of his rival's past actions hardened his resolve. He decided Jin-tae desperately needed to be brought down a notch. Just then, the sharp buzz of his phone sliced through the silence, pulling him from his strategic planning. Puzzled by who would be calling at such an hour, he answered the phone and announced himself. A bright and cheerful greeting came through from the other end of the line. The caller, Sia, asked if he had been sleeping due to his hoarse voice, but he quickly clarified that he had just been silent for a long time. When he inquired about the reason for her call, she explained that her department manager had contacted her about a call he received that morning from Jin-tae Go. Joon Soo's focus sharpened instantly at the mention of his rival's name. She revealed that Jin-tae wanted to do something identical to the project she and Joon Soo had worked on together, causing him to lean forward as the implication dawned on him. His thoughts immediately jumped to the only possible conclusion: Jin-tae was trying to copy their promotional video. Sia admitted she was also surprised, explaining that Jin-tae had cited their video as inspiration for creating a new style of trailer. A knowing smirk crossed Joon Soo's face. He finally understood why Jin-tae had been mysteriously absent from the office. He felt a surge of indignation at Jintae's audacity to steal his concept, deciding that his rival had officially crossed the line and forfeited any chance of mercy. Alarmed, Joon Soo shot up from his seat and asked if she was on her way to the shoot, to which she gave a swift denial. Sia explained that she had turned down the offer because of a drama audition, which brought Joon Soo a momentary sense of relief, though her tone suggested there was more to her refusal. She then added firmly that even if her schedule had been open, she would not have agreed to participate. Joon Soo fell silent for a moment, absorbing the weight of her loyalty. He expressed his sincere gratitude just as Sia mentioned that she saw in their group chat that Jackson had been chosen as her replacement. Joon Soo understood that Jin-tae had settled for his second choice and thanked Sia for providing him with this invaluable intelligence. She then asked about the trailer wars, making him wonder how the cast already knew, before she urgently called out his producer title. She emphatically repeated that her decision was not about her schedule. She would have refused the offer under any circumstances. A genuine smile spread across his face as he thanked her once more for her unwavering support. Just as they were about to end the call, she suddenly remembered one last thing she wanted to say. With warmth in her voice, she wished him the best of luck on his editing. Back in the solitude of the editing room, Joon Soo shook his head, lamenting that Jin-tae had now proven himself to be not just unlikable, but a cheater. Tapping his fingers on the desk, he thought that ignoring the trailer itself, attempting an impromptu outdoor shoot was simply reckless. He reflected on his own meticulously planned shoot with Sia, knowing that an unofficial event without proper pre-production was a recipe for disaster if a crowd formed. Clicking his mouse with derision, he scoffed at the idea of Jin-tae, who had zero outdoor shooting experience, managing to create anything worthwhile. With a newfound, ruthless determination, he vowed to deliver a defeat so crushing that Jin-tae would never recover, setting a new standard in the process. Elsewhere, Jin-tae reviewed his footage, watching two actresses express their awe at a beautiful location. In the clip, one of the women began to call out her friend Miso's name. The scene was then abruptly cut by a dramatic sound cue and a piercing scream. On the screen, a character gasped in horror at the sight of another holding a looming, indistinct object. The figure with the object tried to downplay it, which only elicited another terrified shriek from her companion. Jin-tae exhaled, thoroughly satisfied with the sequence he had created. He stretched his arms high above his head, declaring his edit good enough. With a weary groan, he realized how much time had passed while he was completely absorbed in his work. He believed that in the world of production, the trailer was undoubtedly the most important element. In his view, a trailer's success was measured simply by its ability to generate significant buzz among viewers. He laughed quietly, knowing the supposedly terrifying weapon in Miso Sin's hands was actually just a bread knife. The entire tense moment was staged from a simple accident where she broke a bottle of red wine while trying to open it. He understood that even the most mundane scene could be made thrilling with the right editing tricks. A smug grin appeared on his face as he credited this insight to his veteran experience, a kind of know-how he believed newbies completely lacked. A quick look at the time reminded him that the deadline for submission was fast approaching. Pushing back from his desk, he rose to his feet with a sense of purpose. A confident smile lit up his face as he set off to deliver a lesson to the trashy rookie. He pushed open the door to the screening room with an audible click. Upon entering, he paused, taken aback by the scene unfolding inside. A colleague greeted him with a cheerful offer of coffee, explaining that Miss Kim had bought it for the team. Jin-tae glanced around, his mind trying to place the name, wondering if she meant the head writer, Yeonhui Kim. Unseen by him, Joon Soo peered out from a nearby doorway, quietly observing the entire group. A self-assured grin crept across Joon Soo's face as he watched events unfold. Jin-tae gave a polite bow while his mind drifted to a past life, recalling something unusual about the head writer. The team leader spotted Joon Soo and called out, asking the newbie if he had managed to create a good trailer. Joon Soo affirmed with absolute confidence, which piqued the leader's interest and earned a look of anticipation. Another staff member fidgeted, admitting they were nervous since it had been a while since their last screening. A writer approached Joon Soo and asked if he had heard the news, but Joon Soo played dumb and asked what she meant. She whispered that Jindi's outdoor shoot had been an absolute catastrophe, culminating in chaos when fans tried to rush Jackson. Though he had entirely expected it, Joon Soo feigned shock and immediately asked if anyone had been hurt. She relayed that no one was injured, but the short-handed camera crew had suffered terribly, recalling how they screamed at Jin-tae for the lack of security. Joon Soo nodded gravely, expressing his relief that things hadn't turned out worse, a sentiment his colleague shared. Convinced of the outcome, she wished him luck and declared that because of Jindi's failure, his victory was assured. Joon Soo simply stood there, a quiet and calculating look in his eyes. He leaned in and whispered to ask if she had bet on him, and she sheepishly whispered back, wondering if she had been too obvious. At that moment, a disheveled Jin-tae entered the room, apologizing for his late arrival. The man and woman nearest to the door stared with wide eyes and open mouths at his exhausted state. The leader commented on Jin-tae's haggard appearance, but Jin-tae insisted he had worked hard, prompting the leader to quickly start the screening. With everyone now present, the leader gave the signal, and the first trailer began to play on the screen. Joon Soo cast a sideways glance at his rival, a smug smirk on his face as he told him to look forward to it. On screen, two staff members stared in utter disbelief, their faces beaded with sweat. Nearby, another pair of colleagues looked on with horrified expressions as they watched the footage. The team leader's face contorted with stress and barely contained anger. He struggled to form a coherent thought, his mind reeling from what he was seeing. His disbelief escalated as he silently questioned the abysmal quality of the work before him. A wave of uneasy murmurs rippled through the room as the staff whispered about the unfolding disaster. One employee shook his head in silent, second-hand embarrassment. A junior staff member flinched, nervously offering to create a new trailer from scratch right at that moment. The team leader turned, his entire body radiating a seething fury. An onlooker conceded that the leader's extreme reaction was not at all unreasonable. The truth was undeniable, the trailer Jin-tae Go presented was the ultimate definition of shoddy work. Gritting his teeth, the leader concluded that there was no way they could air something so unprofessional. Jin-tae panicked and tried to defend his work by mentioning its length, but the leader shouted that the runtime was not the problem. The leader slammed his fist down, declaring the trailer complete crap and openly questioning how someone with 2 years of experience could produce such a thing. But then, the head writer, Yeonhui Kim, slowly shifted her position. She rose with a sharp observation, asking if the work was also plagiarized. Jin-tae stammered in absolute shock, unable to comprehend the new accusation being leveled against him. The writer turned to Joon Soo and asked if he had known about this beforehand, to which the newbie calmly denied any knowledge. With a heavy sigh of disappointment, she closed her eyes for a moment. Her eyes then snapped open, fixing Jin-tae with a piercing glare. She coldly accused him of blatantly copying and pasting the promotional video Joon Soo had made previously. She finished her takedown by asking if he wasn't embarrassed to call himself a producer after such a shameful act. The weight of her words hung in the air, cutting through the tense silence. Joon Soo swallowed hard, recalling that this unforgiving bluntness was exactly what defined Yeonhui Kim. He remembered that she would call out anyone she found at fault, and even senior producers wouldn't dare to cross her. He admitted to himself that her charisma was intimidating, but a smirk crept across his face. A quiet chuckle escaped him as he thought that the piece of trash absolutely deserved this public humiliation. The head writer then addressed Joon Soo directly, warning him not to waste everyone's time if his trailer was of a similarly poor quality. Joon Soo sighed, acknowledging Jin-tae had also been confident, but he assured her that he was truly confident in his own submission. He clenched his fist, passionately asking them to trust him and promising not to let them down. The team leader stared him down, his expression still full of doubt. A tense moment of silence passed as the leader considered the newbie's plea. Finally, he gave a short, decisive nod. A finger pressed the play button on the remote, starting the next screening. On the monitor, the timeline bar of the video player began to scroll forward. The room was suddenly filled with the sound of bright, cheerful laughter from the video. The on-screen cast expressed their joy at being in Paris, marveling at the beautiful city. The scene took a comedic turn when one of the stars, Miso, shrieked in surprise at an object another was holding. Her co-star playfully insisted it was nothing, which only heightened the comical mystery. A few stifled snorts of laughter escaped from the watching staff. Soon, the room was filled with genuine laughter as one writer commented on how funny the scene was. Another praised the great chemistry between the cast and the intriguing mission concept. The team leader stroked his chin, concluding that at the very least, it met the basic standard for a trailer. Joon Soo grinned with pride, but the leader's expression showed he still had some reservations. The leader admitted that something about the trailer felt a bit strange to him. He turned to Joon Soo and asked if he had outsourced the work, which a flustered Joon Soo immediately denied. The leader then questioned another editor, Min Chan, who confirmed he hadn't helped, as had been buried in his own editing work. Tilting his head, the leader asked incredulously if Joon Soo was claiming he had made the CGI himself. Joon Soo sheepishly scratched his head, admitting the effects were weak and asking if they were still too over the top. He explained that he had watched tutorials on sites like Tube in his spare time to try out what he had learned. He humbly reiterated that since it was his first attempt, the CGI was bound to be a bit rough. A wide, impressed grin spread across the team leader's face. He slammed his hand on the table and decisively declared that they would go with the newbie's trailer. He gave Joon Soo a congratulatory pat on the back for a job well done. Other staff members crowded around, praising his hard work and telling him how much they enjoyed it. In the background, one person complained to another about losing their bet on Jin-tae. Joon Soo's eyes widened slightly as he realized the entire office had placed bets on the outcome. He mused to himself that everyone should have bet on him from the start. Meanwhile, outside the JBC channel building, Jin-tae seethed with an uncontrollable rage. He let out a primal scream of pure frustration. He couldn't believe it, there was simply no way this could have happened. He stammered to himself, his mind struggling to process the humiliating defeat. He angrily questioned how he could possibly lose to that rookie, insisting his own trailer wasn't that awful. His thoughts spiraled into paranoia as he concluded that Joon Soo must be hiding something, while also blaming Jackson Kim for ruining his outdoor shoot. Just then, a nearby door opened, revealing another person in the quiet hallway. The newcomer cautiously asked Jin-tae if he was alright and offered him a canned drink. His name tag identified him as producer Min-cheol Kim. Jin-tae noticed his junior status and asked if he was a newbie too, which Min-cheol confirmed while introducing himself. An unsettling smirk spread across Jin-tae's face as a devious idea began to form. Back at his desk, Joon Soo was already reviewing his files, thinking that despite his victory, the work never truly ended. His thoughts were interrupted by a sharp knock at his office door. He turned in his chair to see who was there. He was surprised to find Yeonhui Kim, the head writer, stepping into his room. She got straight to the point, stating that they needed to have a talk. Joon Soo became instantly flustered, stammering an agreement to her sudden request. She told him not to be nervous, though her serious demeanor only amplified his anxiety. She explained that she had heard something she wanted to ask him about, causing Joon Soo's mind to race with worry about what she could possibly know. Leaning in with an unervingly calm expression, she told him that, honestly, he shouldn't even be there. She leaned in closer, telling Joon Soo that, in all honesty, he shouldn't even be there. A nervous sweat trickled down his temple as Joon Soo stammered, asking her what she could possibly mean. Instead of answering, Yeonhui simply lifted a container of food, calmly suggesting they eat first. Joon Soo thanked her, remarking on how she knew he'd skipped his meals, and she explained that producer Hwang had told her. After expressing his gratitude again, she asked if there was anything else he needed. In that instant, a sudden realization clicked in his mind. He initially replied that he couldn't think of anything else he needed from her. A new thought then occurred to him, making him wonder if she had also participated in the wager. He hesitantly asked if she had bet on him as well, to which she let out a small laugh and confirmed that she had. She revealed she had wagered a hefty 100,000 won on his victory, leaving Joon Soo astonished at how seriously everyone had taken the competition. With a slight grin, Yeonhui admitted she had planned to make him pay her back if he lost but was pleasantly surprised by his talent. She encouraged him to continue his hard work, and he earnestly promised to do his best. Just as their conversation seemed to be over, she remembered the other reason she had come. Yeonhui told him she wanted to ask about something else she was curious about, causing Joon Soo to gulp nervously, wondering if she somehow knew about his divine powers. Her gaze sharpened as she asked him directly if he was hiding something from her. Joon Soo's mind reeled, recalling her earlier loaded question and starting to panic that she had discovered his secret. She pressed on, her expression shifting to one of serious warning as she told him not to even consider lying to her. Her glare intensified as she leaned forward, revealing that she had already heard some things. Cornered and unsure of what to do, Joon Soo braced himself as she began to voice her suspicion. To his utter shock, she asked if it was true that he had originally wanted to work for the drama department. Relief washed over him as he chuckled at his needless paranoia, while she asked why he was so nervous, explaining that he had become a popular topic of conversation. The mention of the drama department, however, sent his mind drifting into the past. He visualized the sign for the department, a symbol of his former ambitions. Joon Soo recalled how that had been his ultimate goal, a dream he regretted not achieving in his past life after a decade as an assistant producer. But things were different now. As he lifted his food, he acknowledged that his entire perspective had changed. He was now determined to use the memories of his previous life to make a significant mark in the entertainment department. He began to explain that while it was true he had once yearned to go to the drama department, he had come to realize that he liked the entertainment department more now. He elaborated that its dynamic, three-dimensional system seemed to make people come alive, which he found far more enjoyable. A confident grin settled on his face as he concluded his thoughts. Yeonhui then clarified that he might have misunderstood her question as some kind of test. She reassured him that she had no ulterior motives and was just personally curious, before asking if he had truly lost all interest in dramas. Joon Soo studied her face and, sensing her sincerity, decided there was no reason to hide anything from her. He admitted that he was still very much interested and hoped to one day be in charge of producing dramas himself. However, he affirmed that his priority right now was to give his current job 100%, as he was certain it would become his foundation for the future. A knowing smirk appeared on Yeonhui's face, as if his answer was exactly what she had expected. She thought to herself that he was proving to be no ordinary rookie. With her questions answered, she gracefully rose from her seat. Looking down at him, she expressed her hope that he would always maintain such a dedicated attitude. She then reached out and gave his shoulder an encouraging pat. With a genuine smile, she confessed that she was personally quite curious to see the future he was making for himself. Joon Soo was stunned into silence, quietly repeating her words as he processed the unexpected validation. She confirmed that was what she came to say, wished him luck with his work, and turned to leave. Left alone in his office, Joon Soo was still trying to comprehend what had just happened. He couldn't believe that the famously talented and stoic head writer Yeonhui Kim had just complimented him so personally. As he reached for his food once more, he wondered if his proactive efforts over the last couple of weeks had finally earned him recognition. He opened the container, quickly dismissing any romantic interpretation of her interest, recalling the rumor that she had already set a wedding date with her fiancé. Chewing thoughtfully, he chalked it up to fate, recognizing how different she seemed from the person he remembered in his past life. He then paused, pondering if perhaps he was the one who had changed, and made a mental note to be more aware of his surroundings from now on. In a different setting, a lively outdoor shoot concluded with the cast bidding farewell to their audience in Taiwan before the director called a final cut. The set instantly buzzed with activity as the crew exchanged words of encouragement and began to pack up the broadcast equipment. Joon Soo let out a weary groan, feeling the full weight of the day's shoot. He immediately offered to help the lighting director with a heavy case. The director chuckled, thanking him but assuring him it wasn't necessary, though Joon Soo insisted they should all work together. The older man gratefully acknowledged that thanks to Joon Soo's help, they finished packing much earlier than usual. He then mentioned he had heard Joon Soo single-handedly produce the previous week's trailer, praising it highly and surprising Joon Soo that the news had traveled so far. The director smiled and revealed that the entire entertainment department, not just his team, was buzzing about how he had completely crushed producer Go. Joon Soo humbly dismissed it as an exaggeration, but the director insisted, adding that his own child loved the trailer and couldn't stop talking about it. This prompted Joon Soo to wonder if producer Go might be transferred to another team, but the director doubted it since they were on the same program. The lighting director speculated on how incredibly uncomfortable the situation must be for Jin-tae, noting the awkward dynamic of a senior being outshone by a rookie. While Joon Soo agreed with the sentiment, he pointed out that a producer couldn't just switch teams on a whim without a very special reason. The director then patted Joon Soo's back encouragingly, calling him the lucky charm of blind mission, a nickname that caught Joon Soo completely off guard. The director chuckled, revealing it was what everyone called him now, before he was summoned by his crew and departed with a final thank you. Joon Soo stood by himself for a moment, left behind as the others prepared to leave. He mulled over the conversation, realizing with some surprise that, intentionally or not, it seemed everyone from the crew was now defending him. His thoughts were interrupted by his phone ringing, and he was surprised to see Min Cheol's name before answering the call. After Min Cheol asked if he was busy, Joon Soo assured him that he had time to talk before they had to leave. Min Cheol then cautiously confirmed that Joon Soo was still on the same team as Jin-tae Go, making Joon Soo ask if something was wrong. There was a brief, hesitant pause on the other end of the line. The scene shifted to Min Cheol, who stood beside a telescope with a look of utter shock on his face as he spoke into the phone. A moment later, Joon Soo's voice erupted in fury as he processed the news, cursing Jin-tae's name. An airplane soared through the bright blue expanse, cutting a path between fluffy white clouds. Upon their arrival at the Taiwan airport, one of the staff members began briefing Miss Han. The staffer explained that the hotel was nearby and that room assignments would be handled upon arrival, hinting that the process might only appear to be random. Joon Soo cautiously asked if she was allowed to share such details for a show called Blind Mission, but she casually dismissed his concerns. Across the way, an observer watched in disgust as Jin-tae Go persistently tried to flirt with Sia, wondering why her manager wasn't intervening. He reasoned that since Sia Han was just beginning to make a name for herself, she likely felt pressure to endure the producer's unwanted advances. The onlookers' irritation with Jin-tae Go had been steadily building for some time. Back on the phone, Min Cheol confirmed that Joon Soo was on the same team as Jin-tae, revealing that the producer had been asking a lot of questions about him, which caught Joon Soo by surprise. Min Cheol elaborated that he was in a group chat with Jin-tae, where the producer had ominously questioned whether the upcoming shoot in Taiwan would go well. He continued, explaining that Jin-tae had been making cryptic and negative remarks about Joon Soo, calling him untrustworthy and a bother. Joon Soo seethed, realizing Jin-tae was resorting to the same dirty office politics he had used in the previous timeline, solidifying his reputation as trash. Min-cheol then mentioned that he had also run into Jin-tae by chance a little while before. He explained that what he overheard sounded like a much bigger issue, which prompted him to take certain measures, piquing Joon Soo's curiosity. Understanding the implications of Min-cheol's actions, Joon Soo acknowledged that this information changed everything and gratefully promised to buy him a drink later. Joon Soo reflected on the unexpected turn of events, grimly concluding that Jin-tae-go's career was now finished. Sometime later, as the team prepared for filming, someone interrupted Sia Han's thoughts, asking her to look at something, and she readily agreed. Approaching Joon Soo, Sia asked if he had been the one to call her over. Joon Soo confirmed that he had, explaining that he saw she was in a difficult situation and wanted to help before her energy was completely drained. Sia understood his gesture and offered him a sincere thank you. The sounds of the crew chattering filled the background as they continued their preparations. A quiet moment passed between them amidst the surrounding bustle. Sia suddenly let out an exhausted groan, feeling the day's fatigue set in. She complained about the oppressive heat, hunger, and thirst, wistfully wishing for a cool, refreshing drink. Joon Soo chuckled, playfully reminding her that she had confidently declared she would finish in first place. Sia retorted that the heat was just too much and their meager allowance was hardly enough to do anything, prompting another amused laugh from Joon Soo, who reminded her that missions were supposed to be challenging. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she remembered the snack mission, eagerly asking if they could do it immediately because she felt she was dying of thirst. Joon Soo agreed without hesitation, officially announcing the start of the mission. He laid out the rules, explaining she would draw one card from 3 different sets: place, target, and mission, and would have only 3 minutes to succeed. He then paused, indicating there was one more important condition. Joon Soo revealed that once her 3 minutes were up, he would begin drinking a boba tea, and the mission would only end when the drink was completely gone. Brimming with confidence, Sia declared that she had it in the bag. A hand purposefully raised a box cutter, its sharp blade glinting. The tip of the blade then neatly pierced the plastic seal of the boba tea cup. Joon Soo warned her that he wouldn't hold back and would drink the entire tea if she failed, causing Sia to desperately plead with him not to. The chosen cards revealed her mission: to get a kiss from a passing child on the street. Sia smiled, realizing her task was to get a kiss on the cheek from a child, which she thought would be incredibly easy. She confidently boasted that she possessed the unique ability to make any crying baby smile, a claim that baffled the surrounding staff. Approaching a group of children playing nearby, she politely asked them for a small favor. Certain of her imminent success, she enthusiastically tried to capture the children's attention. The kids, however, were lost in their own world, chattering away as if she wasn't there. One of the children playfully poked her cheek, but it wasn't the kiss she needed. Joon Soo announced that she had only 1 minute remaining as she continued her desperate attempts to win the children over. As the final seconds ticked away, Joon Soo declared that her 3 minutes were up, and Sia shouted for him to drink slowly. He began slurping the drink loudly, ignoring Sia's frantic screams for him to stop. But then, a boba pearl got stuck in his throat, causing him to choke and giving Sia a perfect, unexpected opportunity. She quickly turned to a young girl, pointing at her own cheek with a hopeful look. The sweet child looked up at her and broke into a wide, happy smile. Leaning in, the girl gave Sia a gentle peck on the cheek. Sia turned to Joon Soo triumphantly, asking for confirmation that she had completed the mission, which he affirmed. However, he then revealed she was 10 seconds too late and showed her his completely empty cup, leading her to cry out in frustration at his cruelty. Later that evening, the crew gathered together as a senior member praised everyone for their excellent work. With high spirits, the entire team raised their glasses for a celebratory toast. They remarked on it being the last day of filming, sharing a sense of accomplishment and agreeing that the episode would turn out great thanks to everyone's collective effort. Sia sighed dramatically, teasingly complaining that Junsu's strict rules had forced her into an impromptu diet throughout the trip. She continued her theatrical lament, recounting how he had mercilessly drunk her prize and only allowed her one bite during another mission, declaring him a complete devil. The group erupted in laughter as Joon Soo defended his actions as necessary for the shoot, assuring Sia she could now eat to her heart's content. In the middle of the celebration, one of the staff members noted that they were out of drinks. Joon Soo immediately volunteered to go out and buy more, earning a round of thanks from the crew. He walked alone down a quiet street, the warm colors of the sunset casting long shadows behind him. Suddenly, Sia's voice called out for him to wait as she rushed to catch up to him. Joon Soo turned, surprised to see her. He asked why she had come, but she insisted on helping him carry the drinks back. As an afterthought, she added that she was feeling a little tipsy and had wanted some fresh air to sober up, her features glowing in the evening light. Joon Soo paused for a moment, momentarily captivated by her appearance. He then agreed and suggested they walk slowly, privately thinking that she looked like she was in a professional photo shoot, a true natural-born celebrity. Their peaceful walk was abruptly interrupted by an unwelcomed figure. Jin Tae-go materialized before them, blowing a plume of smoke as he regarded them with a smug expression. He began to taunt Joon Soo, mockingly asking if he was on a date since he looked so happy. Jin Tae pressed further, suggesting that anyone who saw them would think they were a couple before carelessly tossing an empty can to the ground. He then deliberately crushed the can under his shoe while cruelly asking Joon Soo if Sia was an upgrade from Iong Min. When Joon Soo remained silent, Jin Tae glared at him, aggressively demanding to know if he found the situation amusing. Joon Soo calmly stepped between him and Sia, advising his senior to go sleep off his drunkenness instead of causing a scene in front of a cast member. Jin Tae loomed over the younger producer, his voice dripping with menace as he questioned what Joon Soo had just said. Staring back without a hint of fear, Joon Soo coolly asked if his senior hadn't heard him clearly. With a steely gaze and a low, firm voice, he repeated his command for Jin Tae to go inside and sleep it off. Joon Soo stared back unflinchingly, repeating his command for his intoxicated senior to go inside and sleep it off. Jin Tae reacted with explosive fury, questioning if Joon Soo had lost his mind to dare speak to him in such a manner. Watching the confrontation escalate, Sia quietly uttered Joon Soo's name, her voice laced with concern. Joon Soo turned slightly, reassuring Sia that he would be fine and advising her to ignore the scene, attributing it to Jin Tae being extremely drunk. Scoffing in disbelief, Jin Tae accused Joon Soo of shameless arrogance, suggesting a single successful shoot had gone straight to his head. He seethed, muttering about the younger producer's absolute lack of respect. A cruel smirk twisted Jin Tae's lips as a new, malicious idea took shape. He claimed he was originally going to let the disrespect slide for Sia's sake, feigning consideration. But inside, Joon Soo had reached his limit, deciding this was the final straw. He then urged Sia to go on ahead, promising to join her after having a word with Jin Tae, though she hesitated, clearly worried. Joon Soo insisted that he couldn't let this go and told her not to worry, even as her concern for him was plain to see. The two men stood locked in a silent, tense standoff. At that moment, a woman in a bright yellow jacket was seen running towards them from down the street. Jin Tae mockingly commented on the dramatic entrance, sarcastically noting that His Majesty had arrived to save the day. The newcomer immediately called him out for smoking in a non-smoking area, to which Jin Tae callously replied that he didn't care. A heavy shadow fell across Jin Tae's face, completely masking his expression in darkness. Joon Soo then calmly suggested they find a quieter place to talk, informing his senior that he also had a few things he wanted to say. The scene shifted to a secluded back alley, illuminated only by the faint light of distant stars. Joon Soo began, coldly stating that Jin Tae had picked the wrong person to mess with and questioned how long he thought he could get away with his behavior. He opened his interrogation by asking if Jin Tae simply held a lot of personal complaints against him. Then, Joon Soo cut to the heart of the matter, directly asking if his senior was suffering from an inferiority complex. He laid out the facts, questioning if Jin-tae resented him for doing better despite joining the company only a month later, even after Joon Soo had followed all rules of decorum. Joon Soo firmly demanded to know what Jin-tae's actual problem was, leaving the older man sputtering in rage. Jin-tae finally erupted, cursing at Joon Soo and telling the punk to know his place. Unfazed, Joon Soo replied that he found it laughable for Jin-tae to act so superior with only a month's seniority, especially since had gotten the job through connections rather than merit. Jin-tae defensively boasted about his 2 years of prior experience at another company, but Joon Soo immediately shot back, asking what he had truly accomplished in that time. He twisted the knife further, pointing out that Jin-tae wasn't better than him at anything and questioning if the humiliation from the trailer wars had taught him nothing. Jin-tae's fist clenched at his side, trembling with a barely contained fury. Joon Soo then delivered a final, cutting remark, suggesting Jin-tae wouldn't understand true competition since he hadn't earned his position normally. Having been pushed too far, Jin-tae lunged forward, threateningly asking if Joon Soo wanted to die. Joon Soo met the threat with a weary sigh, utterly unimpressed. He calmly recited an old saying about the guilty being the loudest, revealing he had been planning to let Jin-tae's rumor-mongering and office politics slide. Stunned by the accusation, Jin-tae frantically demanded proof of such slander. In a swift motion, Joon Soo's open hand slapped away Jin-tae's clenched fist. A flashback revealed Jin-tae poisoning a colleague's opinion, calling Joon Soo a complete fraud. The memory continued with Jin-tae laughing, claiming Joon Soo was a liar who used connections and that his divine power was a scam timed perfectly with a celebrity controversy. Jin-tae was then seen boasting that he had investigated Joon Soo's family and discovered his grandmother was a teacher, not a shaman as had claimed. His slander had continued as he revealed Joon Soo's parents were simple farmers, prompting his shocked listener to realize he conducted an illegal background check. In the past, Jin-tae had justified his invasive prying out of frustration before attacking Joon Soo's personal life as well. The flashback ended with Jin-tae warning the other employee to be wary, framing his toxic behavior as a senior looking out for a junior. Back in the present, Joon Soo looked Jin-tae dead in the eye, asking if he was still going to deny everything. Jin-tae stood in stunned silence, trapped by the irrefutable evidence. A malicious sneer then spread across his face as he pivoted, asking why Joon Soo had lied about his family in the first place. He taunted Joon Soo about his lack of filial piety, accusing him of selling out his own grandmother, which prompted the woman in yellow to plead for him to stop. Jin-tae ignored her, goading Joon Soo by asking what he would do if he didn't stop. Joon Soo's expression hardened into an icy glare, his patience completely gone. Leering, Jin-tae challenged him to throw a punch, confident the younger producer wouldn't dare to physically assault a senior. A blur of motion cut through the tense air as Joon Soo finally acted. His hand shot out, grabbing Jin-tae by the shirt as he repeated his command to stop. He leaned in close, coldly stating that when someone asks nicely, you are supposed to listen. Joon Soo finished his warning, telling Jin-tae to stop acting like a foolish, arrogant child. Jin-tae's face contorted with pure rage at being manhandled. He drew back his fist, screaming that if Joon Soo wouldn't hit him, then he would do the honors. A sharp crack echoed through the alley as Jin-tae's fist swung wildly. The force of his own missed punch sent him stumbling forward, his balance completely lost. Acting on instinct, Joon Soo reached out and grabbed his falling senior. He tried to steady him, but instead pulled Jin-tae off his feet, sending him crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. The sudden, loud impact of the fall seemed to startle even Joon Soo himself. Just then, a powerful, furious voice roared both of their names. An authority figure appeared, demanding to know what in the hell was going on. Jin-tae looked up from the ground, his eyes wide with shock as he realized their boss had just arrived. The director's hand balled into a fist, a visible sign of his immense anger. He repeated his demand for an explanation, as a horrified Joon Soo realized the scene made it look like he had just attacked his senior. Their boss seethed, bellowing at them for daring to start a fistfight on company time. Jin-tae, sprawled on the ground, stammered that he hadn't realized his superior had been there the whole time. Consumed by the thought that he was utterly doomed, Joon Soo fidgeted nervously and attempted to explain that the scene was a grave misunderstanding. The director's piercing glare cut him short as he questioned what misunderstanding there could be, stating he had overheard everything from the very beginning. Cold sweat trickled down Joon Soo's face as he realized there was no talking his way out of the situation. The director then turned his attention to the rookie cameraman, ordering him to send over the recording file from the shoot, to which the newbie quickly agreed. He then whirled on Joon Soo, shouting that being good at his job was no excuse for disrespecting a senior, forcing Joon Soo to offer a meek apology. With a frustrated sigh over the ridiculous situation, the director dismissed Joon Soo, telling him to go back to the hotel. He then paused, his attention shifting to the other person involved in the confrontation. The director's gaze settled on Jin-tae, informing him that the two of them needed to have a private talk. Jin-tae let out a soft groan of resignation before agreeing to the demand. Sometime later, Joon Soo entered a restroom where two of his colleagues were anxiously waiting. He triumphantly declared his success, marveling at the unbelievable coincidence that Director Lim had been using the very restroom he had specifically chosen for its seclusion. He reasoned that while the director had also yelled at him, it was merely a formality, since hearing the entire conversation made it perfectly clear who was truly at fault. Joon Soo felt a wave of satisfaction, realizing that he didn't even have to take further action, as Director Lim would handle everything himself. In essence, the crucial video evidence had been successfully delivered to the one person who could enact judgment. A sinister grin spread across his face as he concluded that Jin-tae Go was completely and utterly screwed. He mused that no matter how that trash attempted to slander him, no one would ever be able to win against him in this lifetime. The next morning, a cheerful Joon Soo strode into the office and greeted everyone. He asked if Director Lim had arrived yet, only to be told their boss had drunk too much the previous night and would be coming in late. Joon Soo found this amazing, recalling that the director had also drunk heavily on the night of their final filming, and now he understood the reason. He deduced it was all because of that bastard, Jin-tae Go, and instinctively glanced toward his senior's desk. The desk was stark and bare, all of Jin-tae's personal effects having been cleared out. One colleague wondered aloud what would happen to producer Go now, guessing he would leave the team but that they should get the details from Director Lim directly. Another senior then addressed Joon Soo, apologizing for not having realized how severely Jin-tae had been tormenting him. He insisted that he would have helped had he known the full extent of the harassment and once again expressed his regret. Joon Soo quickly dismissed the apology, reassuring his senior that there was nothing for him to feel sorry about. To move on, the senior offered to treat him to coffee, but Joon Soo politely offered to go get it himself. The senior insisted, saying he was heading downstairs anyway and would buy it on his way back. Joon Soo then began to recite an absurdly complex coffee order, which included a frappuccino, whipped cream, and caramel syrup, leaving his coworker baffled. Noticing his senior's confusion, Joon Soo quickly changed his mind and said he would just have a simple Americano. His coworker simply told him to text the exact order and headed out, leaving Joon Soo to express his thanks. The office settled into the quiet rhythms of a new workday. Joon Soo approached Jin-tae's empty desk, looking it over with a thoughtful expression. He surmised that Jin-tae must have been called in the previous day to clean out his desk and was likely sworn to secrecy about the entire affair. It was a good thing, he thought, as it was always better to sever an ill-fated relationship before it could worsen. The quiet moment was suddenly interrupted as Joon Soo's eyes widened in surprise at a presence behind him. A hand suddenly came down and grasped his shoulder firmly. A hoarse, croaking voice then rasped out, asking if anyone was around. Joon Soo let out a yelp, trembling as he demanded to know why they were trying to scare him like that. He whipped around, his heart still pounding from the shock. To his astonishment, it was Director Lim, who was slumped over and looked completely drained. Noting his boss' ghastly appearance, Joon Soo asked if he had drunk a lot, only for the swaying director to reach out and declare that it was all Joon Soo's fault. The director slid past a completely bewildered Joon Soo. With a heavy sigh of exhaustion, Director Lim collapsed into a nearby office chair. He then delivered the news that shocked Joon Soo to his core, Jin-tae would be transferred to a different program. Internally, Joon Soo erupted in a silent, joyous celebration over his adversary's departure. He quickly regained his composure, however, and offered a formal apology for his part in the conflict. The director waved it off, explaining that one of them had to be transferred anyway. Joon Soo put two and two together, asking if the drinking from the night before was due to the transfer, which his boss confirmed. Lim elaborated that Head had drinks with both Jin-tae and the main producer of the show he was being moved to, complaining about his killer hangover. His curiosity piqued, Joon Soo asked which program Jin-tae was being sent to. The director announced the title of the show was Two-Face. A flicker of recognition crossed Joon Soo's face as he confirmed that he was indeed familiar with it. He then cautiously followed up, asking if the main producer for that show was a man named Youngjin Kim. Lim confirmed this, adding that Jin-tae had actually wanted to join that program, which prompted a hollow well-wish from Joon Soo. The director explained that their youngest producer had wanted to move to current affairs, so Jin-tae simply took the newly empty spot. The name Two-Face echoed ominously in Joon Soo's mind. He was hit with a staggering realization: Jin-tae Go was now stepping into the exact role Joon Soo had occupied in his previous life. He recalled that the two of them had gotten along well in that other timeline, but he knew that things were completely different now. This time, Jin-tae had been transferred because he had been unceremoniously kicked out of Blind Mission. This meant that Jin-tae was about to suffer the exact same mistreatment that he had once endured. In fact, Joon Soo was absolutely certain that Youngjin Kim would treat his new subordinate far worse than he ever treated him. Unaware of Joon Soo's thoughts, the director mentioned that Jin-tae had wanted the transfer to a show with stable ratings to learn in a more comfortable environment. A dark sense of irony filled Joon Soo as he privately doubted Jin-tae would find his new position easier at all. Publicly, however, he simply offered a neutral wish for his former senior to do his best. In another office, Jin-tae seethed, silently cursing Joon Soo Kong for being the reason he got kicked out. He quickly consoled himself, reasoning it was better than the stress of Blind Mission's potential cancellation or Director Lim's constant nagging, feeling that had landed on his feet. With a decisive click of his computer mouse, he resolved to make a fresh start in his new role. The office door creaked open as he stepped inside to meet his new team. He announced his arrival with a booming voice, introducing himself as Jin-tae Go, and the team leader acknowledged the newbie he had told them about. The staff offered a polite round of applause as they welcomed him, and a self-satisfied smirk grew on Jin-tae's face, feeling this was a great start. He bowed deeply, promising his new colleagues that he would work hard for them. The main producer, Youngjin Kim, took a slow step toward him. With his arms folded impassively across his chest, he officially welcomed Jin-tae to Two-Face. A cold, predatory grin then stretched across his lips as he told the newbie that he looked forward to them doing their best together. The team raised their glasses in a celebratory toast, warmly congratulating Joon Soo. Min-cheol expressed his relief that the trash was finally gone and acknowledged how much Joon Soo had endured, but he waved off Joon Soo's gratitude, claiming he had only acted because he was too angry to stand by. In response to a question, Joon Soo confirmed that producer Lim had listened to the entire recording, including the part where Jin-tae threatened him with physical violence. His colleagues praised producer Lim's character and decisive handling of the situation, noting that other team members also spoke very highly of him. Joon Soo listened to their praise, silently agreeing with their positive assessment of the director. Later, in a quieter moment, Director Lim approached Joon Soo and personally thanked him for hanging in there. He then offered a sincere apology for not taking care of the matter sooner, acknowledging how tough it must have been for his rookie producer. Joon Soo, however, humbly deflected the apology and instead expressed his own regret for causing unnecessary worry. The director cursed Jin-tae for his baseless attacks on Joon Soo's family, finding it unbelievable that anyone could still doubt Joon Soo's abilities after all he had accomplished, a knowing smile touching his lips. A nervous sweat formed on Joon Soo's brow as he fumbled for a way to explain his supposed powers without revealing the truth. Sensing his subordinate's discomfort, Director Lim told him not to worry about an explanation, reassuring him that what mattered most was that he had been a huge help. He encouraged Joon Soo to be proud of himself, adding that divine power could manifest in many ways and wasn't always passed down through family. With a final word of encouragement, he told Joon Soo to keep his chin up and to always bring him any good ideas, leaving Joon Soo to reflect on his boss' kindness. It dawned on Joon Soo that the director still genuinely believed he possessed some kind of supernatural gift, a thought that made him see his boss as having a pure soul. He concluded internally that producer Lim was, without a doubt, a truly good person. The topic of conversation shifted when Mincheol asked their colleague Haeyoung how her team was doing, prompting her to vent about being overwhelmed by her show's upcoming 500th episode special. She confessed that casting for the special was proving to be incredibly difficult, which led someone to ask who they were trying to book. Haeyoung revealed their top choice was the famous actress Manhwa, whose name immediately caught Joon Soo's attention due to her notorious elusiveness. The others recapped Manhwa's impressive career as a multi-talented star who excelled in both acting and singing, with a popularity that rivaled any top K-pop idol. Given her star power, Joon Soo completely understood why Haeyoung's program, Weekly Star, was so desperate to cast her for their milestone episode. Haeyoung then revealed another major complication: the special was going to be a live talk show, a detail that sent a shockwave of stress through the group. While the team expressed their sympathy for the immense pressure her staff must be under, Haeyoung cut them off with a mischievous grin. She gleefully announced that since it was such a huge project, all the rookie producers in their department, including them, would be conscripted to help. With a chuckle of resignation, one of their colleagues promptly ordered 3 more pints of beer to brace for the work ahead. A few days later, a somber atmosphere filled the blind mission conference room as the director gloomily asked if anyone had any ideas for their next filming location. He outlined their primary constraint: with no time for proper location scouting, they had to choose a nearby Asian country. He urged them to suggest any city they were familiar with, no matter how strange the idea, but his plea was met with a deep, contemplative silence from the stressed-out team. The director sighed, admitting they were in a serious bind, as the show's preparation always followed a strict 3-stage process. The first stage required comprehensive location scouting and a preliminary on-site survey. The second stage involved the often bureaucratic process of obtaining official permission to film in the chosen location. Only after the first 2 were complete could they move on to the third and final stage, the actual shoot. He explained that because of the recent cancellation scare during the Taiwan shoot, no one had begun planning for the next location, and now it was far too late to start the process from the beginning. The team felt a wave of hopelessness, seeing no viable overseas options, until a sudden spark of an idea ignited in Joon Soo's mind. Joon Soo stood up and proposed a radical shift in strategy. Instead of going overseas, he suggested they shoot in Korea, an idea which caught the director by surprise. He backed up his suggestion by reminding them that Blind Mission had previously filmed successful episodes domestically, citing locations like Jongseon and Mokpo. The director paused, giving the idea of filming in Korea his serious consideration. Another producer admitted that those previous domestic shoots were forced by budget cuts, but Mincheol quickly voiced his enthusiastic support for Joon Soo's idea. He argued that a well-prepared shoot in Korea would be infinitely better than rushing into an overseas location completely unprepared. The others immediately agreed, realizing that filming in their home country would grant them the precious time they so desperately needed. Convinced by his team, the director approved the plan and tasked Min Chan with scouting locations in Korea, a responsibility he readily accepted. The director then instructed Min Chan to lead a team with Joon Soo for the domestic scout, while he would research overseas options as a backup, a plan the team unanimously approved. Turning his attention back to Joon Soo, the director put him on the spot, noting that the idea had been his to begin with. With a friendly tap on the shoulder, he asked Joon Soo if he had any good feelings about a particular place in Korea, prompting a nervous laugh from the rookie. One of the writers suggested they find a place where roses were in full bloom for the season, an idea that was met with nods of agreement. However, a potential scheduling conflict was raised, as the episode would air in June, by which time the roses would have likely wilted. As an alternative, lavender was proposed, since its season aligned perfectly with June, and everyone imagined the stunning scenery a lavender festival would provide. A colleague then wistfully wondered if a place existed that offered both beautiful roses and fragrant lavender at the same time. A flash of insight struck Joon Soo as he suddenly recalled that such a perfect location did indeed exist, a place graced with gorgeous red roses. He remembered it as one of the very few spots in all of Korea where one could also find fragrant purple lavenders blooming simultaneously. His mind's eye focused on Tonggyang in South Gyeongsang Province, where the warm southern climate made lavender bloom early, allowing them to capture both flowers in one trip. Mincheol noticed the look of inspiration on Joon Soo's face and correctly guessed he had a location in mind, prompting Joon Soo to describe a place where roses and lavenders could be seen together. To Joon Soo's utter astonishment, Mincheol immediately named the location as Haean Village in Tonggyang. Joon Soo was internally shocked, as the village shouldn't have been well known yet, but Mincheol confirmed his familiarity, explaining he had business there in the past. He elaborated that while he had once discussed filming with the landowner, his most recent attempt to contact the man had been met with a sudden and furious rejection. Joon Soo couldn't help but wonder what could have happened in the interim to provoke such a hostile and unexpected change in the owner's attitude. At the mention of trouble, the other staff members began whispering, trying to recall a recent news report about a serious incident that had occurred somewhere near that area. The hushed murmurs culminated in a shocking revelation that it was a murder, a word that sent a jolt through the entire room. Joon Soo's thoughts raced as he recalled that this very garden in Haean Village was destined to become a famous media hotspot in just a few years. He processed the new variables, the landowner's inexplicable rage and the grim coincidence of a murder happening nearby. A chilling realization washed over him, this confluence of events felt far too specific to be a mere coincidence. He began to suspect that this dark, unresolved incident might be the very reason the garden's fame was delayed, despite its future popularity. However, drawing on his knowledge of the future, he knew there were no lasting strange rumors about the place, which led him to a crucial deduction: the current situation had to be a misunderstanding that was eventually cleared up. Seeing their time running out and with no other options, he realized their path was clear. If he could resolve this misunderstanding now, their filming problem would be solved. Just as Mincheol was about to dismiss the location as a lost cause, Joon Soo spoke up with firm resolve. In a moment of dramatic determination, he announced to the entire team that he would be the one to get them permission to film there. Mincheol tried to warn him about the landowner's ferocious temper, but Joon Soo was resolute, insisting that he would do whatever it took to convince him. Impressed by his rookie's confidence, the director grinned and gave him a clear deadline: 1 week, or it would be too late. A quiet confidence filled Joon Soo, armed with the secret knowledge from the future about the garden's true value. He accepted the challenge without hesitation, telling the director to start preparing the missions for their shoot in Korea while he went to secure the location. Joon Soo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had talked a big game in the meeting, but a crucial detail was missing. He groaned internally, admitting to himself that he couldn't actually remember the specifics of what had happened with the Tonggyang murder case. Frantically searching online, he found an old article detailing the bizarre murder in Haean Village, noting that the suspect had already admitted to the charges. A faint flicker of memory sparked within him as he read the report, a nagging feeling that he'd seen this story somewhere before. He then discovered a follow-up article where the suspect's father filed a petition, insisting his son had been framed, a word that immediately caught Joon Soo's attention. His thoughts raced as he connected this to a similar case from 2025, where the real culprit was found years after an innocent person had confessed. The chilling implication settled in his mind: if this was the beginning of that same case, it meant the true murderer was still free. In a quick phone call to his contact at the investigative program tracking X-Files, he sought confirmation of a critical detail. His contact affirmed the tip's validity, explaining he chose to bring it to Joon Soo's program first, believing they would handle it best. The producer on the other end expressed immense gratitude, stating that their program would gladly welcome a case with such compelling elements. Joon Soo knew this to be true. A case with strong suspicions of a miscarriage of justice was exactly the kind of story they thrived on. After conducting more research, he found that all the details aligned perfectly with his future knowledge, just as he had expected. He saw a clear path forward where he could achieve two monumental goals at once, saving his own program and catching the real killer. The producer thanked him again for his invaluable help, but Joon Soo humbly deflected the praise, insisting he was just glad to assist a fellow professional. Despite the positive exchange, the producer's anxious fidgeting betrayed a hidden complication. He reluctantly admitted that, to be honest, it would be extremely difficult for their team to cover this case at the present moment, leaving Joon Soo to wonder why. The producer elaborated that their department was currently swamped, with new cases flooding in all at once. A surge of panic hit Joon Soo. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away and desperately asked if there was any other option, emphasizing the case's urgency. The producer suggested he could look into it on the side and recommend it to his superiors later, but Joon Soo knew that would be far too late for his own deadline. Joon Soo saw only one way forward and made a sudden, decisive offer. He announced that he would go with him to investigate, a proposal that clearly startled the producer. He argued that two investigators were better than one and that they needed to move fast to secure evidence, promising to take full responsibility for any consequences. The producer voiced his concern for Joon Soo's career, questioning how this would affect his role as the youngest member of the blind mission team. Joon Soo confidently brushed aside the concern, assuring him that he had already received permission to proceed. Upon hearing this, the producer's posture immediately straightened with newfound enthusiasm. Joon Soo noted the sudden fire that lit up in the producer's eyes, recognizing the unmistakable passion of a true investigative journalist, and briefly wondered if this was a good thing. He then reviewed the tragic facts of the case in his mind. The landowner, Mr. Kim, was the father of the accused, and his insistence on his son's innocence had been dismissed by the justice system. He knew that although the truth would eventually come out in 2025, that resolution would arrive far too late. A grim reality from his knowledge of the future haunted him. Mr. Kim's son was destined to take his own life in prison before his name could be cleared. Because he knew the man was innocent, Joon Soo felt he couldn't simply stand by and allow that tragic fate to unfold. His eyes widened with determination. He knew with absolute certainty that he had to save him. However, he reminded himself to proceed with caution, knowing that revealing too much about the future would only raise dangerous suspicions. He devised a plan to start by dropping subtle hints, fabricating a story about a friend who used to live in Tonggyang. He began his carefully constructed narrative, explaining what this supposed friend had told him about the case. The scene shifted to a quiet, dark residential street, where tangled power lines stretched across the night sky above the houses. Standing before a gate, producer Kong called out respectfully, asking the owner for just a moment of his time. The door was thrown open with startling violence, and the enraged landowner shoved producer Kong forcefully to the ground. The old man glared down at them, his voice raw with fury as he called them punks. He screamed, demanding to know if they had come to ask about filming in his garden and how much more misery they planned to inflict upon him. He roared at them to get out while producer Kong pleaded with him to calm down. Joon Soo shouted over the commotion, desperately explaining that they came because of his son. The landowner scoffed, furiously questioning what a couple of TV people could possibly know about his family's tragedy. Seizing the moment, Joon Soo yelled out the crucial words, declaring that he knew his son had been framed. The man's tirade stopped abruptly, the accusation hanging in the air as he stared in disbelief. His voice dropped to a suspicious whisper, demanding to know why they were suddenly making such a claim about his son. Joon Soo pressed his advantage, formally requesting an audience to discuss launching a new investigation to uncover the truth. After a tense silence, the old man slowly turned his back to them, an unspoken invitation to follow him inside. Joon Soo breathed a silent sigh of relief, realizing with a jolt of triumph that his bold strategy had actually worked. Inside, Mr. Kim apologized for his earlier aggression, explaining that his grief over his son was constantly aggravated by broadcasters asking to film variety shows. Producer Kong responded with empathy, assuring the man that they completely understood his difficult position. The father sighed, confessing that ever since his son was wrongfully taken, even the sound of other people's laughter filled him with rage. His hands began to tremble as he spoke of his own powerlessness, held back by poverty and a physical disability. Both Joon Soo and the producer listened in somber silence, absorbing the depth of the man's despair. With a sniffle, Mr. Kim explained that his son was with him in the rice paddy during the murder, but the police invalidated the alibi because he was a family member. He broke down sobbing, recounting how the police beat a false confession out of his innocent child, and how the media, after getting their sensational story, refused to hear his side. His voice cracked with anguish as he recalled never once raising a hand to his son, imagining the terrible pain the boy must have suffered. He wept openly, describing his helplessness as a poor farmer, unable to do anything for his child who was locked away for a crime he didn't commit. As he listened, Joon Soo reflected on the horrifying alternative he knew from his past life, a future he was now trying to prevent. Joon Soo reached out, placing a comforting hand on the father's shoulder and vowing that they would help him. He gave the man's shoulder a firm, reassuring squeeze, promising they would clear his son's name. Looking up with tears in his eyes, Mr. Kim asked with a sliver of hope if they could truly do what they promised. Joon Soo met his gaze directly and affirmed their commitment, stating with conviction that they would definitely help him. The scene later faded to the cloudy, star-dusted night sky above the village. As they were leaving, Mr. Kim told them he was putting his trust in them, and they thanked him, promising to return soon. Their footsteps echoed on the pavement as they were suddenly greeted by a passing police officer who noted Mr. Kim had visitors. Mr. Kim greeted Officer Park, whose gaze immediately shifted to the two strangers with a look of inquiry. The father proudly introduced them as producers from JBC who had come to help prove his son's innocence. He then introduced the officer, explaining how he had kindly stopped by every day to check on him, prompting the officer to remark that they must be valuable guests indeed. The officer expressed his sincere hope that they would be a huge help to Mr. Kim, though his eyes held a subtle, piercing glance. A heavy sense of dread hit Joon Soo as he recognized the officer, wondering with a chill why this particular man was here at this very moment. A tense, unspoken challenge passed between Joon Soo and the police officer. Joon Soo felt an unsettling flicker of recognition, convinced he had seen this man somewhere before. Beside him, the producer chuckled, completely unaware of the menacing undercurrent. Mr. Kim amiably asked what brought the busy officer to his home, to which Officer Park explained he was heading to a used car center and decided to drop by. Mr. Kim noted that his home was in the opposite direction of the officer's stated destination, but the officer brushed it off, insisting it was no trouble. The officer then shifted his attention to the guests, prompting Mr. Kim to proudly reintroduce them as the producers who came all this way to clear his son's name. A knowing smile touched Officer Park's lips as he listened, remarking that he understood the situation. A sudden realization sent a jolt of alarm through Joon Soo. The officer then took a step forward, extending a hand and thanking them for their efforts to help Mr. Kim. He added with a tight grin that since the police were also investigating, he hoped they could all help one another. Joon Soo cautiously accepted the handshake, agreeing that he looked forward to their cooperation. The moment their hands met, the officer's grip tightened with unnerving strength, sending a clear warning. A cold, predatory smirk spread across Officer Park's face. Announcing his departure, the officer bid the old man good night and walked away. Once he was gone, Mr. Kim praised the officer as a kind man who had looked after him, making him feel blessed by the people in his life. Joon Soo, however, stared into the darkness where the officer had disappeared, his mind consumed with suspicion. Later, as they drove away from the village, the producer somberly remarked that cases like these, seeing people suffer, always made him feel sad. He elaborated that he felt a stronger drive when covering stories of injustice, a sentiment Joon Soo quietly affirmed he understood. Joon Soo's thoughts, however, were still fixed on the unsettling encounter they just had. He voiced his conviction that the officer was undeniably connected to the case, even though he couldn't pinpoint how he knew, certain had never met him before. He replayed the officer's flimsy excuse in his mind, questioning why a man would go so far out of his way to a used car center unless he knew they were there. Suddenly, the phrase used car triggered a flash of a critical memory from his past life. The truth hit him like a lightning bolt. He remembered a news headline stating that the real murderer in the Tonggyang case was caught thanks to evidence found in a used car. In a sheer panic, Joon Soo screamed at the producer to stop the car, causing his startled colleague to nearly cause an accident. To cover for his sudden outburst, Joon Soo feigned a desperate need to urinate, complaining that he couldn't hold it any longer. After convincing the producer to go home without him, Joon Soo reflected on the slight loss of dignity his ruse had cost him. But he knew that if his fleeting memory of the past was correct, the sacrifice would be worth it. The location solidified in his mind, the crucial clue he needed had to be at the junkyard. The scene opened to a vast, desolate junkyard under the cloak of night, filled with mountains of scrap metal and abandoned vehicles. Joon Soo moved like a phantom through the metallic maze, his eyes carefully scanning his surroundings. Peeking from behind the husk of a rusted car, his eyes widened with anticipation. His search came to an end as he finally located the exact car the officer had been driving. He swallowed nervously, knowing that inside this vehicle lay the proof that would expose Officer Park as the true killer. His footsteps were soft and cautious as he approached the car. To his utter astonishment, he found that the car door was unlocked. As the door creaked open, a dreadful thought crossed his mind, that the officer had already returned and removed the evidence. His fears were immediately put to rest as his eyes landed on the item he was looking for, still inside the car. A smile of pure triumph lit up his face as he realized he now held the decisive evidence needed to catch the real culprit. Just as he secured the item, a sudden movement in the distance made him freeze. Pure adrenaline surged through him, and he bolted without a second thought. The sound of his frantic footsteps echoed eerily through the silent junkyard. He squeezed the evidence in his hand, his knuckles turning white from the force of his grip. Unbeknownst to him, Officer Park had just returned to his vehicle, pausing as something caught his eye. He noticed with a frown that the trunk of his car was slightly ajar. The officer slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the dark landscape. His sharp eyes methodically scanned the shadows, searching for anything out of place. The officer's piercing glance continued to probe the darkness, his suspicion growing. He let out a low, contemplative hum, sensing that he was not alone. Hidden only a few feet away, Joon Soo felt his heart slam against his ribs. A torrent of panic surged through him as his heart pounded violently, certain he had been seen. The frantic beat in his chest grew deafening as he prayed he would remain undiscovered. From his hiding spot, he watched as the officer reached toward the back of the car. The officer's hand closed firmly around the handle of the open trunk. Just then, the junkyard owner appeared, asking the officer if he needed help with anything. Officer Park turned to the owner, his face a mask of casual indifference. The owner helpfully pointed out that the trunk had been open when he arrived. A dangerous glint appeared in the officer's eyes as he glowered and asked the man if he had looked inside. Joon Soo's blood ran cold as he realized the immense danger he was in. The owner, however, simply shook his head, explaining that he saw it was open but didn't peek inside. The officer forced a relieved laugh and promised the owner he would be more careful in the future. After apologizing for the late-night intrusion, the officer announced he was leaving, and the owner bid him farewell. Joon Soo listened as the officer's footsteps slowly faded into the distance. An almost deafening silence once again descended upon the junkyard. He finally released a shaky breath he hadn't realized he was holding. A wave of relief washed over him as he processed how narrowly he had escaped discovery. He knew then that despite the terrifying risk, coming here had been the absolute right call. He got to his feet, acknowledging that while the officer may have taken the primary piece of evidence, a confident smirk played on his lips, for he knew there was still one more indisputable clue left behind. He recalled that in the original timeline, this single, overlooked item was what ultimately led to the real culprit's capture. With the final piece of evidence now in his possession, Joon Soo vowed that this time, Officer Park would not get away with his crime. The Tonggyang murder case was suddenly back in the news, its resurgence credited to the actions of Mr. Kim's son. A confident grin spread across Joon Soo's face, for he knew the one decisive piece of evidence was finally in his hands. It was a small but damning bloodstain, hidden away in the deepest corner of the car's trunk. He recalled that the car's next owner had bought it cheap and rarely drove it, which was why the tiny mark had gone completely unnoticed for so long. His mind turned to the real culprit, the man who covered up his own horrific crime and skillfully framed an innocent person for it. He then had the unbelievable gall to act as if he were a concerned party helping the victim's grieving family. Joon Soo seethed at the thought of how a man who called himself a police officer could commit such a monstrous act. His fist tightened as a cold fury settled in his heart. The officer's actions were utterly unforgivable. He resolved then and there that this deception, this injustice, would all come to an end. Later, posing as an anonymous tipster, he informed producer Kong that his friend, producer Song, had information about a critical piece of evidence. He explained to the producer that an informant had seen the suspect loading something into a car, suggesting the vehicle held a vital clue, but insisted the tip had to stay anonymous. Gripping the phone, he felt a surge of determination, certain that with his knowledge of the future, the killer had no way to escape. Merely 2 days later, the gears of his plan began to turn. Producer Song called producer Kong with exciting news, confirming that their show, Tracking X-Files, had officially greenlit an episode covering the Tonggyang case. Producer Kong was shocked, scarcely able to believe what he was hearing. Song gave full credit to the information they had received and asked Kong to pass on his sincere thanks to the anonymous informant. He then added that he would very much like to offer a token of their appreciation to this mysterious friend. Kong awkwardly deflected, explaining that the informant was being cautious and had strongly insisted on remaining anonymous, a detail which Song reluctantly accepted. Song then asked him to at least relay a message of thanks to the informant for their incredible courage. He added one last powerful sentiment, that what the informant had done was a truly huge deal. When the message was passed on to him, a warm, genuine smile touched Joon Soo's lips. Back on their call, Song promised to provide updates, explaining that their team would be working directly with the police to ensure the culprit's capture. Kong wished him the best of luck with the important investigation, and the two men ended their conversation. Meanwhile, a different man on another phone call listened with an expression of complete and utter surprise. Joon Soo reflected deeply on the stakes, understanding that an innocent person's entire future hung in the balance. He quickly ended his call, acknowledging to himself that while he had initially started this journey for his own benefit, he was now witnessing the fate of every person involved begin to change, little by little. The realization filled him with an overwhelming and satisfying feeling. It felt truly great. Now, with the official investigation underway, he knew there was just one last thing left for him to do. He placed a call to Mr. Kim, who answered and immediately recognized him as the tall, reliable-looking young man from before. Joon Soo expressed his pleasure that the man remembered him, and Mr. Kim warmly confirmed that he of course did. Mr. Kim then informed him that the other producer had just returned with a full camera crew to conduct a more thorough investigation. He chuckled with heartfelt gratitude, praising how detailed the JBC crew's questions were and how thankful he was for their help. After sharing in the man's happiness, Mr. Kim's curiosity piqued, and he asked Joon Soo for the reason behind his call. Joon Soo carefully explained that he was hoping to ask a significant favor of him. He paused for a moment before stating that his boss wanted to film on location and had put him in charge of obtaining permission. Taking a steadying breath, he formally asked if Mr. Kim would be willing to allow their crew to film there. A moment of silence from Mr. Kim made Joon Soo worry that he had been too hasty with his request. He quickly began to ramble, reassuring the man that it was fine to say no, but was cut off when Mr. Kim simply asked for the date. Joon Soo was caught completely off guard, prompting Mr. Kim to repeat his question about when they wanted to schedule the filming. A beat of stunned silence followed as Joon Soo tried to process the unexpected response. Then, to his utter disbelief, Mr. Kim calmly gave his consent. Joon Soo nearly leaped with joy, stammering as he double-checked if the man was absolutely certain it was okay. Mr. Kim affirmed that while he might turn down other broadcasting stations, he would gladly allow it for the one Joon Soo represented. With a grateful smile, he added that because of all Joon Soo had done, there was nothing he wouldn't do to help him in return. It was in that moment that Joon Soo made a silent vow that the man's son would soon return home to the flower garden they both cherished. The following morning, Joon Soo arrived back at the JBC broadcasting station. He strode confidently through the office, about to offer a cheerful morning greeting to his colleagues. Before a word could leave his mouth, his senior colleague rushed toward him, bursting with the question of how the call went. The entire team immediately swarmed him, assuming he had been met with failure and cursed out by the notoriously difficult old man. Seeing their universal disbelief, Joon Soo realized a simple answer would not be enough to convey his success. He dramatically slammed his hands together in a prayer-like gesture, comically suggesting they perform a spiritual rite, leaving his co-workers utterly baffled. He closed his eyes and took a moment for theatrical effect, as his team watched on in complete confusion. Then, his eyes snapped open, and he broke into a wide, bright, and triumphant smile. The sudden, joyful shift in his demeanor caused his senior to flinch back in shock. Joon Soo then boisterously announced that the owner had indeed granted them permission to film and was simply waiting for a confirmed date. The office instantly erupted into a chaotic bustle of cheers and praise for the incredible accomplishment of their rookie. His senior remained floored, wondering aloud how Joon Soo managed to get approval from a man who had famously rejected a program with a 50% viewership rating. Joon Soo just laughed it off, humbly suggesting that perhaps his sincerity had won the man over, and that he was just lucky. With a firm pat on the back, his senior completely dismissed the notion of luck. He declared with certainty that what Joon Soo had demonstrated was pure, unadulterated skill. He added that Joon Soo was clearly no ordinary newbie, possessing the competence and poise of someone who had already worked in the industry for 10 years. Wiping away a pretend tear of joy, Joon Soo secretly chuckled, knowing that he had, in fact, been doing this exact job for 10 years. With the good news confirmed, the producer commended Joon Soo's excellent work and officially ordered the team to proceed with the Tonggyang shoot as planned. Before long, the team was on the road, making their way to the coastal city of Tonggyang. As Joon Soo drove, his senior remarked on his surprisingly excellent driving, recalling that the rookie supposedly didn't even own a car. Joon Soo calmly stated that he had his license for about 3 months, silently adding the 10 years of practical experience he couldn't mention. After they parked and got out, his senior complimented him again on driving like a seasoned veteran, which Joon Soo accepted with a knowing smile. He mused to himself that it was only natural, considering the countless years he had spent driving himself to and from work. His senior then politely but playfully asked if he would be okay making another brief on-screen appearance during the upcoming shoot. Suddenly, however, the senior's tone grew more serious as he called out to get Joon Soo's full attention. He shot Joon Soo a curious, sidelong glance, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Leaning in slightly, he finally asked what exactly was going on between him and their fellow producer, Miss Han. The sudden, personal question caught Joon Soo completely by surprise, leaving him utterly flustered and at a loss for words. His senior leaned in conspiratorially, finally asking what exactly was going on between him and Miss Han. The direct question sent a jolt of shock through Joon Soo. His senior pressed further, questioning if their relationship was truly just professional. A wave of panic washed over Joon Soo as he wondered aloud if damaging rumors were already circulating, his face glowing with anxiety. But then, his senior suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh. He quickly clarified that he only meant Joon Soo should interact more with the other team members, admitting he had just been teasing him about his constant proximity to Miss Han. He explained that with Jin Tae gone, the old system of one producer per cast member was no longer sustainable, a fact Joon Soo quietly acknowledged. The senior confessed that while he was glad Jin Tae was gone, these new logistical challenges were rather inconvenient. He conceded, however, that the upcoming shoot would be a bit easier since the cast members would be moving together as one group. Joon Soo mused that this entire issue wouldn't exist if the team had started with only 3 producers to begin with. His senior added that the cast had naturally paired off with their producers during the last shoot, and a sudden change might be jarring for them. He then framed it as a perfect opportunity for Sia Han to build synergy by interacting more with the other cast members. He noted that with 8 episodes under her belt, Sia had successfully captured the attention of both the broadcast audience and the crew at the trailer shoot. With a confident smile, he declared that it was now time for her to forge new on-screen chemistry with the rest of the team. Joon Soo silently reveled in the fact that everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned, though a flicker of doubt remained. His senior's playful tone vanished as he leaned in once more, demanding the absolute truth about his relationship with Miss Han. He began listing her admirable qualities, calling her pretty, hard-working, and remarkably quick-witted for a newcomer. He continued his praise, noting that even her random quirks were cute, and pointed out the crucial fact that Joon Soo himself had recommended her when she was a complete unknown. The senior admitted he was just checking in case something was afoot, leaving Joon Soo to realize his colleague's suspicions and silently reaffirm his own professional view of Sia. In his mind, Joon Soo declared that Sia Han was the perfect character on a trajectory to become even more perfect, a prospect he eagerly anticipated. He verbally assured his senior that there was nothing going on between them, which the senior accepted with a light-hearted laugh. Joon Soo explained that his sole interest was in witnessing Sia Han's rise to stardom, as he found the process incredibly educational. At that moment, a hand discreetly slipped a vibrating phone into a nearby pocket. The senior glanced over, realizing it was a message from Sia asking about the destination for their next shoot. He relayed her message, explaining that she was currently in Tonggyang and thought it would be a wonderful place to film. Joon Soo then announced to the rest of the team that Miss Han was, by sheer coincidence, also in Tonggyang. His senior's eyes widened in surprise as he asked why she would be there. Joon Soo calmly informed him that she was there shooting for a new drama. The senior marveled at the incredible coincidence of them all being in the same city at the same time. Another team member chimed in, recalling that Sia had recently passed an audition for a drama titled Before the Sunset and surmised this must be it. The senior mentioned a friend of his might be working on that very production, adding that it was good to hear filming had finally started after numerous delays. He then tried to recall who the lead actor was, admitting he rarely kept up with productions that weren't his own. Joon Soo pulled out his phone to check, quickly tapping through the search results to find the answer. His eyes widened as he read the name on the screen. The lead was none other than Manhwa Yu. Joon Soo spun around and shouted in utter disbelief, confirming that the famous Manhwa Yu was indeed the star. He dramatically lamented his own ignorance, while his colleagues sighed at his typical fanboy behavior. Another crew member whispered to their neighbor, explaining that Joon Soo was a massive fan of Manhwa Yu, which accounted for his extreme reaction. A wave of determination washed over Joon Soo's face as he announced he had made a pivotal decision. He excitedly proposed they visit the drama set, but his senior immediately tried to cool him down, reminding him of their limited time. Joon Soo turned away, completely ignoring the practical advice, leaving his senior feeling as though a sudden storm had just blown through. A little while later, Joon Soo triumphantly reported that his friend confirmed filming would be over by the time they arrived, urging them to leave immediately. When questioned about their preliminary survey, Joon Soo brushed it off, pointing to the afternoon rain forecast and insisting no one would notice them taking half a day off. He pleaded his case with dead seriousness, promising they would have ample time for the survey the next day. Finally, he played his trump card, reminding them that they could only slack off like this because their strict boss, producer Lim, was not with them. The senior reluctantly caved, and with the rest of the team seemingly in agreement, the day's unofficial new plan was settled. Joon Soo let out a whoop of joy, cheering them on as they set off on their impromptu mission to see Manhwa Yu. The scene transitioned to the muted colors of an overcast city at night, the sky crisscrossed with a dense network of power lines. Inside the car, the senior's leg bounced up and down with uncontrollable nervous energy. Joon Soo observed his senior's anxious state, suggesting he get some sleep since they still had a way to go. Deciding that small talk might help, the senior turned to Joon Soo and asked how long he had been a fan of Manhwa Yu. Joon Soo paused to think, scratching his head as he figured it had probably been ever since her debut. The senior recalled that her debut was around 2010, impressed by his friend's long-standing loyalty, and then asked what specific qualities he admired about her. Just as Joon Soo started explaining his preference for her stage presence and his fascination with her cold aura, the car screeched to a halt, their driver announcing they had arrived. They stepped out onto a quiet, nearly empty street, bathed in the colorful glow of various business signs. Joon Soo reflected on Nahua's impressive career, built on relentless hard work, and understood why she had such dedicated fans. He also recalled that her famously cold demeanor had earned her the nickname Ice Princess, a persona seen by some as aloof but by others as simply rude. The memories of meeting her once or twice in his previous life surfaced in his mind. He mused that after working in the broadcasting industry for a full decade, the mystique of celebrities had long since faded for him. Noticing his senior was still bubbling with excitement, Joon Soo advised him to just remain calm. He offered a final piece of reassurance, reminding his colleague that underneath the fame, Nahua was just an ordinary person like them. A brief, tense silence hung in the air as his words settled. Joon Soo then turned his head to finally get a look at the famous actress. His composure instantly shattered as a wave of awe washed over him, his body trembling slightly at the sight. He swallowed hard, admitting to himself that her beauty was of a completely different, breathtaking caliber than Sia Han's. His starstruck senior whispered frantically for Joon Soo to go sit down first, confessing he was far too nervous to approach her himself. Joon Soo groaned inwardly, remembering how difficult he had found her to be in his past life and bracing himself for an awkward evening. Stepping forward with feigned confidence, he walked towards the actress and formally introduced himself. The senior's friend, dripping with nervous sweat, enthusiastically introduced them as producers from the hit show Blind Mission. Nahua offered only a curt nod and a flat, one-word greeting in response. The friend, sensing the icy atmosphere, quickly suggested they all start with a round of drinks to break the tension. The group dutifully raised their glasses and clinked them together in a half-hearted toast. Suddenly, a glass was slammed firmly back down onto the table. Nahua abruptly announced she was leaving and turned to make her exit. The friend stood in shock, utterly baffled that she was already departing when the night had barely begun. Overwhelmed with disappointment, Joon Soo Sr. could only let out a pathetic whimper. The friend lamented that while he knew she had a reputation for leaving team dinners early, this was faster than he could have imagined. As the sound of her footsteps faded, the friend scrambled for something to say and desperately called out her name. In a moment of pure panic, he blurted out the first random question that came to mind, asking if she happened to like movies. She paused and shot a piercing, icy glare back over her shoulder. The friend's face fell as he instantly realized the catastrophic nature of his mistake. He swallowed hard, overcome by the chilling certainty that he was completely and utterly doomed. The quiet restaurant was alive with the low hum of conversation and the clinking of glasses. A woman at a nearby table glanced over, her expression a mixture of surprise and genuine curiosity. Murmurs spread through the room as patrons began to recognize the famous actress Nahua sitting with the producers. Onlookers whispered amongst themselves, recalling her well-known reputation for disliking these kinds of team dinners. Just as expected, the actress shifted in her seat and began to stand, signaling what everyone assumed was her customary early departure. But then, a wave of confusion rippled through the curious onlookers. To the utter astonishment of everyone watching, Nahua settled back into her chair. A moment of bewildered silence hung over the surrounding tables. The senior producer could only watch in disbelief as the actress unexpectedly raised her glass for another shot. Back at their table, the friend nervously repeated his awkward question, asking the renowned actress if she liked movies. Nahua slowly turned her head, fixing him with a sharp and menacing glare. The friend's mind reeled in panic as he processed the monumental stupidity of asking a professional actress if she enjoyed films. Utterly doomed, he desperately searched for any possible way to salvage the rapidly deteriorating situation. Deciding to throw a Hail Mary, he awkwardly blurted out his own preference for Hollywood movies. He then jabbed Joon Soo frantically, who quickly chimed in, agreeing that Hollywood films were indeed great. Sensing a potential opening, the friend turned back to Nahue and quickly asked which directors she liked. Joon Soo flinched but seized the opportunity, stating that he personally enjoyed arthouse directors. He then confidently pivoted the conversation, asking Nahue which director was her favorite. To Joon Soo's surprise, her cold facade finally cracked, showing the first hint of genuine reaction he had seen all night. In a flash, a crucial memory surfaced in his mind of a past interview she had given. He recalled how she had been frustratingly coy and evasive through most of the questions. However, her eyes had completely lit up the moment she was asked about her favorite movie director. It was a moment seared into his memory, the only time he had ever seen the Ice Princess with such a passionate expression, all thanks to one specific person. The interviewer's question echoed in his mind, asking who her favorite director was. He remembered her brief, thoughtful pause just before she revealed her answer. And the name she had spoken was James Carter. The memory struck Joon Soo with the force of a revelation. He quickly stated his admiration for James Carter, noting that his specialty in independent films was particularly interesting. While the friend confessed had never heard of the director, Joon Soo launched into a passionate speech, praising Carter's entire filmography as masterpieces. Her interest now fully piqued, Nahue asked him what exactly he found so great about the director's work. Joon Soo elaborated on the director's distinct style, praising how his characters felt three-dimensional and truly alive on screen. He also added that the cinematic beauty of Carter's films was second to none. Finally, he confessed that he was, personally, a massive fan of the director. To add a personal touch, Joon Soo revealed that he had obsessively rewatched the movie Your Death while preparing for his producer exam. Nahue then addressed him directly as Producer Kong. She put his knowledge to the test, asking if he had seen James Carter's most recent film, Light and Shadows. A wave of relief washed over Joon Soo as he realized his gamble had paid off perfectly. He confidently confirmed he had seen the movie and even dreamed of one day collaborating with the director himself. Joon Soo then turned the question back to her, asking if she also liked James Carter. A rare, soft smile graced her lips as she admitted that she really liked him. The once icy atmosphere began to melt as drinks were poured with newfound warmth. Soon, genuine laughter filled the space between them. A light-hearted and easy rapport developed as they continued to chat. The bewildered friend leaned over to his senior, whispering to ask if this cheerful person was how she normally acted. The senior producer shook his head in awe, admitting it was the first time he had ever seen her having so much fun. Drenched in a nervous sweat, the friend agreed he had never witnessed anything like it either. Joon Soo inwardly thanked his luck, had only recalled the interview out of sheer panic, but the director's future success gave him plenty of material to discuss. Noticing her glass was empty, he offered to pour her another drink, an offer she readily accepted. She commented that she had never met anyone with whom she could converse so effortlessly. Looking at him with a newfound respect, she stated that it was a genuine pleasure to meet him. Joon Soo was momentarily taken aback by the sincerity in her voice. The two were soon lost in a deep and engaging discussion, dissecting the complex emotional shifts of the main character in the film in the mist. Outside, rain began to pour as Naoi's manager, Jae-won Gong, chatted with a colleague about grabbing pancakes and rice wine. Jae-won sighed, lamenting that his duties as a manager for WG Entertainment prevented him from drinking whenever he pleased. He checked his watch, noting that Nahue usually couldn't last even 30 minutes at these dinners, and sent her a text to let her know he was outside. His companion wondered aloud if she was staying longer because the producers from the hit show Blind Mission were there. Jae-won scoffed at the idea, certain that Nahue was not the type to be intimidated by anyone, regardless of their title. Still, a nagging sense of professional duty prompted him to peek inside just in case. He entered the restaurant and bowed apologetically, explaining that he was only checking on Nahue since she had an early schedule the next day. His prepared speech was abruptly cut short by the sound of Naoi's bright, unrestrained laughter. Jae-won froze in place, his mind struggling to comprehend the scene before him. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, half convinced he had to be hallucinating. He stared in utter disbelief at his client, who was smiling and flushed from the alcohol. As she swayed unsteadily, he realized with dawning horror that this was the first time in his entire career as her manager that he had ever seen her drunk. The senior producer explained that they had tried to stop her, but she had insisted on pouring drink after drink for herself. Deciding enough was enough, Jae-won insisted it was time to go, but Na-hue pouted, whining that she still wanted to stay. With a reluctant tap on the table, she finally conceded, admitting that if they really had to leave, she supposed it couldn't be helped. As she prepared to stand, she turned to Joon Soo and asked him to remind her of his name. The other producers exchanged looks of pure shock, realizing that the Ice Princess had just personally asked a junior producer for his name, an unprecedented event. Joon Soo remained composed as he formally introduced himself as producer Joon Soo Kang of Blind Mission. His name seemed to spark a flicker of recognition in her eyes. A warm smile spread across her face as she told producer Kang that she had had a wonderful time and hoped they could meet again. Joon Soo watched her go, a little stunned by the evening's unexpected turn. His starstruck senior could only stammer a goodbye, thrilled to have simply heard her famous voice in person. The friend drunkenly suggested they should all drink more, but the senior producer quickly began dragging him away, citing their own early schedule. As he was being pulled towards the exit, the friend grumbled Junse's name under his breath. He then shot a final, thoughtful glare back in Junse's direction. As he was dragged away, the senior producer's friend seethed with irritation, muttering Joon Soo Kang's name under his breath. He shot a final, contemplative glare back in the junior producer's direction. He decided then and there that he would look into this man, just to be safe. Meanwhile, in the car, Jae-won told a drowsy Na-hue to get some rest, making a quick excuse about needing the restroom. He then turned back towards the restaurant he had just left. Jae-won slid the door open once more, stepping back inside the now emptying establishment. Joon Soo, surprised to see him return, asked if he had forgotten something, to which Jae-won fabricated a story about Na-hue leaving an item behind. Joon Soo laughed lightly, pointing out that there was nothing there, prompting Jae-won to blame Na-hue's drunken state and apologize for the trouble. The producer waved off the apology, suggesting that since they hadn't been properly introduced, now was as good a time as any. He extended a hand, formally presenting himself as Joon Soo Kang from the show Blind Mission. Jae-won accepted the handshake, introducing himself as Na-hue's manager, Jae-won Gong. The show's name sparked a connection in Jae-won's mind. He recalled hearing rumors about a rising star rookie producer and realized he hadn't misheard the name earlier. He was standing before the very same producer Joon Soo Kang had heard so much about. Jae-won quickly tried to manage expectations, explaining that Na-hue's cheerful mood was due to the alcohol and that she was normally quite shy. Joon Soo's expression hardened slightly as he interpreted this as a warning that Na-hue was, in reality, cold and aloof. Her manager elaborated, adding that while she remembers everything when drunk, she gets embarrassed easily and might act coy at their next meeting. Joon Soo simply smiled, telling him not to worry about it and gently reminding him that Miss Yu was waiting alone in the car. Jae-won thanked him for his understanding and wished him a good night before turning to leave. As he departed, one of the other producers called out a stern reminder about the 6 a.m. call time the next day. Jae-won walked back to his car under the shelter of a black umbrella as a light rain began to fall. He got into the driver's seat and closed the door with a soft thud. Breathing a sigh of relief, Jae-won was glad that the up-and-coming producer seemed to be a decent person. He had been worried Na-hue's drunken behavior might have made a bad impression, a crucial concern given the producer's growing influence. He knew that even for a top star like Na-hue, maintaining a good image was paramount in the ever-changing landscape of the broadcasting industry. In any case, as he drove, he took a moment to glance over at his client. It had been a very long time since he had seen Na-hue look so genuinely happy and at peace. He found himself hoping he would have the chance to see her smile like that again soon, and with that thought, he pulled the car onto the main road. At that very moment, back near the restaurant, someone else was violently retching from the night's festivities. The next morning, the cheerful sound of chirping birds signaled the start of a new day. Joon Soo awoke with a low groan, his head pounding from a severe hangover. His friend chided him for drinking so much, complaining that he had thrown up all over his clothes the night before. The friend defended his actions, reasoning that they were there to cast Manhwa anyway, before asking if Joon Soo had even managed to bring it up with her. Joon Soo let out a weary sigh, knowing his friend's attempt would end in failure. They both conceded that casting someone of Manhwa's caliber wasn't simple, even with their show's rising ratings. Later, on the set of Blind Mission, Joon Soo was greeted by a cheerful cast member named Jackson, who had arrived early. Jackson eagerly told the producer he was expecting a fantastic shoot that day. Joon Soo assured him they had prepared fun games to meet those expectations and offered to help him with his microphone. Just then, another voice called out his name across the bustling set. A female cast member approached, wishing him a good morning with a bright smile. He returned the greeting warmly, remarking that it had been a while since they'd last seen each other. As he offered to help her with her mic next, Jackson excused himself to prepare for the shoot. Once they were alone, the actress quietly said she wanted to apologize for something. A blush crept onto her cheeks as he moved closer, her mind racing to figure out what he could possibly be sorry for. He explained that he felt bad they couldn't speak during the team dinner the previous night. She smiled, reassuring him that it was perfectly fine since they had been seated at different tables. He then admitted that there had been something important he wanted to ask her. As he hesitated to voice his question, a staff member suddenly called out for the actress. The crew member announced that the shoot was about to begin, and she quickly acknowledged the call. Leaning in, Joon Soo whispered that they could finish their conversation later. She agreed and hurried off toward the main stage. Joon Soo watched her go for a moment, his thoughts lingering on their interrupted conversation. A short while later, the cameras were rolling as the host welcomed the audience to another episode of Blind Mission. He explained that while the show was known for its overseas locations, that day's special episode would be filmed entirely in Korea. One cast member feigned shock, comically complaining that he'd even brought his passport, which earned a laugh from the host. The actor continued the gag, playfully demanding to know why his manager hadn't informed him of the change in plans. Another castmate chimed in, asking where they were headed and hoping the domestic location wouldn't be a disappointment. The host confidently promised a destination just as beautiful as any foreign country, playfully building the suspense. With a dramatic pause, he finally revealed their destination to be Tonggyang in South Gyeongsang Province. Joon Soo watched from the sidelines, pleased that the opening sequence was progressing smoothly. The host then explained that for this special, all 4 cast members would travel together in one vehicle, prompting a question about how they would get there. He gestured towards a sleek van, explaining that the production team had intentionally prepared a comfortable car for their long journey. However, one of the cast members voiced a common suspicion, noting that their producer would never make things that easy. The host confirmed their fears with a grin, announcing a pop quiz to determine who among the staff would be their designated driver. He turned to the potential drivers, asking them to state how long they'd had their licenses, starting with the supposed rookie. When it was his turn, Joon Soo calmly stated that it had only been 3 months since he received his license. The 3 main cast members stared back at him with expressions of pure, unadulterated shock. They began whispering frantically among themselves about the mortal danger he posed, forcing Joon Soo to remind them he could hear every word. He mused internally that while his total driving experience was over 10 years, his claim was not entirely a lie. After all, in his current life, his license was indeed only 3 months old. The cast began to strategize, assuming one actress would choose her own manager, who drove her daily. Joon Soo mentally predicted that the youngest floor manager would claim 7 years of experience, a fact the man immediately confirmed with pride. The producer knew, however, that the young manager rarely ever drove, making his actual skills practically non-existent. He had perfectly set the stage to appear as the most inexperienced driver of the 3, ensuring everyone would rank him last. His plan worked flawlessly as the cast panicked, vowing to answer at least one quiz question correctly to avoid a trip to the hospital with him at the wheel. An hour of frantic guessing passed on the set. To their utter dismay, the cast failed to answer a single question correctly, dooming them to a 6-hour drive with their rookie producer. One terrified cast member pleaded with Joon Soo, frantically reminding him of basic driving rules like being gentle with the accelerator. Another nervously volunteered to be his co-pilot and handle the navigation for the entire trip. As the van lurched forward, the cabin filled with panicked screams as the cast braced for the worst. But after the initial jolt, an unexpected calm settled over the ride. One of the actors expressed his confusion, noting how smoothly Joon Soo was driving for someone with only 3 months of experience, to which Joon Soo joked about having 10 years of experience without a license. The actor shivered at the producer's deadpan delivery, remarking that he almost sounded serious, prompting Joon Soo to laugh playfully. As they drove on, the afternoon sky melted into a beautiful canvas of soft pink and purple clouds. Joon Soo glanced in the rearview mirror, noticing that the exhausted cast members had all drifted off to sleep. The female actress, still awake beside him, smiled and credited their peaceful slumber to his surprisingly smooth driving. He suggested she get some rest as well, promising to wake her when they reached the next rest area. She insisted she was fine and, after a brief moment of hesitation, decided to break the comfortable silence. She softly called his name to get his attention. He turned his head slightly toward her, signaling that he was listening. Taking a steadying breath, she finally began to ask her question. She wanted to know if she could now ask him what she had been unable to on set earlier. Taking a steadying breath, the actress finally asked Joon Soo if she could voice the question she couldn't ask on set. His mind short-circuited for a brief moment, thrown off by her sudden seriousness. He offered a tight, forced grin, attempting to conceal the wave of anxiety washing over him. A thick, awkward tension descended upon the quiet interior of the van. He risked a sideways glance, his thoughts racing as he dreaded what she was about to say. His greatest fear was that she would directly ask about the nature of his relationship with her, Han Sia. She fidgeted nervously in her seat, gathering the courage to speak her mind. After a moment of hesitation, she finally prepared to ask her delicate question. The actress leaned closer, lowering her voice into a conspiratorial whisper. She softly inquired if producer Go's abrupt departure was a result of the incident back in Taiwan. A quiet rush of relief washed over Joon Soo as he processed her actual question. He confirmed her suspicions were correct, immediately apologizing for not having found the right time to tell her himself. Joon Soo assured her it was all right but stressed the importance of keeping it a secret, privately thankful her question was not what he had feared. She then apologized for him having to see her in such a distraught state, admitting she had been deeply worried. Turning towards him with a bright smile, she insisted that everything was fine as long as he was okay. Her sudden, heartfelt declaration caught him by surprise, and he paused before muttering his thanks. An uncontrollable blush crept up his neck at her unexpected warmth and sincerity. He let out a soft laugh, admitting he had no idea she held him in such high regard. Wiping a nervous hand on his pants, he vowed to work even harder to create a better program for them all. She adopted a playful pout, insisting that she would have to work harder as well. As they drove towards their destination of Tonggyang, Joon Soo changed the subject, asking how her drama filming was progressing. She initially misunderstood, thinking he meant their variety show, but laughed as she realized he was asking about her acting project. She humbly explained it was a minor supporting role, but she was still immensely thankful for the chance. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she shared her goal of landing a more substantial supporting role next time, prompting him to offer his enthusiastic encouragement. She laughed, philosophizing that moving up step by step was the beauty of the industry before playfully reminding him of her seniority in broadcasting. The actress teased him for sometimes speaking with the authority of a 10-year veteran, which earned a flustered but amused reaction. He deftly steered the conversation away again, asking how long it had been since she first debuted, to which she replied it had been about 2 years. He jokingly suggested calling her Sunbae out of respect for her experience, an offer she immediately and vehemently refused. She then turned the tables on him, curious to know his own thoughts on life in the broadcasting world. He grew contemplative, considering how to describe his strange new reality. He explained that despite having done the same job for a decade, everything he was experiencing now felt profoundly different from his past life. Joon Soo admitted that he found his new circumstances fun and fresh, with a surprising amount left for him to learn. She found his outlook refreshing, sharing that her own manager always said an employee's rookie days were the most difficult. As their conversation flowed, his gaze drifted to her face, and a particular detail suddenly stood out to him. He casually mentioned that she had covered the small birthmark beneath her eye, a comment that shocked her since she didn't think he'd ever noticed it. He explained that he spent countless hours staring at her face in the editing room, leaving her completely speechless and flustered. He then offered his unsolicited opinion, confessing he thought she looked better when she didn't hide it. Joon Soo elaborated that he considered it one of her unique attractive points, expressing slight disappointment that it was covered. Flustered by the intimate compliment, she could only manage a quiet, stammered response. Feeling suddenly overwhelmed and hot, she quickly announced she was opening the window for a bit of air. Much later, a long, weary yawn echoed through the van as they finally pulled into their destination. They arrived on set to the murmurs of a busy crew, who announced that shooting would commence in just 30 minutes. The actress quickly apologized for oversleeping, but the staff waved it off, completely understanding after their grueling 6-hour drive. A senior crew member teased Joon Soo about the youngest member sleeping in, before directing him to join the morning mission briefing. As he emerged from the van, the lead actor, producer Kang, greeted him with a wide smile and asked if he'd slept well. Joon Soo was met with a suspiciously bright and mischievous beam from the veteran actor. Leaning in close, the actor accused him of doing something suspicious while he was asleep, but Joon Soo feigned innocence. The actor pressed him, jokingly questioning if he could be trusted. Joon Soo finally broke into a grin, mischievously admitting he had been taking photos of the actor's sleeping face. He then imagined the hilarious on-screen caption that would accompany the photo, sending the actor into a fit of playful outrage. With a chuckle, Joon Soo reassured his senior that the photos weren't embarrassing, narrowly dodging a retaliatory swat. The scene shifted to the sprawling outdoor set, now fully operational with cameras, lights, and crew members bustling about. A makeup artist approached the actress, noting that her look for the day was different than usual. With a confident smile, the actress confirmed she had wanted to try a new style. Her eyes sparkled as she posed for the artist, asking if this new look suited her better. The makeup artist gave her an enthusiastic thumbs up, praising her elegant and beautiful appearance. Just then, the director's voice boomed across the set, calling for all cast and crew to gather for the shoot. Joon Soo stepped forward, officially announcing the morning's mission, a scavenger hunt for items seen on television. He felt a slight blush of embarrassment saying his own game idea out loud, wondering if all creators felt this way. However, he quickly remembered how much praise the concept had received during the initial planning meeting. A confident grin spread across his face as he realized his own idea was about to be broadcast, a stark contrast to his previous life. A powerful wave of determination washed over him as he recommitted to achieving the success that had once been stolen from him. He laid out the simple rules for the cast: they would select a TV channel and then had to find whatever item or living creature appeared on the screen. The cast members buzzed with excitement, complimenting the producer on such a new and entertaining idea. A quiet sense of pride swelled in Joon Soo's chest. Receiving this kind of feedback was precisely why he racked his brain for new concepts. Suddenly, one of the actors voiced a panicked what-if scenario, imagining the horror of landing on a fishing channel. Joon Soo calmly explained that they could either catch or simply purchase a fish, which brought a wave of relief to the anxious cast. He smiled inwardly, knowing that the mission's true challenge wasn't in its description but in the unpredictable luck of the draw. He mentally calculated the odds, seeing sports channels as low difficulty and random home shopping channels as potentially much harder. The true nightmare scenario, he mused, would be landing on a nature documentary that featured insects. But it was this element of chaotic chance, he believed, that formed the very beauty of the game. With the briefing concluded, Joon Soo announced that Han Sia would be the first one to select a channel. Deciding on a cautious strategy, she announced she would choose a predictable news channel. She stepped forward and decisively pressed the button on the remote, turning on the television. Her confident expression quickly melted into one of utter shock as the image appeared on the screen. A wave of disbelief washed over her as she realized the impossible nature of what she was seeing. Everyone stared in stunned silence, collectively wondering how in the world she was supposed to find that. Han Sia's confidence shattered as the screen lit up. A wave of utter disbelief washed over her. She cried out in despair, questioning how she could possibly obtain what she was seeing. The news report featured a famous mountaineer, Bongil Eom, who had just successfully climbed the Himalayas. The announcer detailed how, low on supplies, the crew had harvested rock salt from the very peak to create pink salt. A stunned silence fell over the cast and crew. But then, a small chuckle broke the tension. The room erupted in laughter as a cast member gleefully pointed out that all Han Sia had to do was go to the Himalayas and return with the pink salt. She protested the overnight impossibility of the task, only to be playfully reminded that the method was her problem to solve. Next, Hyungjin Park stepped up, deciding to tempt fate by choosing a random channel. The television displayed a desert documentary, prompting a crew member to joke that he now needed to find a camel. Hyungjin immediately declared that he was giving up. He proclaimed that he valued his life more and quickly switched to a predictable sports channel. This new mission fell to Miso Sin, who was tasked with getting a baseball signed by Major Leaguer Hyunjin Oh. She, too, instantly forfeited the challenge. With everyone else out, a determined Jackson realized he was the last one left. He felt the weight of being the final hope for the morning's mission. With a burst of energy, he dashed forward and decisively pressed the remote control button. The screen showed a food program where a restaurant owner proudly served vegetables grown in his own garden, highlighting a fresh cucumber. Jackson stared, bewildered by the simplicity of his mission item. He groaned, wondering where he could find a cucumber in the middle of the night, before being told to rest and search in the morning. The disappointed cast members murmured to each other, resigning themselves to having no breakfast the next day. Watching them, Joon Soo grew worried, realizing the rural location had unexpectedly increased the mission difficulty and threatened their supply of usable footage. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed something odd. He saw Jackson walking away from the group, heading toward the exit. Joon Soo watched with growing suspicion, wondering where the actor was going at such a late hour. The shadowed figure of Jackson made his way down a dark garden path under the moonlight. Joon Soo called out his name, startling the actor, who let out a sharp cry of surprise. Joon Soo irritably demanded an explanation for why he was sneaking around alone so late. Jackson retorted that the presence of a cameraman should have made his intentions obvious, adding that he had followed Joon Soo because he was the one acting suspiciously. The two men stood cautiously in a dark, bushy area, the producer's surprise giving way to understanding. Jackson then stated his objective with blunt determination: he had to get the cucumber. Joon Soo's mind immediately flashed to a potential tabloid headline about a celebrity's arrest, fearing Jackson was about to commit theft for the show. Jackson scoffed at the accusation, questioning why Joon Soo always assumed he had bad intentions. He then bizarrely declared that he first needed to get permission to steal, leaving Joon Soo completely bewildered by his logic. The scene shifted to the dimly lit exterior of a nearby farmhouse. Jackson burst through the door, loudly greeting whoever was inside. He trailed off as he stared into the empty room. After finding the elderly couple who owned the home, he began to act charmingly, wiggling his shoulders with a playful energy. He started kneading the couple's shoulders, sweetly pleading with them to let him take just 1 or 2 cucumbers from their field. The old man immediately recognized them as the crew that had arrived earlier to film in the village. Startled, Jackson confirmed his identity and nervously asked if there was a problem, while the man grunted in approval of the massage and urged him to continue. The farmer then adopted a solemn tone and asked for the name of their television show, to which Jackson replied it was called Blind Mission. The man's face brightened with excitement as he asked if this moment would be broadcast on television, and Jackson hesitantly confirmed it was a possibility. The farmer quickly took out his phone, asking for the air date so he could make sure his grandchildren would see it. While still enjoying the shoulder rub, he casually gave Jackson permission to take some cucumbers from the patch out back. Jackson's face lit up with pure joy as he thanked the man profusely, who remained blissfully absorbed in the massage. The camera panned over a dark, forested mountain path, signaling Jackson's journey back. He danced triumphantly along the trail, celebrating his successful procurement of the cucumbers. His celebration stopped short as he considered that simply returning with the items would reveal his success to the others. Meanwhile, back in the editing bay, Joon Soo reflected on how Jackson was the only one to complete his mission. A sly grin spread across his face as he thought it would make for great television if someone were to sabotage him. As if on cue, other cast members appeared, looking around for Jackson. They finally found him walking along the path. They immediately accused him of betrayal, claiming he had snuck off to complete his mission without them. Jackson played innocent, insisting he had just gone for a walk and boldly invited them to search him for proof. One of the cast members took him up on the offer, grabbing the front of his jacket. The cucumbers hidden inside tumbled out and snapped in two as they hit the hard ground. Jackson let out a theatrical scream of anguish. He sobbed over his broken mission items while the saboteur laughed, declaring that if she couldn't eat, then nobody could. Watching the footage later, Joon Soo remarked to the head director how entertaining that particular scene was. The director laughed heartily in agreement, praising how natural the interaction felt and wondering if the actors had known what was going to happen beforehand. Joon Soo modestly credited Miso Sin's brilliant ad-libbing for the scene's success. He secretly recalled the great effort it took to wake the cast and orchestrate the encounter, hoping his direct involvement would remain his secret. The director praised Joon Soo's instincts, noting that with a few captions and some trimming, the segment would be perfect. He then told Joon Soo that he would be given his own editing room to help him slowly build up his experience. A grateful smile spread across Joon Soo's face as he realized he was finally moving forward. He felt a surge of renewed determination, knowing he just had to keep taking one step at a time. Lost in thought, he believed that soon his ultimate dream would finally come true. His hopeful reverie was abruptly shattered when someone crashed into him, sending a drink flying. The woman who had bumped into him apologized profusely and asked if he was okay, but he numbly replied that he was fine as he looked down at his soaked shirt. She insisted on paying for the laundry, but he waved it off before pausing mid-sentence as he finally looked up and saw her face. He barely registered her asking if the spilled drink had been hot. His mind raced as he stared in shock, wondering what this specific person from his past was doing here, while she looked back with concern and asked again if he was all right. Joon Soo immediately recognized the man as the massively popular QTuber, Yuzik Jo, whose fame from his 1 million subscriber channel had even earned him appearances on public television. He quickly deduced that Yuzik's presence at the broadcasting station at this time meant he was there for the comedian interviews, a thought that was cut short when the woman beside him asked if he was even listening. Pulled from his memories, Joon Soo blinked and brought his focus back to the present situation. He recalled how, in his previous life, Yuzik's career had exploded, leading to a guest appearance on a show Joon Soo worked on, stirring up old feelings of wanting to be part of such celebratory team dinners. In that specific memory, Yuzik had opened up, revealing he had been an aspiring comedian for the past 10 years. A fist clenched in the flashback as Yuzik described the crushing weight of that decade, juggling part-time jobs and caring for his sick father while feeling like he wanted to die. He trembled while recounting his deepest regret, missing his father's final moments because he was on his way to a comedian interview that he ultimately failed. Yuzik had lamented that if only he had started his QTube channel sooner, his life might have been different, and someone had offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. Joon Soo remembered being powerless to say anything back then, merely watching as another staff member commented on Yuzik being drunk and offered to call him a driver. A familiar bitterness arose in Joon Soo as he recalled also being unable to be at his own father's side when he passed away, all due to the selfish actions of Youngjin Kim. His hand tightened into a fist as he remembered Youngjin Kim's cruel refusal to let him leave, insisting that a producer could never abandon a shoot. Back in the present, Joon Soo tried to stop the woman from offering him money for the laundry, insisting that it really wasn't necessary. Shifting his focus entirely, he looked past her to the other man and suddenly asked if he was an aspiring comedian. The man, Yusik Jo, confirmed with a self-deprecating laugh that he was, scratching his head as he admitted he hadn't passed the auditions. Determined to give Yusik a hint that would prevent him from repeating a past failure, Joon Soo introduced himself as Joon Soo Kang, the producer for Blind Mission, and extended his hand. He then politely asked Yusik if he had a moment to talk with him privately. Sometime later, Joon Soo walked back into the production office and announced his return. A colleague immediately asked where he had been, prompting Joon Soo to offer a vague apology and say that something important had come up. The colleague looked him over with a curious and perceptive gaze. A wide grin then broke out on his face as he noted how relieved Joon Soo looked and guessed that something good must have happened to him. Joon Soo thought back to his conversation with Yusik, recalling how he had assured the aspiring comedian that his future success was already a certainty. The memory of Yusik's wide, shocked eyes flashed vividly in his mind. His colleague then stood up with a chuckle, playfully asking if Joon Soo was actually the one who had experienced some good fortune. With a cheerful expression, Joon Soo lifted his hand and happily confirmed that he had. He then addressed the entire room, telling everyone to make sure they had no plans for that evening. With a triumphant flourish, he revealed that Blind Mission's ratings had climbed to 2.8%, and to celebrate, the general manager had entrusted him with the corporate credit card. The office erupted in cheers as the team processed the incredible news that they had beaten their rival, and Joon Soo congratulated everyone for their hard work. Just then, the head director called him over, informing him that the show Weekly Star had requested a rookie producer for assistance and that he would be going there tomorrow. The next day, Joon Soo was thrown into the controlled chaos of the Weekly Star set, where staff were scrambling to find misplaced microphones and confirm camera positions. He let out a quiet sigh, feeling grateful for the celebratory beef he ate the night before, as he accepted his temporary role as floor manager, a job for rookies doing all sorts of odd tasks. A senior producer pointed him toward the waiting rooms, ordering him to get the celebrity guests ready for their entrance. He sarcastically reflected on the old saying that it was a privilege for a new producer to be so frequently requested by other teams. He approached the first waiting room door, pushing it open with a heavy clunk. This so-called privilege, he mused grimly, felt a lot more like suffering. After notifying the celebrities in the first room, he mentally ran through his checklist to see who was next. As he looked into the next room, however, his eyes widened in complete surprise. A wave of dramatic tension washed over him as he stared at the familiar faces inside. There she was, Nahuayu, the woman who'd spilled a drink on him, standing with her arms crossed and a deeply annoyed expression. He reasoned that since they had met before, it would be appropriate to at least offer a simple greeting. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if she had any recollection of the fun she seemed to have at that one team dinner from his past life. Pushing the thought aside, he stepped forward and awkwardly offered her a can of cola. She whipped her head toward him, her face contorted in a mask of sheer fury. She angrily questioned his judgment, asking if he expected her to drink a carbonated beverage right before going on live television and if he'd take responsibility for her burping on air. Someone nearby muttered that this was typical of rookie producers, remarking on how fussy she was. Joon Soo began to retort that she could simply choose not to drink it if she didn't want to. He was cut off by the sudden appearance of Jackson, who stared at him with a look of utter betrayal and demanded to know how he could do such a thing. Jackson dramatically exclaimed that Joon Soo was famous for never giving food to anyone. He loudly complained that Joon Soo had refused to give him, sia, and miso breakfast because they failed their missions, but Joon Soo just curtly told him to go away. Jackson then demanded to know why Nahuayu was receiving special treatment, prompting an exasperated Joon Soo to shove the cola into Jackson's hands and declare it should be enough for him. From the side, Nahue's companion quietly observed that she found the producer incredibly annoying. A moment later, another staff member told Joon Soo to get Nahue to the stage, so he professionally informed her it was 5 minutes until her entrance. He then moved closer to perform a standard, final check on her microphone pack. As he fiddled with the equipment, his expression suddenly turned serious. He looked up with alarm and announced that the microphone wasn't working. A nearby crew member instantly panicked, exclaiming that they were only 3 minutes away from going live. A frantic check confirmed her in-ear monitor was working, which shifted the panicked attention to the microphone's transmitter. Someone shouted an order to replace the transmitter, only to be met with the disastrous news that there were no spares left. The crew quickly realized that the previous idol group had reported similar issues, and all the backup transmitters had already been used. A cold dread washed over them as they understood that a technical failure at the start of a 2.5-hour live broadcast could ruin the entire show. The urgent call of 2 minutes to live echoed through the tense backstage area. Cutting through the rising panic, Joon Soo grabbed the faulty transmitter pack and confidently declared that he could handle it. His mind flashed back to his previous life, where he had encountered this exact same technical crisis before. The final 1-minute warning was called out as he gritted his teeth and focused intently on his task. He looked at Nahue and instructed her to go on stage at her cue, causing her to protest that her microphone was still broken. He met her worried gaze and sincerely asked her to trust him and proceed to the stage anyway. With a promise that he would somehow solve the issue, he turned and sprinted away from the backstage entrance. The final 10-second countdown began, its urgent pace matching his desperate dash through the studio. The broadcast monitor flashed the number 8. The countdown continued with an authoritative 7. The crew watched as the number dropped to 6. Reaching his destination, Joon Soo slammed his hand down on a console button just as the countdown hit 5. The number 3 appeared on the screen. The final moments ticked away as the countdown hit 2, then 1, and the show went live. Having made it just in the nick of time, Joon Soo leaned over, panting heavily to catch his breath. He watched the monitor and sent a silent, fervent prayer for his fix to have worked as the host began her opening line. He realized with a rush of relief that his desperate gambit had paid off. His last-minute fix on the audio console had indeed worked. The live broadcast concluded without any further issues, but he never anticipated how far the story of his quick thinking would spread. The production crew exchanged congratulations, celebrating their hard work on the successful show. Little did Joon Soo know what unforeseen consequences that single incident would bring about. Sometime later, he answered a phone call from a man who confirmed he was speaking to producer Joon Soo Kang. Joon Soo could only react with stunned disbelief at the offer that followed. In a meeting room, a well-manicured hand slid a crisp business card across the polished surface of a desk. The man, EP Hyungmin Woo from the public broadcasting channel PBC, repeated his proposition from the phone call, urging the young producer to come and work under him. Joon Soo reeled internally, shocked that after only 3 months he was already being scouted by a major channel, and by this particular scoundrel of all people. Hyungmin Woo pressed his advantage, explaining that such an offer was a rarity for a newcomer and promising his full and unwavering support. A bitter memory surfaced from Joon Soo's previous life, where Hyungmin Woo had stood by and assisted Yongjin Kim in stealing his intellectual property. He forced himself to remain calm, pushing down his immediate anger and asking for more specific details on how he would be supported. A confident grin spread across Hyungmin's face as he offered Joon Soo the chance to produce a pilot program scheduled to air during the Chuseok holiday. The sheer scale of the proposal left Joon Soo with a look of genuine surprise. Hyungmin leaned in, emphasizing that this was a golden opportunity for a rookie to attach his name to a major project. With an internal smirk, Joon Soo dismissed the idea of his name being on anything, knowing the man's true intentions. He recalled that this was the precise moment in his past when Hyungmin produced his first project as an EP, while the man continued to flatter him about his past promotional videos and his knack for creating buzz. Joon Soo knew there was no way Hyungmin would let an outsider take such a critical project from his own loyal subordinates, just as the EP pushed a contract towards him and told him to look it over. It was obvious to Joon Soo that Hyungmin's own team had failed to produce any viable ideas, which was why he was being so dismissive about the contract's details. As Hyungmin continued to praise his potential, Joon Soo's hand tightened, realizing the man's plan was to poach a talented newcomer and steal his ideas, just like before. The EP then delivered a final, condescending blow, questioning why Joon Soo would waste his potential under a supposedly talentless producer like Seongjin Lim. His phone buzzed, but Joon Soo's mind was already elsewhere, recalling how Hyungmin had previously sabotaged producer Lim's career at PBC after Lim had refused his job offer. Hyungmin pressed for a final answer, dangling the bait of Joon Soo immediately getting to produce a project under his own name. But Joon Soo's mind was flooded with memories of past betrayals, of being told that orders from the top required a change in the main producer. He remembered all the empty promises of gaining experience now for a bigger push later, and a silent scream of rage erupted within him against all the lies. The fury of a lifetime of stolen ideas and usurped programs boiled within him as he remembered every single time these bastards had taken what was his. Hyungmin Woo broke the tense silence, noticing the young producer's distant expression. Collecting himself, Joon Soo began to speak, acknowledging that the offer was indeed an attractive one. But then, his demeanor shifted as he delivered a simple, firm refusal. He clarified that upon reflection, the offer wasn't attractive in the slightest. Hyungmin Woo sputtered, caught completely off guard by the sudden rejection. He demanded to know what Joon Soo thought he was doing, his voice rising with indignation. His anger exploded as he watched Joon Soo defiantly tear the contract in half. Joon Soo coolly stated that Hyungmin seemed to need a newbie to steal from, not a producer, causing the executive to stammer in shocked fury. Hyungmin's tone turned venomous as he warned Joon Soo that he had judged him incorrectly and that he would not get away with such an insult. Joon Soo calmly confirmed that he believed he would, admitting that while making enemies was unwise. He was finished with sitting back and staying silent as he had been forced to do in his previous life. Defeated and furious, Hyungmin stormed out, leaving a final threat hanging in the air for Joon Soo to watch his back. The sound of an angry footstep echoed on the floor as the disgraced executive made his exit. Once alone, Joon Soo leaned back in his chair, a sly and deeply satisfied grin spreading across his face. He savored the moment, reflecting on just how wonderful that act of defiance had felt. Unseen by him, two of his colleagues in the same cafe noticed him sitting alone. One of them squinted, recognizing the departing man as PBC's well-known executive producer, Hyungmin Woo. They speculated on the nature of the meeting, correctly guessing that it hadn't been a friendly one. The senior colleague decided to discreetly ask Joon Soo about the encounter the following day. The next morning, work began as usual at the towering JBC broadcasting station. Joon Soo was promptly summoned by his senior producer. The producer cut straight to the point, asking if Joon Soo had met with someone in Sinchon the day before. He then confirmed his suspicion, stating that he thought he had seen Joon Soo with Hyungmin Woo. Joon Soo nonchalantly confirmed the meeting, cleverly explaining that his colleague must have spotted him since had mentioned he was going to be in the area. His senior immediately deduced that a job offer had been made, but his concern turned to shock when Joon Soo mentioned had been offered a pilot. Joon Soo then broke into a wide, cheerful smile and announced that he had turned the offer down, leaving his colleague utterly flabbergasted. The senior producer playfully scolded him, remarking that any other newbie with only 3 months of experience would have seized such a golden opportunity. With a confident grin, Joon Soo explained his logic: receiving a great offer now simply meant that an even better one was waiting for him in the future. He confidently added that it would be a shame to accept this deal and miss out on a greater one later, earning a laugh from his senior who praised his silver tongue. Joon Soo concluded by noting that it was only natural to defend someone you respect when they are being badmouthed. His boss, producer Lim, was touched by the display of loyalty and offered him a quiet, heartfelt thanks. Joon Soo responded with nothing more than a knowing, friendly grin. Later, during a broadcast, the host announced that the #1 song for the week was Cold Rain's smash hit, Burst. The office staff murmured in approval, noting that it was Cold Rain's second consecutive week at the top, solidifying his status as a major star. A private smile touched Joon Soo's lips as he remembered that the song was originally intended for Jefferson, feeling glad it had found the right artist. He puffed up his chest with a sense of vicarious pride, feeling as if he had personally nurtured the artist's career, much to the confusion of a nearby co-worker. Just then, Miss Kim, a senior writer, jokingly addressed him as the man who had raised Cold Rain. She then seriously proposed that he invite the now famous artist as a guest, a suggestion that Joon Soo immediately and vehemently shot down. He countered that bringing in a guest at this point in the show's run was completely unfeasible. Miss Kim fired back, arguing it was an excellent idea now that their host, Sia Han, was firmly established. A heated debate quickly ensued, with one faction arguing to stick with their winning formula while the other pushed to capitalize on their momentum. One weary staff member sighed, realizing that once again, they would be working late into the night. It was a familiar routine for the team to become so lost in creative debates that they wouldn't even notice the sun had set, but this time their discussion was abruptly interrupted. The sudden ringing of a cell phone broke the tension, and its owner hastily apologized for the disruption. But as the staff member looked at their screen, their expression turned to one of pure shock, immediately catching the attention of everyone in the room. A wave of panic began to spread as the person on the phone frantically asked what they were supposed to do about the breaking news concerning Jackson Kim. The bombshell dropped, silencing the entire room. Jackson Kim, a prominent figure, had just been implicated in a serious school bullying controversy. An explosive online post suddenly appeared, written by an individual claiming to have graduated from Arthur International School in LA, the same high school Jackson had attended. The accuser went into detail, recounting alleged incidents of being beaten up, having drinks spilled on them, and being hit with a basketball, expressing deep anguish at seeing Jackson now living a happy life. They concluded by stating how painful it was to witness Jackson's success after his image had been cleaned up, casting a dark cloud of suspicion over the idol's past. Joon Soo processed the news with a cold dread, realizing this scandal had never occurred in his original timeline, where Jackson was renowned for his spotless reputation. Panic erupted in the office as a staff member desperately argued against a member change, pointing out that the program was just now finding its success. The mere suggestion of a member change sent a ripple of shock and confusion through the assembled team. But as the chaos mounted, a chilling thought crossed Joon Soo's mind: perhaps the true target wasn't Jackson at all. He considered the possibility that Blind Mission itself was the intended victim, just as another staffer frantically reported that the agency's phones were all off while viewer complaint calls flooded their lines. Joon Soo's mind raced, desperately trying to figure out who would want to sabotage their show and what their motive could possibly be. Then, with a sickening lurch in his stomach, a horrifying possibility began to take shape. He vividly recalled Hyunmin Woo's arrogant boast that if he couldn't bring someone to his side, he would simply step on them. The memory of Woo's chilling threat echoed in his ears, a promise that he never let his enemies fester and made sure anyone who crossed him would learn to regret it. In that moment, Joon Soo knew with absolute certainty that Hyunmin Woo was the architect of this entire disaster. He understood it all. Woo was taking revenge on him for refusing his offer and simultaneously attacking producer Lim, a man he had long despised. Meanwhile, at his agency, Jackson Kim passionately denied the allegations, insisting that the situation was completely unfair. He pleaded his case before the executives, his voice filled with desperation as he repeated that it wasn't him. An executive calmly advised him that the only way they could help was if he told them the absolute truth. Overwhelmed and on the verge of tears, Jackson could only whisper again that the accusations were false. When asked if any friends from that time could vouch for his innocence, he explained that had lost contact with everyone after moving to Korea right after graduation. He continued, reminding them that he wasn't allowed a phone during his trainee days and had only received a company-issued one after his debut, making it impossible to reconnect. Jackson voiced his fear that his old friends likely thought he had become arrogant with his newfound fame. A company official stressed that in a crisis like this, time was of the essence, and pressed Jackson one last time for confirmation that he wasn't lying. At his wit's end, Jackson exploded with frustration, challenging them to ask his Soulcore bandmates or any of his agency colleagues, demanding to know why he would tell a lie that could be so easily exposed. His composure finally broke as he choked up, crying out in anguish over why nobody would believe him when it truly wasn't him. Through his sobs, he insisted that he was innocent, but acknowledged that his innocence wasn't the immediate problem. He continued to beg them to believe him, swearing that the story being told was not the truth. Cutting through his tears, an executive sternly told him that the real problem was proving his innocence, and that it was no time for crying. The agency head swiftly gave orders to release an official statement branding the post as defamation and to immediately get in touch with reporters. He also instructed them to add a threat of strong legal action against the spread of false rumors, privately worrying that Jackson's career would suffer even if he was exonerated. On a phone call, producer Lim sniffled as he assured the agency that he knew Jackson wasn't the type of person to bully anyone. The agency representative sighed, agreeing that they also believed it was untrue, but admitted the posted yearbook photo was a serious complication. Later, Joon Soo found Jackson and placed a reassuring hand on the young idol's shoulder. He firmly stated that the entire Blind Mission team believed in him. With a supportive grin, Joon Soo added his own personal conviction, telling Jackson that he, of course, believed him too. Jackson looked up at him, his expression crumbling as he struggled to find his voice. He finally broke down, clinging to Joon Soo and sobbing as he begged the producer to help him. Joon Soo attempted to lighten the heavy atmosphere, shakily reminiscing about the good times they had shared, though he privately thought that only the stress of deadlines came to mind. Sometime later, a yellow station wagon traveled down a desolate highway, its occupants silent with the weight of the scandal. Inside the car, Joon Soo sighed, lamenting the impossibility of meeting Jackson's friends to clear his name since they were all in the United States. He glanced out the window, and as the scenery blurred past, the words "the U.S." sparked a sudden, daring idea. Elsewhere, producer Lim confirmed over the phone that WG Entertainment was refuting the post, only for his expression to change as the person on the other end delivered some new information. After ending the call, producer Lim tersely informed a junior colleague that he was going to see the general manager. A tense silence fell over the office, broken only by the rhythmic clatter of a staff member typing at their keyboard. One of the writers anxiously noted that a full hour had passed since producer Lim had left for the general manager's office, and he still hadn't returned. The cynical producer Hwang scoffed, remarking that the general manager would never let this go, especially given his well-known animosity toward producer Lim. He then openly blamed producer Lim for their predicament by confronting the GM, prompting an immediate and angry rebuke from Miss Kim. Producer Hwang defended his statement, arguing that it was producer Lim's actions that had led to talk of their show being cancelled, further infuriating his colleague. As their argument escalated, with Hwang insisting he was just being realistic, another team member had to step in to stop the fight. Frustrated, producer Hwang announced he was leaving and stormed out of the office, ignoring the calls for him to come back. Miss Kim turned to Joon Soo, asking if he agreed with Hwang's harsh assessment, but Joon Soo quickly denied it, admitting that Hwang had crossed a line. She let out an exasperated sigh, complaining about the utter lack of discipline that seemed to be spreading through their department. The sudden, sharp slam of the exit door left the remaining two men staring after it in stunned silence. Just then, producer Lim re-entered the room, and his anxious team members immediately rose to greet him. They crowded around their boss, bombarding him with questions about what had happened and what the general manager had decided. Producer Lim looked utterly defeated as he apologized, explaining that the general manager had refused to listen to a single word he had said. A cold realization washed over the staff as they understood the terrible implication of his failure. With a heavy heart, producer Lim delivered the devastating news: Jackson Kim was being forced to leave the show. An airplane carved a path through the clear blue sky, beginning a journey that held the key to one man's reputation. Inside, a passenger expressed his sheer awe as they traveled across the globe. Joon Soo exclaimed that it had been far too long since his last visit to the United States. He then lamented their situation, noting that while the secrecy was necessary, a skeleton crew of only 2 cameramen and a producer felt unprofessionally crude. Producer Kang told him to stop trying to disguise himself, pointing out that his efforts only made him look more suspicious. When asked about filming an opening segment, the producer decided they would skip it for the day. One of the exhausted cameramen requested a moment to grab food after their long 18-hour flight, and producer Kang readily gave his permission. The cameraman then turned to Jackson and offered to buy him something to eat as well. However, Jackson quietly declined the offer, insisting that he had no appetite. Observing from afar, other travelers whispered that his behavior was exactly what they'd expect, citing the fierce look he always wore on TV amidst the breaking news of his scandal. Anonymous voices on the internet hurled insults, telling the alleged bully to go back to his own country and mocking fans who believed he was kind. As Joon Soo read a comment demanding justice, he suddenly snatched the phone away, realizing the hateful messages were the true reason for Jackson's refusal to eat. Jackson let out a hollow laugh, admitting that even though he knew better, he couldn't stop himself from reading the comments. Producer Kang offered a piece of wisdom, stating that facing public scrutiny was an unavoidable fate for those in the broadcasting industry. He even shared his own past experience of compulsively reading negative comments when his own show was being constantly attacked. Just then, the cameramen returned, announcing they were ready to leave, and producer Kang noted with dry amusement that they appeared to have had a fantastic meal. With everyone gathered, Joon Soo shifted their focus back to the task at hand, asking for the location of their first shoot. Meanwhile, back in the Korean office, the remaining team members wore forced smiles. Miss Kim explained the grim situation: while their previously shot footage of Jackson was approved to air, he was officially out of the upcoming Mongolia special. A colleague clarified the bleak terms, confirming Jackson could appear in what was already filmed but was forbidden from any new shoots. But then, a junior writer spoke up, reminding them that they still had a window of time before the next episode was set to air. He pitched a bold plan to producer Lim, pointing to their leftover budget from the domestic shoot and the fact that the last episode ran short. Producer Lim listened intently, his eyes widening as he slowly understood the audacious proposal being laid before him. The writer presented 2 choices: they could either pad the runtime with old footage or secretly fly to the US and film new material with Jackson. He concluded with a confident grin, certain that the executives at the top would never know the difference. Producer Lim immediately rejected the idea, turning away as he listed the severe risks, including the Mongolia special and the disciplinary action they'd face if caught. Unfazed, the writer played his final card, voicing his strong suspicion that Hyungmin Woo was the mastermind behind the whole scandal. He expressed his near certainty and appealed directly to producer Lim's own animosity toward Woo, knowing he wouldn't want the man to get away with it. With determined eyes, the young writer urged his boss to join him on a mission to save Jackson Kim. Producer Lim stood in contemplative silence, weighing the potentially career-ending risks against the chance for justice. His mind flashed back to a memory of encouraging that very same rookie, recalling a time he had put his complete faith in him. In the U.S., the small crew arrived on the campus of the prestigious Arthur International School. They met with a man who smiled warmly as he described Jackson as a model student who had even been elected student council president. The guidance counselor, who served a role similar to a homeroom teacher, asserted that a bully could never have become president at their school. He further recalled that Jackson would consistently go out of his way to defend weaker students from being bullied. The crew then presented the counselor with the details of the controversy swirling around Jackson in Korea and asked for his opinion. The counselor immediately denounced the rumor as a complete lie, reiterating that Jackson was a protector of the weak, and lamented that his true kind nature was unknown to his new audience. Overcome with emotion, his heartfelt testimony served as a powerful testament to Jackson's true character during his school years. Later, Joon Soo gave instructions to the producer, emphasizing that the interview and reunion footage must be edited to convey the maximum amount of sincerity. When the producer didn't respond, Joon Soo leaned in and asked if he had been heard. Suddenly, an ecstatic Jackson grabbed the producer, shaking him excitedly as the startled man demanded to know what was happening. Jackson explained he was trying to express his gratitude, admitting he never imagined they would contact his old guidance counselor. He confessed that their efforts had given him a chance to breathe, but Joon Soo warned that it was still too early to relax. Jackson agreed that he must be more careful upon his return, only for Joon Soo to pivot, announcing it was time for a surprise dinner mission. Baffled by a mission in the U.S., Jackson listened as Joon Soo laid out the rules: identify the type of broadcast from an English radio clip. As Jackson whined in protest, Joon Soo explained the penalty, where each incorrect answer would cost him one use of a utensil at dinner. To amplify the pressure, the crew revealed that dinner would be at a renowned 2-Michelin-star restaurant. Jackson was visibly choked up, questioning the cruelty of bringing him to such an incredible restaurant when his game loss meant he could only use a utensil a single time. Pushed toward the private room, he hesitated, nervously asking if some other strange surprise was waiting inside. The moment he entered, his expression shifted to one of pure, unadulterated shock. He shouted in disbelief, asking what his old friends were doing there, and they responded with a chorus of warm greetings. The room erupted with more familiar voices as all his friends enthusiastically called out his name. Joon Soo explained with a slight stutter that he arranged the reunion, thinking it would be nice for Jackson to see his friends while he was in town. Among the crowd, a brown-haired friend offered Jackson a gentle, reassuring smile. In a private conversation, Joon Soo told producer Kang that he had rejected some people who demanded an appearance fee to avoid any suspicion that they had paid for testimony. He assured his boss that many more friends had gladly stepped up when they heard Jackson was in trouble, and that he only gathered those with a pure desire to help. The reunion was filled with laughter and nostalgic chatter, as friends recalled long-lost memories, including the time 3 girls confessed their feelings to Jackson simultaneously. As the evening progressed, producer Kang quietly suggested to Joon Soo that it was time to start wrapping things up. He pointed out that they had already secured plenty of good footage, and letting the guests get any drunker would make it unusable for broadcast. At that moment, one of Jackson's friends mentioned offhandedly that he had recently sold his high school yearbook, prompting another to ask if a fan had bought it. The friend explained the buyer was Korean, but he wasn't sure if they were a fan, adding that the person paid extra for the book and demanded total secrecy about the sale. Sensing a critical lead, Joon Soo subtly gestured to the cameraman, signaling him not to stop filming. The friend continued his story, mentioning that the Bitcoin payment was suspicious and the buyer's profile only contained a last name, leading another to joke it might have been a secret celebrity admirer. When asked for the name, the friend recalled it was Woo, a revelation that caused Joon Soo to gasp as he connected the purchase directly to Hyungmin Woo. The crew celebrated their successful shoot in the United States, congratulating one another on a job well done. Jackson expressed his heartfelt gratitude, overwhelmed that they had traveled so far for him, but they humbly insisted it was simply their duty. Producer Kang felt a wave of relief, thankful that Jackson had fully recovered and that his friends had successfully proven his innocence. Joon Soo then cheekily reminded his boss that one final problem remained, laughingly calling out producer Kang's name. When Joon Soo asked about their sleeping arrangements, producer Kang apologetically confirmed that circumstances had forced them to share a room. Undeterred, Joon Soo enthusiastically suggested they share a beer before turning in for the night. He quickly checked if his boss was too tired, but then brushed it off, claiming he could easily sleep on the long flight back to Korea the next day. Producer Kang admitted he was indeed exhausted and jet-lagged but agreed to the drink, praising Joon Soo for the thoughtful gesture. However, his thoughts drifted to Jackson's well-being, only to be immediately sidetracked by some fresh idle couple gossip. Suddenly, Joon Soo cried out as a sharp pain shot through his stomach. An audible rumble echoed from his midsection as he announced his urgent need for the restroom, and Kang quickly told him to go ahead. Joon Soo asked if he could take his time, prompting Kang to agree while silently concluding that his colleague should not have any more to drink that night. Left alone with his thoughts, producer Kang focused on the unshakable certainty that Hyungmin Woo was the mastermind behind the entire incident. He replayed the details in his mind, recalling how the yearbook delivery had been arranged through an anonymous public locker. He then connected the final dots. Communication was restricted to social media, and the initial contact was made the very same day he had rejected Hyungmin Woo's corrupt offer. A surge of silent fury took hold as he tightened his grip, frustrated by having a strong suspicion but no tangible proof. His train of thought was broken by his phone ringing, and he stared at the screen, puzzled by the unexpected caller. He cautiously answered the call, his mind still racing. A frantic voice erupted from the speaker with terrible news, reporting that producer Hong had suddenly submitted his resignation and vanished. Producer Kong shouted in disbelief, questioning the timing with the Mongolia shoot just 2 days away, as the caller confirmed the station was now in total chaos. Another voice on the line demanded the phone from the panicked junior staff member, who nervously obliged. A senior producer's voice then came through, curtly asking Kong if the US shoot had gone well before addressing the urgent matter. The senior's tone then shifted to pure rage as he forbade Kong from ever referring to the traitorous producer Hong with an honorific again. He explained that the man had received a similar ghost-producing offer and had used Jackson's controversy as a cowardly excuse to abandon the team. The senior producer despaired over the disastrous situation, emphasizing the harsh conditions of the Mongolian grasslands and the impossibility of filming with only one producer. He grimly concluded that this would not just derail the shoot, but would cause the entire program to collapse. Realizing the gravity of the crisis, producer Kong informed his superior that he needed to make a swift decision. With unwavering resolve, he announced that he would fly directly to Mongolia himself. The senior producer questioned his sanity, reminding him that the fastest route from the US to Mongolia was a grueling journey of at least 20 hours. Kong brushed aside concerns for his own health, stating the team's crisis was paramount and lightly asking for a meal as future compensation. A moment of silence passed before his boss offered a simple, heartfelt word of thanks. With his decision made, producer Kong held up his phone with a look of firm determination. He then broke into a confident smile, assuring his boss that no thanks were necessary. After sending Jackson and the film crew back to Korea, Kong began his own long journey to Mongolia, which included a layover in Hong Kong. The total travel time stretched to an exhausting 24 hours, leaving him utterly depleted by the time he arrived. Upon landing, he immediately called a crew member, informing her that he had arrived and was waiting at Gate 2. Through the crowd, he finally spotted the waiting team. As he dragged his weary body toward them, a noticeable tremor of fatigue ran through him. He then stopped dead in his tracks, his breath catching in his throat. An oppressive and gloomy aura hung over the entire crew, their faces etched with despair. He assumed their mood was due to producer Hong's betrayal, but a staffer explained they had received a call from Korea that morning. She then delivered the soul-crushing news: the network was officially canceling their show, Blind Mission. Producer Kong stared back in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the words he had just heard as a colleague watched him with pity. The staffer looked to him for guidance, helplessly asking what they were supposed to do now. Refusing to accept defeat, Kong declared the sudden cancellation was impossible and vowed to fly back to Korea to get to the bottom of it. He turned to the rest of the silent crew, desperately pleading with them to say something. His unease grew as he was met with nothing but averted eyes and heavy silence. A chilling realization began to dawn on him that something was terribly wrong. His gaze was then drawn to a production camera, and he noticed its red recording light was still active. He then saw producer Lim struggling to hide a grin and angrily asked what could possibly be funny about their situation. Producer Kong roared, demanding to know why they were filming this tragedy, only for producer Lim to calmly state that shooting this moment was essential. With a theatrical pause, producer Lim began to reveal the truth behind their strange behavior. He announced with a grand gesture that the entire crisis was an elaborate surprise hidden camera prank. As Kong stood frozen in disbelief, the rest of the crew cheerfully asked if he had been genuinely surprised. The team members then playfully scattered in all directions as Kang's shock morphed into pure rage. The airport gate filled with relieved laughter as the crew celebrated their prank success, commenting on Kang's dazed expression and the great footage they captured. A wave of conflicting emotions washed over producer Kang, and he choked up, tearfully shouting that they were all broadcasting scoundrels. After things settled down, producer Lim formally apologized to his junior colleague. Lim explained that team morale had been low since Minchin's departure, and a drained Kang admitted he had been completely fooled. The head producer smiled, clarifying that his only goal was to lift the crew's spirits during a difficult time and asked for Kang's understanding. Another crew member remarked on the immense pressure producer Lim was under as the one responsible for the entire show. Filled with a renewed sense of purpose, Kang steeled his resolve, determined to work harder than ever to help the team overcome their recent setbacks. Later, during the Mongolia shoot, celebrity guest Cold Rain warmly greeted producer Kang. Kang praised the celebrity for his efforts, but Cold Rain humbly stated he was simply repaying a debt he owed to producer Lim. The star then added that he still felt indebted to Kang as well, and sincerely offered his help for any future projects. Deeply touched by the genuine offer, producer Kang expressed his sincere gratitude. Moments later, Cold Rain was called away by another staff member and cheerfully went to join them. As he watched the shoot continue smoothly, producer Kang's gaze hardened into a glare, his thoughts inevitably returning to Hyungmin Woo. He made a silent, chilling promise that the one adversary Wu failed to control was now coming back to utterly destroy him. In a frantic editing suite, a voice urgently asked if the final cut was almost finished. Producer Kang replied that he was nearly done, needing only to insert the last interview clip. His colleague shrieked in panic, reminding him that they had a mere 10 minutes left before the deadline. Just as Kang finished and attempted to upload the file, a critical and unknown error message appeared on his screen. His senior producer yelled in desperation, pointing out that with only 1 minute remaining, their outdated computer was failing them. After the chaotic submission, an exhausted colleague commended Kang for his good work. The senior producer lamented his extreme fatigue, explaining that the non-stop schedule from a 24-hour flight to the Mongolia shoot and straight into editing had taken its toll. He looked at his junior colleague and insisted that Kang go home and rest, comparing his exhausted state to that of a zombie. Kang deflected, noting his senior looked even more worn out, and asked if he intended to stay to watch the broadcast. Producer Lim confirmed he would, admitting that if he went home, he would be too worried about the episode to get any real rest. As the show began, producer Lim nostalgically remarked on how long it had been since he had visited the U.S. The program's opening revealed that the blind mission team was making a surprise visit to Jackson's alma mater, the Arthur International School. On screen, an interviewer held up a microphone and asked the teacher what kind of student Jackson had been. The teacher began describing Jackson as a sincere student as the scene smoothly transitioned. Suddenly, a phone screen lit up with a barrage of notifications, revealing overwhelmingly positive public reactions to the episode and the truth about the yearbook scandal. Kang's hand shot out to grab the phone, his eyes glued to the flood of good news. He leaped up from his chair, joyfully exclaiming that this would finally clear all the suspicions surrounding Jackson. Turning to his superior with relief, Kang declared they had turned a crisis into an opportunity, only to suddenly lose his footing. Producer Lim shouted Kang's name in alarm as he watched the younger man start to fall. Kang's vision swam and his body tilted uncontrollably as he lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor. Elsewhere, in a dark office, Hyungmin Woo slammed his desk and cursed furiously. He raged at the unbelievable turn of events, questioning how his team could have bought the yearbook from one of Jackson Kim's own close friends. His subordinate mused that Joon Soo must have resorted to extreme measures by flying all the way to the U.S. to film the segment. Woo tightened his fist in silent fury, unable to contain his frustration. The underling attempted to calm his boss by reminding him that TNC had already stolen their assistant producer, leaving the rival team understaffed. Woo conceded the point, recalling that producer Lim's feud with the general manager made hiring a replacement impossible. The two men laughed, confident that even a talented rookie couldn't handle editing, which would force producer Lim to overwork himself into failure. As the door creaked, Woo's attention shifted and he asked about the status of Team 2 in their rival's entertainment department. He remarked on their good ratings and ordered his man to find a way to sabotage their executive producer. The subordinate eagerly agreed while internally sighing at his boss's predictable and villainous schemes. The scene changed to a quiet hospital room, focusing on an A4 bag hanging beside a patient's bed. Kang's eyes blinked open, slowly adjusting to the unfamiliar sterile environment. Producer Lim leaned into view, asking with concern if his junior colleague was finally awake. He gently explained that the doctor had concluded Kang's collapse was due to severe overwork. Lim detailed how the accumulated fatigue from a lack of proper sleep had caused him to faint, which Kang found somewhat embarrassing. He then reassured Kang that the company would cover all medical expenses and told him to focus on resting, prompting a grateful response. With a mischievous grin, producer Lim then revealed that he had already announced Kang's fainting spell in the cast's group chat. Before Kang could fully process this, the door to his room burst open as someone dramatically shouted his name. A distraught Jackson rushed in, wailing that he had heard Kang fainted from overworking himself for his sake. The celebrity embraced Kang in a tearful hug, vowing his eternal loyalty, as Kang wondered what insane message Lim had posted. Jackson's manager apologized for the intrusion, explaining the star had insisted on visiting, which led Kang to urge them to leave quickly. As Jackson was dragged away, he yelled that Kang could make him do anything from now on, causing producer Lim to chuckle at Kang's newfound popularity. Kang's attention then turned to another visitor, actress Han Yuri, asking if she wasn't supposed to be busy filming her drama. She sheepishly admitted her role was minor and she hadn't been on set for a while, correctly guessing that he hadn't been watching. Yuri playfully scolded him for not paying closer attention to his cast members as she neatly tucked her hair. She then proudly pointed out that she had reapplied her makeup specifically to highlight her birthmark for this visit and asked for his opinion. When Kang tried to brush her off, she interrupted him, claiming she had important news about the US episode and their senior producer, Manhwa. Yuri coyly asked if he was curious to know more, and he earnestly confirmed that he was. Taking this as her cue, she swayed flirtatiously and suggested this gave her a reason to stay longer, an offer he reluctantly accepted. She began by revealing that the VOD for Jackson's US episode had already hit an incredible 1 million views, leaving Kang speechless. After he expressed his amazement at the huge success, Yuri smoothly pivoted back to the subject of Manhwa. As Kang's focus returned to the topic, Yuri found his earnest reaction endearing. She explained with her arms crossed that Manhwa had recently been asking several questions about him. Yuri listed the inquiries, which ranged from his personality and work ethic to his specific editing and shooting styles. After Kang took a moment to absorb this, Yuri added that she had assured Manhwa that he was a good person. She then recounted Manhwa's perplexing response, which was a simple statement that she already knew this. Yuri continued, describing how Manhwa had coyly reaffirmed that she was well aware of Kang's good character. This had prompted Yuri to ask when exactly Manhwa had come to this conclusion. With a knowing smile, Manhwa had told her it was about 3 weeks ago, during a brief visit to a set to shoot a flashback scene. Kang instantly made the connection, realizing the timing coincided with the day he resolved the microphone issue on the set of Weekly Star. He reflected that he had misjudged her as cold-blooded for her silence after the incident, now understanding she had her own way of acknowledging people. He nodded slowly to himself, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for her quiet recognition. Yuri observed his thoughtful expression with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Breaking the silence, she cheerfully proposed that since he was being discharged, they should celebrate with a meal on her. The celebratory dinner was held in a lavish hall, with a grand banner welcoming the writers and producers of the show. Upon entering, the entire crew let out a collective gasp of awe at the impressive venue. A man at the front of the room began a speech, formally thanking everyone for their belief and support during a recent difficult situation. He was introduced as Tae-sik Kwon, the executive director of WG Entertainment, who was directly involved in operations and generously told everyone to eat to their heart's content. The staff whispered amongst themselves, stunned by his deep pockets and the fact he had rented out a place that cost a fortune per person, a gesture that went far beyond simply clearing up Jackson's issue. One producer grinned with delight, vowing to do his absolute best to enjoy every bit of the feast provided. Another crew member humorously declared he would demonstrate the eating skills of a Marine before battle as he expressed his gratitude for the food. Amid the revelry, a familiar voice suddenly called out for producer Kang. To Kang's surprise, Jackson burst onto the scene, his eyes scanning the room until they landed on him. Yuri chuckled beside him, remarking on how much Jackson clearly adored producer Kang. Meanwhile, a commotion started to build as the other staff members excitedly pointed towards Mr. Kwon, wondering what was happening. The executive director was in high spirits, laughing loudly and making grand promises to the crew, telling them all they had to do was trust him. Kang asked what all the fuss was about and was informed that a drunken Mr. Kwon had just made an empty promise to get the famous actress Manhwa Yu as a guest. The team, however, played along enthusiastically, praising the director's apparent influence over the notoriously sassy actress, who affirmed that it would be possible. A sudden realization dawned on them: if Manhwa Yu actually came on the show, its ratings would explode following the recent buzz from Jackson's episode. They all agreed that this was a golden opportunity they couldn't afford to miss and decided they had to seal the deal right then and there. One of the producers boldly challenged Mr. Kwon, asking if he could call her right now to make the official casting offer. The entire crew raised their glasses, cheering him on and urging him to show them the full extent of his capabilities. Caught up in the moment, Mr. Kwon laughed and agreed, announcing that he would indeed give Manhwa a call. But a moment later, a single, cold word came through the phone speaker, shutting down the entire proposition. Naoi's sharp voice cut through, correctly guessing that her uncle had made another drunken promise, and her brutal honesty left the surrounding staff in an awkward, stunned silence. Seizing the moment, a staff member suddenly grabbed the phone and formally invited Miss Yu to appear on Blind Mission. Another quickly chimed in, adding that they wouldn't make her do anything difficult and promising it would be fun. On the other end of the line, Naoi's voice was filled with confusion as she questioned if this was for the show Blind Mission. Kang then calmly took the phone, introduced himself as producer Joon Soo, and gently reminded her that they had met before. A look of pure astonishment crossed Naoi's face as she clutched the phone to her ear, her eyes widening in surprise. Kang continued his gentle pitch, promising a fun and easy shoot with opportunities to chat about movies, extending a warm invitation for her to visit the set. An awkward silence followed his offer, prompting Kang to worriedly ask if she was still there. Finally, with a sigh of pure exasperation, Manhwa blurted out that she would just do it. She curtly asked if they were happy now before abruptly ending the call. Mr. Kwon triumphantly turned to the crew, confirming their incredible new guest star. An eruption of cheers filled the hall as the team celebrated the monumental news that their next guest was none other than Manhwa Yu. Sometime later, with Blind Mission firmly established as JBC's #1 program, Kang was already preparing for his next steps. The show's most recent episode had just achieved its highest ratings ever, reaching an incredible 3.1%. Fueled by this success, Kang felt an overwhelming surge of energy and ambition. He led his team on a location scout for their spooky summer special, choosing a place that gave them chills even in the bright light of day. A crew member complimented his excellent navigation without a GPS, to which Kang revealed that he had lived in this very area until elementary school. Kang reflected internally on the shoot's concept, remembering that even in his past life, this abandoned building was famous as a filming location for horror specials. He was then flooded with a bitter memory of how his former colleague, Youngjin Kim, had hidden the fact that Kang recommended the location and bragged about finding it himself. As the site's custodian explained the layout, Kang made a silent vow that in this life, everyone would know that he was the one who found this perfect spot. A colleague asked if he wanted to join them to see a hill in the back, but Kang politely declined, explaining he would stay behind to take some pictures of the building's interior. The rest of the team headed off, telling him they would see him in a little while. With the first floor documented, Kang thought to himself that now all that was left to check was the roof. It then occurred to him that from the rooftop, he could probably see his old childhood home. A close-up shot captured the unwavering determination shining in his eye. A brief, warm memory flashed through his mind of a young boy looking out over a village as the sun began to set. Back in the present, Kang stood on the rooftop, a firm grasp on the railing as a pleasant feeling washed over him. He calculated that with just a little more effort, Blind Mission could achieve even greater heights. His goal was a viewership of 5%, the ultimate measure of success for a cable variety show, after which he planned to move to a production company that didn't promote based on seniority. His long-term plan was clear: after producing 2 hit variety programs and building his network, he would make the jump to the drama department. He knew connections were far more important in dramas, but since he was on a different path from his previous life, he felt confident he could succeed and help the people he cared about. His thoughts turned to a specific person whose hard-earned efforts had been stolen by another. He then remembered another colleague, one who had been unfairly framed for something they didn't do. He made a quiet, solemn promise that at the very least, he had to protect those whose lives were so deeply interconnected with his own. With a newfound sense of purpose, Kang declared that this time, he would be the one to change their future. The Blind Mission special kicked off with the cast delivering a cheerful greeting from another unique location in Korea. A host playfully built suspense by feigning ignorance about their special guest, despite her presence right in front of them. The moment of truth arrived as the hosts formally invited their guest to step into the spotlight. The actress Manhwa Yu graciously introduced herself to the viewers. The cast erupted in a chorus of professional amazement, expressing how incredible it was to have her on the show. A host noted that this was her first variety show appearance since her debut, remarking on what a surprise guest she was. She confirmed this was the case, and when asked if she was scared by the spooky summer theme, she coolly replied that she was not. A brief, quiet moment passed as her stoic response settled over the cast. One of the hosts then cheerfully declared that this was a perfect example of her real personality. They proceeded to ask if she had any final thoughts before the main event began. She admitted to feeling a little worried since it was her first time, but explained that she joined because she was an avid fan of the program. With a warm smile, she added that she was greatly looking forward to the day's special. From the sidelines, Kang watched her with a fixed, unwavering gaze. A nearby crew member was visibly starstruck, blushing as he remarked on her stunning beauty. Another staffer grinned, confidently predicting that her smile alone would be enough to make the viewers go crazy. Just then, a junior staff member hurried over to producer Kang, urgently asking for a favor. Kang was asked to inform Miss Yu she had 5 minutes until standby, prompting him to question why she hadn't been told 10 minutes ago. The staff member sheepishly admitted that everyone found her too intimidating to approach, leaving Kang to handle the task with a sigh. Kang cautiously approached the actress, calling her name to get her attention. As she looked up from her phone, he instantly recognized the film on her screen as James Carter's Light and Shadows. She questioned why he was looking at her phone without permission, but he explained he only saw it by chance while delivering her standby call. He quickly offered to drop the subject if she was not comfortable talking about movies. She quietly mumbled that it wasn't that she disliked the topic. She trailed off, explaining that she kept smiling, a comment that briefly puzzled Kang. Turning to face him, she clarified that she couldn't help but smile whenever she discussed James Carter's films. She confessed that this reaction made her feel childish and stupid, which was why she disliked others seeing her that way. Disagreeing completely, Kang told her he thought she looked pretty when she smiled, causing a blush to spread across her cheeks. Flustered by his compliment, she stammered for a moment before he light-heartedly reminded her to get ready, as only 3 minutes remained. As he turned to leave, he casually suggested she should send him a message if she ever wanted to talk more about movies. Later on, Kang's phone began buzzing incessantly with notifications. A colleague pointed out the constant messages, asking who was contacting him all day, but Kang brushed it off as just someone bothering him. His colleague teased him about a potential new relationship, an idea Kang promptly denied. Kong skillfully turned the tables, suggesting that his colleague was the one who was actually in a budding romance. He pointed out the man's recent tendency to push for segments written by Miss Jo, which the colleague defensively refuted, insisting he was a professional. Kong saw through the denial, bringing up the time his colleague used a preliminary survey as an excuse to go to Russia alone with her, the only writer who spoke the language. Defeated, the colleague finally admitted they had been dating for about 2 months. The confession left Kong in a state of shock, while his colleague simply wore a broad, triumphant smile. The colleague then jokingly ordered Kong to go prepare the night mission, prompting Kong to quip back, asking if it was so he could call Miss Jo. Later, Kong announced to the cast that there would be no wake-up mission, a statement they met with suspicion, knowing something else was planned. He revealed that instead of a normal mission, they would be conducting a courage test, a reveal that was met with a chorus of groans and protests. He laid out the rules: they would form teams of 2, film themselves without a camera crew, and compete for the best sleeping arrangements. A cast member pointed out they had 5 people, asking if the leftover person would have to go alone, but Kong assured them this was not the plan. It was then announced that producer Kong himself would be paired with the last person, a fate he accepted with a resigned chuckle. He added a crucial twist, revealing the decibel meters on their microphones: any team that screamed too loudly would automatically be sent to last place. With all the rules explained, he instructed the cast to step forward one by one to draw lots and form their teams. As night fell, the filming equipment cast an eerie glow across the deserted schoolyard. The first team was announced as Jackson Kim and Hyungjin Park, who cheered at their pairing. The second team was revealed to be Sia Han and Miso Sin, who reacted with immediate dread and fear. The final pairing was thus decided by default: Nahue Yu and Junsu Kang, a reveal met with a moment of tense, gusty silence. As they prepared to enter, Kang asked who should hold the camera, and Nahue Yu quietly volunteered. Kang internally sighed, feeling it was a real pity. An assistant director gave the cue for Nahue Yu's team to officially begin and enter the building. Inside, Kang teased Miss Yu by asking if she was afraid of ghosts, but she coolly told him to just look ahead and suggested he was the scared one. He confidently denied being afraid, boasting that he had even caught ghosts during his service in the Marine Corps. A costumed staff member suddenly leaped out, cutting his boast short and causing him to let out a piercing scream. The crew member casually broke character, reminding everyone they were in the middle of a shoot and to keep up the good work. At that moment, another cast member cried out Nahue Yu's name in alarm. Kang stumbled back, catching his balance and quickly asking if Miss Yu was okay. He turned to see her blushing deeply, her hands clamped firmly over her mouth. He was stunned, realizing she was going to such great lengths to stop herself from screaming. In a softer tone, he tried to reassure her that it was perfectly fine to scream if she was frightened. Just then, another ghost jumped out from the darkness, startling a loud shriek out of Kang. A snarling figure lunged from a darkened classroom, growling at them to run. Another ghoul rushed them from the side, hissing for them to flee as they scrambled away. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the scares, they paused, panting heavily to catch their breath. Kang checked on her, asking if she was all right and offering to take a short break before continuing. She glared at him, insisting she could keep going and denying she was scared, which made Kang feel a pang of sympathy for her determined effort. Complaining that she was starting to sweat and her makeup might run, she urged him to hurry so they could finish. They cautiously resumed their walk down the shadowy corridor. Suddenly, her foot caught on an unseen obstacle, sending her tilting forward off balance. Kang yelled her name in alarm as he lunged forward to try and catch her. He reached out desperately, but it was too late as she flopped onto the hard floor. She complained about sweating through her makeup, insisting they needed to hurry up and finish the shoot. With a renewed sense of urgency, they continued their cautious steps down the dim hallway. Suddenly, her foot snagged on an unseen object, causing her to lose her balance and tilt forward. Kang shouted her name in alarm, lunging forward in a desperate attempt to catch her. He reached out his hand, but he was a moment too late as she tumbled onto the hard floor. He immediately grabbed her arm to help her up, anxiously asking if she was okay. His heart pounded with worry as he reminded her this was precisely why he had suggested they rest. She irritably brushed him off, telling him to just take the lead so she could get back to the lodging. He started to reply but paused, noticing that her hand was still clasped firmly in his. She loudly justified holding his hand by claiming it was to prevent him from getting lost, to which he awkwardly agreed they should just get going. Later, a staff member reviewed her results, marveling that her low decibel reading proved she wasn't scared and had won them first place. As night fell, the cast and crew retired to their lodgings after a long day of filming. Back in his room, producer Kang dried his face with a towel after washing up for the evening. A sudden knock on his door made him wonder who could be visiting at such a late hour. He was surprised to find Manhwa standing there, and she quietly asked if he had already gone to bed. She sheepishly offered him a can of Spam as a gift, laughing a little at the randomness of it. Her unexpected visit caught him completely off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. An awkward chuckle escaped him as he tried to process the strange late-night encounter. She apologized for bothering him, confessing she couldn't sleep and felt he was the only person she could talk to. He correctly guessed the haunted house was on her mind, and she admitted she had tried to hide her fear from the cameras. He teased that her terror was obvious when she squeezed her eyes shut, but then quickly took it back, assuring her it wasn't noticeable at all. He then shifted topics, asking her if she was always so reserved and if her voice naturally carried such a cold tone. She defensively stated it was just the way she was born, but he pressed on, starting to ask if she'd ever considered changing. They fell into a comfortable silence, both gazing out at the distant lights of the dark village below. After a moment, she broke the quiet, speculating that her personality was a product of debuting in the industry at a young age. She confided that her old friends had accused her of bragging when she shared her struggles, while people in the industry only sought to exploit her. Because of these experiences, she explained, she had instinctively put up a protective wall around herself. Kang related to her story, sharing that producers also had to deal with people trying to use them for their celebrity connections. He then made a light-hearted joke, declaring that no bad person could possibly be a fan of the great James Carter. He sincerely told her she could contact him anytime about anything, offering to be a supportive colleague she could confide in. She started to ask him a favor in return but then stopped herself, deciding it wasn't the right time. The next morning, on the third day of the shoot, Kang woke up with a wide yawn, thinking he had risen too early. He stretched, feeling satisfied with how smoothly and enjoyably the filming had been going. He felt he had been more engaged since the previous day and was optimistic the show's ratings could reach 5%. His positive thoughts were interrupted when another cast member called his name in a panicked voice. The young actress ran up to him, desperately begging him for his help with a serious problem. He listened intently as she began to explain, trying to make sense of her frantic words. She revealed that the wake-up mission camera had accidentally filmed her coming out of the shower right after she had dropped her towel. She was on the verge of tears, absolutely certain the mortifying moment had been fully captured on video. Kang, realizing their all-male production crew made the situation delicate, promised to immediately switch out the memory card to secure the footage. He planned to ask a female producer from another team to edit the sensitive part, but she insisted he had to be the one to do it himself. Her strange request left him utterly baffled. She elaborated that she didn't know the other producer and would feel much more comfortable entrusting the task to him, as she trusted him. He understood her reluctance to have a stranger see the footage and, after a moment's hesitation, agreed to her terms. She made him swear a solemn promise that he would neither watch the clip nor show it to anyone else. He gave his word, and she sternly reminded him that he truly was forbidden from looking at it. Reassured by his promise, she affirmed that she was placing her complete trust in him. Later that week, the team gathered for a wrap party, cheering and toasting to everyone's hard work. A crew member took a long drink of beer, expressing relief and praising everyone for enduring 4 days in the sweltering heat. Another chimed in, complaining about the lack of air conditioning at the abandoned school filming location. One of the younger staff members pointed out Manhwa used full glass, asking his senior why she wasn't drinking. She gave a curt refusal, which was met with a brief, awkward chuckle from the junior colleague. Two crew members whispered amongst themselves, recalling that she was known for leaving drama team dinners quickly. Nearby, another actor boasted to his friend about receiving a fan message all the way from Morocco. He then excused himself to the restroom, promising to share the details when he returned, much to his friend's playful annoyance. An actress sitting nearby grimaced, muttering her disgust at his overly familiar and loud personality. Kang quietly approached Manhwa, asking if she was forcing herself to stay, and she admitted she was just waiting for her manager. She explained he was late because he was getting the car washed, a reason that struck Kang as odd. He mentioned that rain was forecast for that night, guessing her manager hadn't checked the weather, when another actress called out his name loudly. Kang turned to find Miss Han, the actress from the camera incident, approaching him. He noticed her unsteady demeanor and asked if she was drunk, which she playfully confirmed. She then spotted his phone and exclaimed that they had the same model, to which he numbly agreed. She offered him a spare waterproof case, excitedly mentioning that she heard they were popular among couples. From her seat, Manhwa silently took a drink from her own small cup, observing the interaction. With a sudden, sharp sound, she slammed her now empty glass down onto the wooden table. The noise startled Kang, who turned toward her with a questioning look on his face. Without looking at him, she announced that her manager had just messaged to say he was outside. As she stood to leave, a crew member commented on how her manager was known for being exceptionally good at his job. The crew member added that he was famous for meticulously checking every detail for her schedules, including the weather and humidity. The implications of this new information began to sink in for Kang as he watched her. Manhwa paused just before leaving, her profile turned towards the group. She then turned to face Kang directly, a playful smirk on her lips as she raised her drink and asked if he wanted to clink glasses. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the production office as the crew stared at the report in utter shock. The source of their astonishment was revealed: the spooky summer special had achieved an astounding 3.8% viewership rating, a success widely credited to the massive influence of Manhwa. One crew member swallowed hard, predicting with a grin that the ratings would easily break 4% the next week, marveling at how crucial the right casting was for a show's success. Another colleague pointed out how many scenes Kang was in, but he brushed it off, asking them to just forget that part happened. He lamented how the final edit made him look as though he were dragging Manhwa into a villain's den. A wave of shared laughter rolled through the room, momentarily breaking the tension. The head producer clapped his hands for attention, reminding everyone they couldn't afford to get complacent just because of one successful special. He stressed the critical fact that Manhwa had been a one-time guest, not a permanent member of the cast. He warned that the new viewers attracted by her appearance wouldn't stick around for the next special unless the team found a way to make them regular fans. A confident grin spread across his face as he called upon his team to unleash all the creative ideas they had been holding back. He declared it a golden opportunity to become the network's signature variety show, earning a roaring cheer of agreement from the motivated staff. The story then jumped forward in time, past the spooky summer special to the subsequent China special, where the team faced immense pressure to succeed again. They had poured every ounce of their effort and creativity into its production. Their relentless work paid off as the special proudly hit a 3.7% rating, proving they could maintain their high viewership even without Manhwa. The show's upward trajectory continued as September's ratings climbed to an impressive 4.2%. In October, their viewership grew even stronger, reaching 4.5%. By November, the ratings had soared to a remarkable 4.9%, inching ever closer to their goal. The calendar turned to December 2021, marking a significant moment for the program. A massive cheer erupted from the entire production team. The Blind Mission Hong Kong special had been a monumental success, exceeding all expectations. To commemorate their achievement, the cast and crew gathered to kick off a celebration party for finally reaching the coveted 5% rating. The festivities were in full swing as two women shared a drink, their faces alight with laughter. Elsewhere at the party, a man planted a sweet kiss on a blushing woman's cheek while their friends watched with amusement. Amidst the revelry, producer Kong stood apart, lost in his own thoughts. His senior, producer Lim, approached him and gently asked if he was drunk. Kong admitted he was a little tipsy, explaining that he had started drinking heavily right from the beginning of the party. A comfortable silence settled between the two producers for a moment. Producer Lim then broke the quiet, commenting on the strange feeling in the air. He elaborated with a knowing smile that leaving a program always felt this way, a mix of relief and worry, before asking if Kong was okay with his own impending departure. Producer Lim reassured him, affectionately calling him a punk and insisting he was the one who felt lighthearted, urging Kong to pursue the bigger opportunities that awaited him. He added that he would hate for Kong to stay out of a misplaced sense of loyalty, as Kong recalled having already informed him of his plans to move to a new company. Lim expressed his confidence that Kong would do well anywhere since he wasn't driven by money, a sentiment that showed Kong how much his mentor truly cared. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Kong sincerely thanked him for everything. Later, their friends raised their glasses and proposed a toast, congratulating Kong, whom they called Joon Soo, on his new job. Curiosity piqued, one of them asked which company he was moving to. He revealed he was heading to NS Media for a chance to direct his own program, prompting a friend to exclaim in awe at his rapid success after only a year. Kong laughed it off, humbly clarifying it was only a holiday pilot, though his friend insisted that it was still a huge accomplishment. He noted that he still had a long way to go, as the pilot needed to perform well to be picked up as a regular series. Just then, his phone lit up with a message from Manhwa, and he sighed at her persistence even as the year was ending. A friend teasingly asked if he was dating the sender, but Kong explained it was just a cast member, noting that a producer's job never truly ended. He added with a wry laugh that this particular cast member was an exception to the usual work calls. One of his friends proudly remarked that Kong had managed to achieve a broadcasting triple crown all within a single year. He listed the achievements, producing his own show, moving to a top company, and being set to attend the upcoming award ceremony. His friends cheered enthusiastically, jokingly promising to have a bouquet ready for his big night. A wave of gratitude washed over Kong as he realized how rare and precious such genuine friendships were. He reflected that as his success grew, he would inevitably encounter more jealousy and people trying to take advantage of him. This realization made him treasure the bonds he currently had all the more. Cutting through the sentiment, a friend brought up a practical matter, asking if the cast members were aware of his departure. Kong confessed he still needed to tell them but hadn't found the right moment, prompting his friend to advise him to do it soon to avoid any hurt feelings. He nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a producer leaving was just as impactful as a cast member's exit. After exchanging heartfelt goodbyes and promises to meet again, Kong began his journey home. He walked alone, contemplating how he could never get used to these difficult farewells and trying to figure out the best way to break the news. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by his phone ringing with an incoming call from Jackson. He answered, only for Jackson to immediately hand the phone to another cast member who shouted his name with excitement. The voice on the line explained that the entire cast was currently gathered right near his house. They confirmed that all 4 members of the blind mission team were there together. They spontaneously invited him out for a drink, mentioning that Jackson was paying, and Kong readily accepted. He realized this was the perfect informal setting to tell them about his new job and asked for their meeting spot. Later that evening, surrounded by the cast, he finally announced that he would be moving to NS Media. He looked at them all with an apologetic gaze, explaining that the next shoot would be his last and that he was sorry for not informing them earlier. One of the members asked if producer Lim would take over the show alone, but Kong clarified that a new producer would be joining the team. He felt a pang of guilt for bringing down the mood, but an actress quickly chimed in, reminding him that getting to produce his own program was a wonderful thing. He agreed that it was a fantastic opportunity for him, his only regret being that he had to leave Blind Mission. Her positive outlook instantly lifted the heavy atmosphere, as she declared they could all be happy for him. A bustle of activity followed as the other members expressed their relief, admitting they had been unsure whether the news was good or bad. Their faces broke into dazzling smiles as they collectively offered producer Kang their heartfelt congratulations. A genuine grin spread across his face as he thanked them for their understanding and support. One of the actresses sparkled with mischief, joking that she hoped to win the Best Couple award with him before he left, a comment he playfully waved off. Another cast member raised his glass high, calling for a toast to celebrate producer Kang's new career path. They all clinked their glasses together in a resounding cheer, officially marking the start of a new and exciting chapter in his life. An assistant called out to producer Park, asking him to come and take a look at something important. Producer Park immediately responded that he was coming and rushed over to see what was needed. Producer Lim gestured towards Kang's replacement, asking for Park's opinion and commenting on how quickly the successor was adjusting due to his experience. Park agreed with a sense of relief, confident that the new producer would soon be able to fully take over his responsibilities. Kang inwardly reflected on his previous life, remembering how Kim Yeonjun had refused to let him go, trapping him in that hellish workplace. He found it strange to be the one leaving this time, just as producer Park turned to him and asked how the preparations for his new job were progressing. Park acknowledged that Kang must be swamped with things to do, especially since he was jumping directly into producing a pilot. When asked if he had secured any writers, Kang sheepishly explained that while he had a concept and cast outlined, finding writers was proving to be a major problem. He agonized over the fact that although he knew who the most talented writers were, none would trust their careers to a rookie producer's pilot, leaving him to struggle alone. Producer Park fell into a thoughtful silence, carefully considering Kang's difficult situation. He then suddenly told Kang to take Son home with him, a suggestion so unexpected it left Kang completely stunned. Park casually explained that he had already discussed it with her over drinks a couple of days ago and that she had already agreed to join Kang's new team. Kang was in disbelief that Park would so generously offer him the subwriter, a position second only to the head writer, as he had considered it too improper to even try and poach her himself. Park simply told him to treat her well and suggested that since he was leaving, he should address him more informally as Hyeon before they headed back inside. This small act of kindness felt like a pivotal moment in what he considered his second life. Kang happily accepted the new term of address and hoped that from now on, he would encounter more generous people like Park instead of those who only sought to take from others. When they arrived at the meeting room, Kang was bewildered to find it empty, wondering where everyone was so close to the scheduled start time. A mischievous voice then echoed from the darkness, playfully wondering where everyone could be before instructing someone to turn on the lights. With a loud pop, confetti burst into the air, filling the once dark room with a shower of color. The entire cast and crew leaped out from their hiding places, triumphantly asking if their surprise had been a success. They all cheered together, shouting their congratulations to producer Kang for his new job. A broad, genuinely touched grin spread across Kang's face as he took in the heartwarming scene. One of the crew members hesitantly explained that because he had been on camera before, they thought it would be nice to film his last day, promising they wouldn't air it if he objected. Overwhelmed by their thoughtfulness, Kang could only let out a small, appreciative sigh. After managing to thank them, the team gathered around a cake and encouraged him to blow out the candles as they prepared to sing. Their voices joined in a cheerful rendition of a congratulations song, wishing their dear producer all the best for his new beginning. The song ended with a final, resounding cheer, marking the official and joyful completion of Joon Soo Kang's final shoot with the team. The scene then transitioned, moving forward 1 week into the future. Backstage at a music show, Cold Rain, the artist currently dominating every music chart, was given a 5-minute warning for his rehearsal. An assistant then hurried over to let the popular singer know that he had an incoming call. Cold Rain initially dismissed it, figuring he could return the call later. Upon seeing the caller was producer Kang, however, he answered with immense enthusiasm, calling Kong his angel and savior before Kong explained he needed to ask a favor. After hearing the request, Cold Rain passionately agreed, insisting that he owed his #1 spot to the producer and happily confirming their upcoming meeting. A few days later, reporters and fans gathered for the Cable Entertainment Awards at TNC's new headquarters, where stars were making their way down the red carpet. An announcer noted that just as he spoke, another celebrity had arrived, drawing a fresh volley of camera flashes. With cameras clicking away, the host began to announce the name of the next star gracing the event. The distinct, rhythmic sound of heels on the pavement signaled the celebrity's approach. The announcer's voice rose above the roar of the crowd, introducing actress and Blind Mission cast member, Sia Han, to a thunderous welcome. Onlookers murmured in awe, completely captivated by her radiant appearance as she posed for the cameras. Kong watched from a distance, thinking to himself that although he saw her constantly during filming, she looked especially beautiful dressed up for the awards. Sia cheerfully announced her arrival to the staff inside and was promptly directed where to go. Another actress greeted her with a playful compliment, remarking that her incredible beauty was a testament to her actress class. The actress then leaned in closer, having just noticed a small birthmark on Sia's clavicle. Sia smiled, confirming that she had the birthmark ever since she was a little girl. She then turned to Kong with a teasing glint in her eye, asking if he knew about it, to which he replied in genuine surprise, questioning how he could possibly have known that. A strange, fragmented memory surfaced in Kang's mind of a woman looking startled as a hand reached for her. He then recalled the same woman smiling, telling someone that they had managed to keep their promise. When he had asked her what promise she was talking about, she had quickly waved it off as nothing important. His thoughts were interrupted when Cold Rain approached, waving and announcing that the favor Kong had requested was all set. Kong explained he needed to step outside for a second, a comment that was overheard by a rival producer who suddenly claimed he also had to go somewhere. The other producer sneered, revealing his plan to go mock the producer of a competing show whose ratings had plummeted to a mere 2.4%. A cold fury burned in Kang's eyes as he also excused himself, determined to confront the man who had just tried to embarrass him in front of his colleagues. A moment later, Kong stood before an esteemed-looking man, offering him a polite and formal greeting. He snapped into a crisp salute, introducing himself as Joon Soo Kong of the 118th Division of the Marine Corps. The man, who Kong knew was the nation's MC, Jiang Huang, greeted him warmly, while Kong mentally reviewed his plan to get this introduction through Cold Rain. Mr. Huang expressed his delight that Cold Rain had brought a fellow Marine to meet him, and Kong respectfully replied that meeting him was a true honor. Kong then strategically mentioned having heard of him from Sergeant Major Jagun Kim, a name he had learned from a documentary about Mr. Huang in his previous life. He vividly remembered the documentary detailing how Mr. Huang had gone to meet the Sergeant Major, the man he wanted to see again more than anyone else. When Mr. Huang reacted with shock upon hearing the Sergeant Major's infamous nickname, the Venomous Snake, Kong knew his gambit to capture the famous MC's attention had worked. With his first move successful, Kong inwardly prepared to unleash his second secret weapon. He made a show of offering his business card, feigning clumsiness as he let another item drop to the floor. Mr. Huang's gaze immediately fell upon the object, his curiosity piqued as he started to ask a question. He finished by asking if Kong enjoyed fishing, and Kong celebrated internally, realizing the MC had taken the bait perfectly. Mr. Huang confessed his love for fishing but lamented being too busy lately, then eagerly asked about the location shown in the dropped photograph. Kong explained it was taken off the coast of Pohang and proudly mentioned catching a massive sea bass there. Mr. Huang was visibly impressed, remarking on how rare it was to catch a fish of that size in Pohang's waters. Kong smoothly extended an invitation for them to go fishing together when they were both free, an offer Mr. Huang accepted with a firm and eager handshake. Kong thanked him as they exchanged numbers, inwardly marveling that he had succeeded in getting the contact information of someone so notoriously private. Mr. Huang laughed heartily, telling Kong the honor was all his and adding that he liked his energetic personality. Their conversation was cut short when an assistant reminded Mr. Huang that the award ceremony was due to start in 10 minutes. Soon after, an announcer's voice filled the venue, welcoming everyone and officially kicking off the Cable Entertainment Awards. An announcer's voice boomed through the venue, declaring the conclusion of the first half of the award ceremony. He cheerfully promised the audience they would be right back with the second half of the Cable Entertainment Awards. Meanwhile, back in the waiting room, Joon Soo shifted in his seat, a gust of air from the vent doing little to ease his restlessness. He found it difficult just sitting around, the low whir of the air conditioning a monotonous backdrop to his impatience. Kong knew the second half would likely run even longer, and his body was already sore from the extended period of inactivity. A colleague mused about their program's chances of winning an award, but Kang's attention was suddenly snagged by a scene across the room. He saw Sia Han engaged in conversation with a couple of men he didn't immediately recognize. A moment later, he identified them as the singer Jae-hyuk Jo and the producer Taehyun Park. A cold wave of recognition washed over him as he recalled a dark fact from his previous life: both of those men had been sentenced to jail. He remembered that Taehyun Park's crime had been rigging the results of a popular audition program. Jae-hyuk Jo's offense, however, had been far more sinister, involving the use of spy cameras to film other celebrities without their consent. Propelled by this knowledge, Kang strode towards them, turning Sia Han's attention to him as he announced had been searching for her. He then politely interjected, telling the two men he needed to take Sia Han with him and asking them to excuse the interruption. Once they were a safe distance away, he asked her what they had been talking about. She explained they had claimed to be fans and invited her to a meetup. She added that the conversation had barely started before his sudden arrival, questioning his abruptness, which prompted him to admit that seeing her with them had worried him. Sia Han teased him, playfully asking if he was jealous, but Kang's expression remained serious as he explained it wasn't that. Those men were simply not good people, a story too long to tell at that moment. He concluded his warning with a simple but firm piece of advice: she needed to be careful around them. His hand closed around her wrist, the firm grip underscoring the gravity of his words. Changing the subject, he reminded her that the second half was about to start and that they should head back to their seats. Moments later, presenters Jo-won Park and Dong-won Gu took the stage to announce the winner of the Best Couple Award. They explained that the nominees were chosen entirely by viewer votes, while Kang glanced over at Jackson, who seemed uncharacteristically thrilled. His confusion cleared when the first nominees were announced: producer Joon Soo and Jackson Kim from Blind Mission. Jackson grinned sheepishly, admitting that he had relentlessly begged his followers on social media to vote for them. Kang stared at him in disbelief, questioning why he would want to win such a trophy so badly. Jackson earnestly raised his hands, proclaiming his singular desire to win the Best Couple Award with Kang, a notion Kang immediately shot down. The suspense was broken when the presenters revealed the actual winners were Min Young Kim and Song-sik Park from TNC's Wonderful Today. Jackson let out a sigh of disappointment, while Kang, on the other hand, felt a wave of immense relief. Undeterred, Jackson insisted they would win it next year, an idea that Kang promptly and firmly rejected. The hosts then moved on to the next category, the highly anticipated Best Rookie Awards, and Kang felt the mood at his table shift. This was the award they were truly aiming for, and the tension mounted as the nominees for Best Female Rookie were about to be revealed. The first nominee called was Era Jo from TNC's program, Today's High Schooler. The second name announced was Sia Han from their own show, Blind Mission, followed by the rest of the candidates. Kang remembered producer Lim's intense dislike for the main producer of their rival show, recognizing that they truly needed to win this one. He turned to Sia Han, quietly telling her not to feel too much pressure. Yet, as the announcer declared that only one person would receive the honor, he saw an expression of steely determination on her face he had never seen before. It was then he realized that even the composed and confident Sia Han was feeling the immense nervousness of the moment. A dramatic pause filled the hall as the presenter prepared to announce the winner of the Best Female Rookie in a variety program for the 2021 Cable Entertainment Awards. The name of the show, blind mission, echoed through the speakers, causing a collective gasp at their table. With a flourish, the presenter joyfully congratulated Sia Han and called her up to the stage. An eruption of applause and cheers came from the blind mission team as they all congratulated their victorious star. Sia Han stepped onto the stage, her hand holding the heavy award as she approached the podium. She began her acceptance speech, expressing her genuine happiness and surprise at receiving the unexpected award. She joked that she had never imagined winning an entertainment award before an acting award, reminding the audience of her main profession, before thanking the many people who had helped her achieve this. Her eyes then scanned the crowd, landing on one person in particular. With a radiant smile, she said she wanted to share the honor with producer Joon Soo. She sincerely thanked him for discovering her when she was just an unknown actress. Her tone became tinged with sadness as she spoke of his imminent departure from their program. She concluded by voicing her hope that they would meet again someday at the pinnacle of their careers, promising she would always be cheering for him. Shortly after, the Best Male Rookie Award was announced and Jackson Kim was named the winner, whooping with joy. Taking the stage, he good-naturedly mirrored Sia Han's earlier sentiment, laughing about winning an entertainment award instead of a music one. He then grew serious, reflecting on what a tumultuous year it had been, a sentiment Kang silently agreed with, knowing all that Jackson had endured. Jackson admitted that the shock of being on stage had made his mind go completely blank. He quickly added, however, that there was one thing he knew he had to say to their producer, Joon Soo. He looked directly into the audience and declared that Kang was the person who had saved his life, before also thanking his bandmates and the crew. Listening to the heartfelt words, Kang strengthened his resolve to protect those whose lives had become entangled with his own. He renewed his vow to change the future, this time by safeguarding everyone he could. His gaze swept over his team, a profound sense of responsibility settling over him as he thought of them as his people. Back at the table, a colleague nudged producer Lim, playfully remarking that Kang was the true star of the show and asking if he was jealous. Producer Lim chuckled, readily admitting that he was, in fact, very jealous. He looked at his junior colleague with paternal pride, marveling at how much he had grown. The celebration was interrupted by Jackson, who eagerly insisted on a commemorative photo, much to Kang's visible discomfort. Citing his win as a reason, Jackson pleaded until Kang, with a resigned sigh, finally agreed. This prompted a flood of other team members to rush in, squeezing together as someone began the countdown for the picture. In that moment, Kang reflected that it had been the warmest winter of his producing career, knowing that a bigger arena awaited him next year, where he was determined to succeed as a main producer. The storyteller then paused the main narrative for a mini Q&A segment, teasing that the audience would want to follow Kang on his continuing journey. The first question addressed how Joon Soo dealt with Sia's sensitive hotel video, flashing back to her desperate plea for its deletion. Kang had been faced with the impossible task of editing footage he couldn't ethically watch. Plagued by countless paranoid what-if scenarios, he ultimately took the most decisive action. He deleted the entire memory card, eradicating the footage completely to ensure her privacy was protected. The next question speculated on Joon Soo's romantic future, weighing the choice between the cute and witty rising star, Sia Han, and the aloof but uniquely affectionate Manhwa, before revealing that Joon Soo's heart was solely dedicated to his work, making him a ready slave to his craft. The final question explored whether Joon Soo reciprocated Jackson's effusive admiration, accompanied by a montage of Jackson's clingy, attention-seeking behavior. As a final, loud declaration of affection from Jackson played out, the answer was made unequivocally clear: it was a case of completely one-sided love. A new chapter in Joon Soo Kang's career began with a momentous thud. He stood before the NS Media building, a confident grin spreading across his face as he took in his new professional home. While the offer to produce his own program was the official reason he accepted the move, Kang had a far more strategic motive. He acknowledged a new colleague with a polite morning greeting, all while concealing the true, larger reason for his transfer. In his mind, he reviewed a crucial piece of information from the future concerning NS Media's destiny. He knew with certainty that the company would soon be acquired by CN Entertainment, one of the nation's 4 major film distributors. Kang understood that if he could achieve success here first, it would give him a significant advantage down the line. His ultimate goal was to establish himself as such an invaluable asset that he would be highly sought after when the merger finally happened. Elsewhere in the building, a woman looked around the new office with wide-eyed wonder. His new colleague, Miss Hong, marveled at how the office was even classier than she had imagined, thinking it could easily rival those of larger corporations. Kang was startled by her sudden presence beside him, asking in surprise when she had arrived. She explained that she had come in early, believing it was important to make a good impression on their first day, and observed that they were the only 2 present. As she began to organize her new desk, Miss Hong asserted that their small number meant they had to work even harder. She shared her fear that it would be deeply embarrassing if their pilot failed, forcing them to return to their previous jobs. Raising a hand reassuringly, Kang dismissed her worries, confidently declaring that with the 2 of them in charge, their show was destined to be number 1. Just then, the office door creaked open as a woman peeked in, asking if producer Kang was there. The newcomer, NS Media's team leader Yoon Eo, greeted Kang before also acknowledging Miss Hong's presence. Kang gratefully thanked Yoon for the opportunity, but she firmly gripped his hand, insisting that she was the one who should be thanking him. Yoon offered him their full support for anything he might need, though Kang politely replied that he was fine for now. She then glanced towards him, asking if he could briefly recap the core concept of the pilot program he was planning. A knowing smile played on Kang's lips as he prepared to unveil his ambitious idea. Yoon repeated the term back to him with a note of intrigue, questioning if it was truly a rehabilitation-themed variety show. Kang elaborated on his vision to find celebrities who had been unfairly framed and provide them with a platform to return to the industry. He inwardly recalled his past life, his hand clenching at the memory of this same idea being corrupted and destroyed. He remembered how Yeonjun Kim had filled the cast with his criminal associates, leading to its swift cancellation, but this time, Kang held the advantage of knowing the industry's future up to 2030. Armed with this foreknowledge, he knew precisely who had been wrongly accused and was determined to execute the program's original, noble intent. Despite his confidence, Yoon admitted that she had one primary concern about his plan. While she praised the show's noble intention, she questioned if a rehabilitation program could truly make an impact within the short run of a pilot series. Brushing aside her doubts, Kang handed her a list and instructed her to begin by contacting the people named on it. He pointed forward, explaining that their victory would lie in the finer details, which meant they needed to assemble a team of exceptionally talented writers. He decided that for the pilot stage, it would be best not to bring on another producer just yet. Instead, he laid out his plan to hire a writing team of 10, vowing to personally recruit 3 of the staff writers himself. This left them with the task of filling the remaining 7 writer positions. Yoon inquired if he already had specific candidates in mind to form this powerhouse team. An internal spark of excitement ignited within Kang. He was finally getting the chance to build his very own dream team from the ground up. The scene then shifted to a local coffee shop, the designated starting point for his recruitment mission. With his plan set, the operation to recruit the members of his dream team was officially in full swing. His first target was Siwon Kim, a highly skilled writer currently employed at PBS. Kang reflected on her immense talent and recalled how she had suffered terribly under the tyrannical Yeonjun Kim in his previous life. He made a silent, resolute vow that he would absolutely not allow her to endure that same fate in this lifetime. As he waited outside her building, calculating her departure time, he finally spotted a familiar figure emerging from the doors. He watched as Siwon walked out, her entire posture screaming of utter exhaustion from being overworked. A pang of sympathy struck him as he saw the unmistakable signs of an exploited writer, her spirit clearly drained by her job. Turning to intercept her, Kang cautiously approached and called out her name. Her eyes widened in recognition as she identified him as the famous producer from Blind Mission, and he confirmed his identity, privately noting her voice was unchanged. Overcome with excitement, she pointed dramatically at him, demanding to know what a legendary figure like him was doing there. Before he could fully respond, she suddenly grabbed his arm, startling him with her forwardness. She then loudly insisted they move to a less crowded place, causing Kang to think that simply lowering her voice might have been a better first step. Later, after he had explained his situation, Siwon understood that he was moving directly into producing a new pilot show. She began muttering to herself, processing the information, and Kang realized he couldn't afford to give her any time to have second thoughts. He decided on a direct approach, bringing up the name of the producer she was currently working with, Hyojin Ji. A sly grin touched Kang's lips as he pointedly asked if producer Ji was still known for inappropriately flirting with his female writers. Siwon Kim froze in place, her expression instantly hardening at the mention of her boss' behavior. A moment later, she erupted in a furious tirade, confirming that Ji was a massive creep who harassed not only the writers but the female guests as well. After venting her frustrations, she let out a sigh of relief and commented that she felt a good connection with producer Kang. With newfound resolve, she extended her hand and declared her intention to join his pilot, a development so swift and easy that it left Kang momentarily stunned. As she started rummaging in her purse for her phone to exchange numbers, a notification on her screen made her pause. She suddenly screamed in fury at a message from producer Ji, immediately deciding on the spot that she was quitting. Firing off a text, she threatened to report her former boss to the labor administration if he didn't pay her on time, and Kang mused that her fiery temper was exactly as he remembered, mentally checking the first name off his list. His next target was Joon Soo Lee, a writer he managed to contact through a helpful introduction from Young-hui Kim. Joon Soo initially hesitated, explaining that her experience in the culture department meant she had almost exclusively written for documentaries. Kang countered that her documentary skills were perfect for a rehabilitation show, remembering how her unique perspective had once doubled a variety show's ratings. Still fidgeting with uncertainty, she made a single request, to have her name omitted from the pilot's official credits. She explained this was to avoid any issues with her current program, and Kang immediately agreed to her terms, including full pay, thus successfully securing the second member of his team. Later, while pouring himself a drink, Kang pondered how to approach his final target, Minji Park, with whom he had no existing connection. His thoughts were interrupted by the sight of a protest outside, where picketers held signs demanding the cancellation of an unfair dismissal. He listened as the protesters chanted, accusing their former company of treating them like colleagues one day and disposable parts the next. As his eyes scanned the crowd, he was shocked to see his target, Minji Park, and was even more stunned to recognize the writer protesting beside her. It was the legendary Hana Oh. Kang couldn't believe he had stumbled upon the writing world's dream duo right in the middle of a demonstration. He approached them and confirmed Minji Park's identity, only to be immediately recognized himself as the producer from Blind Mission. Hana Oh leaned in with excitement, incorrectly assuming that he had come specifically to lend his support to their protest. She gushed about how amazing it was for a producer of his stature to show interest in writers' issues, noting how most executives ignored them. Inspired by his perceived solidarity, Hana declared that Kang was precisely the type of producer she and Minji should be working with. Seizing the perfect opening, Kang asked them to confirm if they had, in fact, just been unfairly dismissed from their jobs. He let the question hang in the air for a moment, building anticipation for his inevitable offer. With perfect timing, he asked if he could speak to them both for a moment, already mentally checking off the final two names from his recruitment list. On the team's first day, the new writers burst into the office with a cheerful morning greeting. Minji Park excitedly announced that she was there for her first day of work. Her partner, Hana Oh, followed up with a slightly more reserved hello. Together, the duo promised the team that they would work diligently. Producer Kang internally noted how chaotic the office had suddenly become with the influx of new people. Young-hui Kim quietly asked Kang why they suddenly had 4 sub-writers, prompting him to explain that he had recruited both Minji and Hana. She shot him a sharp glare, questioning why he had made such a decision without consulting her first. Kang immediately apologized before awkwardly changing the subject, explaining that he had accidentally only bought 12 cups of coffee. Yeonhui stared at him, bewildered by the sudden and irrelevant mention of coffee. Fortunately, one of the new writers chimed in that she didn't need one, which thankfully resolved the shortage, and Kang quickly suggested they start the meeting. Yeonhui hesitantly agreed, still slightly thrown off by the morning's chaotic start. Later, inside the conference room, Kang warmly welcomed everyone who had gathered. He formally introduced himself as the main producer, Joon Soo, placing a reassuring hand on his subordinate's shoulder. With a confident smile, he informed the team that he would dive straight into the agenda. He flipped through his notes, revealing the first item was casting and that he planned to approach Jiangmu Huang and Min-sik Ha for the main roles. Kang declared that he would handle the casting for those two personally, which elicited a surprised reaction from Yeonhui. He elaborated that for a rehabilitation program, demonstrating sincerity was paramount, and his existing connection with Jiangmu Huang made him the ideal person for the outreach. He then delegated the task of researching appearance fees and schedules to Miss Kim, who acknowledged her assignment. Kang smoothly transitioned to the second item on his list, the specific segments for the program. He explained that for a pilot, creating entertaining individual segments was more crucial than the overall flow, and then opened the floor for any alternative ideas. That night, the lights of the impressive NS Broadcasting building illuminated the city skyline. As the meeting wore on, Kang began to assign a specific research task to Miss Lee. However, she could only offer a quiet, hesitant apology in response. Sensing the team was running out of steam, Kang cheerfully suggested they wrap things up and break for dinner. Yeonhui asked if he was joining them, but Kang politely declined, explaining that he had something else to attend to first. Back at his desk, his hand rested near a folder as his smartphone began to vibrate with an incoming message. He told Yeonhui to go ahead and eat with the writing team, and she reminded him not to skip his own meal. A text message confirmed that the fishing boat he had discussed was reserved and the necessary clearance forms had been taken care of. A wide grin spread across his face as he realized his casting preparations were now perfectly in place. He immediately made a call, announcing that everything was ready and it was time for them to go. Sometime later, a cheerful atmosphere filled the air on the deck of a fishing boat at sea. One of the men enthusiastically declared that eating seafood ramen was an absolute necessity while on the water. Producer Kang raised his cup for a toast with the esteemed actor Jiangmu Huang, humbly stating that fishing with him was a true honor. Mr. Huang suggested they go fishing together more often, making Kang privately wonder if his efforts to entertain the actor had been a little too successful. The actor then noticed Kang's pensive expression and asked if something was troubling him. Kang admitted that his worries were about the casting for his new pilot program, which led Mr. Huang to ask who he was trying to recruit. Kang took a deep breath, pausing for a moment before revealing his true target. He finally confessed that the person he wanted to cast was Mr. Huang himself, stunning the veteran actor. Mr. Huang laughed, exclaiming that Kang should have simply told him sooner. Kang explained that he felt it would be improper to bring up a casting offer while they were only just getting to know each other. To Kang's immense relief and surprise, Mr. Huang immediately agreed to join the show. Kang, taken aback, had to ask if the actor was truly comfortable making such a significant decision so suddenly. Mr. Huang explained that after a long career, he prioritized working with trustworthy people, and he felt Kang was someone he could believe in. With a final word of encouragement for Kang to create a great program, the casting of Jiangmu Huang for the pilot was officially complete. The next morning, sunlight gleamed off the facade of the modern NS building. Kang walked into the office and offered a bright good morning to his team. Yeonhui looked at his haggard state and asked why he looked like he was about to collapse. Another writer explained that Kang had been drinking with Mr. Huang from Monday all the way through Tuesday afternoon, which caused Yeonhui to look on with concern. Despite his exhaustion, Kang insisted that he would, of course, be attending their scheduled lunch meeting with WG Entertainment. He declared that with Mr. Huang's confirmation, it was now imperative that they successfully cast Min-sik Ha. His entire team stared back at him, frozen in a state of collective shock. Hannah Oh suddenly rushed toward him, demanding to know how he could possibly do such a thing. She grabbed his shoulders and began to shake him playfully, asking how he could keep the incredible news about casting Mr. Huang a secret. Another team member excitedly proposed a celebratory team dinner, but the still nauseous Kong weakly begged to be counted out. The scene shifted to the sleek, modern headquarters of WG Entertainment. Inside a pristine office, producer Kong shook hands with an executive, greeting him warmly. The executive thanked Kong for making time, noting he had already received a brief overview of the meeting's purpose from one of his team managers. Kong reflected on how quickly he had been granted a meeting with a high-level director, concluding that the controversial nature of his subject was indeed a hot issue. His thoughts drifted to Min-sik Ha, a once popular singer whose promising career had been instantly buried by an illegal drug scandal. He recalled the details of the case, remembering that the star was now in his 7th year of self-reflection after receiving probation. Determined to clear the singer's name for the sake of his program, Kong began his pitch about the pilot he was currently developing. He finished with a powerful declaration, vowing to clear Min-sik Ha's name through the show and promising he would do whatever it took to save him. The sterile, professional halls of WG Entertainment set the scene for a crucial conversation. Producer Kong concluded his meeting, informing the executive that he would await their final decision. As he turned to leave, he was caught off guard by the sight of a familiar figure down the hall. He recognized Miss Yu and asked what brought her to the agency that day. She explained she had just finished a casting meeting with Mr. Kwon for her own pilot and casually inquired if Kang's had gone well. Kong confessed his uncertainty, admitting the executive didn't seem very receptive, an observation that Miss Yu seemed to find intriguing. She then excused herself with a quick farewell, stating she had another matter to attend to. In another office, Mr. Kwon was seen contemplating the casting offer that had been made for Min-sik. Miss Yu argued against it, expressing that while she would love for Min-sik to accept, his public recognition had plummeted. She worried the public would lambaste him for returning on a variety show instead of through music, and from her perspective, she was planning to decline the offer. Mr. Kwon listened intently, sinking into a moment of deep and silent thought. He then suddenly recalled Kang's promise to clear the singer's name, a detail that visibly surprised Miss Yu. He firmly stated that she should arrange a meeting between the producer and the artist. Miss Yu, with an air of sophisticated indifference, conceded that producer Kong did not seem like someone who chased clout for no reason. She even offered to appear on the program herself to provide support, prompting Mr. Kwon to wonder why a star of her stature would do so. Looking coyly away, she simply remarked that the producer must be a good one. Swayed by her change of heart, Mr. Kwon decided he would present the proposal to Min-sik. The scene then shifted to a low-angle shot of the modern NS building, standing tall against a bright sky. Back in the office, it was noted that the third day had passed with no response from WG Entertainment. A writer suggested considering Hyoseong Kwak as an alternative, but Kong firmly shook his head, rejecting the idea. He laughed heartily, explaining that the other celebrity was a poor fit due to his illegal gambling activities in the Philippines. Kong reiterated that his program's purpose was to help genuinely misunderstood celebrities, which made Min-sik Ha the only perfect choice. As one of his writers moved to update the candidate list, Kang's phone began to vibrate insistently. The screen lit up with the name Mr. Kwon, and Kang's eyes widened. He quickly answered the call, greeting Mr. Kwon while gesturing for his team to be quiet. A moment of stunned silence followed as he listened to the voice on the other end. In disbelief, he sought confirmation, asking if Mr. Ha truly wished to meet him. Sometime later, Kong sat face-to-face with the singer Min-sik Ha, who introduced himself and said he wanted to speak in person. Kong observed the man before him, taking in his gaunt appearance and noting he had lost a considerable amount of weight since his peak. He also recalled hearing that the singer's personality had once been much more lively. Min-sik expressed his gratitude for Kang's considerate approach but then trailed off, his expression clouded with doubt. His voice began to choke with emotion as he confessed his fear of being used merely to generate buzz. He hesitated, articulating his anxiety over how the public would react, imagining their condemnation for his return after a guilty verdict. The singer continued, explaining his fear that the show would only rekindle the firestorm of public criticism against him. He admitted, his voice low, that he was terrified of that possibility. Leaning forward, Kang stated that this was the very reason he had sought him out. He asserted that he knew Minseek's situation had been one that couldn't be helped, a statement that seemed to shock the singer. Kang reached across the table, explaining he was not just a producer, but a fan who wanted to help. He then laid out his primary objective, to aid in the rehabilitation of people like Minseek who had been unfairly misunderstood. He revealed his hope that by sincerely showing that process, the pilot would be picked up as a regular program. With a firm handshake, Kang implored the troubled singer to place his trust in him. Later, upon returning to the office, producer Kang was immediately met with a flurry of activity as Hannah Oh rushed toward him. His entire team swarmed around him, eagerly asking how the meeting went and if he had successfully convinced Minseek. With a calm and confident expression, Kang declared that his mission was, of course, a success. The team erupted in amazed cheers, hailing him as the god of casting, while Kang humbly laughed and attributed it to luck. He explained that his genuine sincerity during their talk was what ultimately resonated with the singer. Another writer then chimed in, informing Kang that Sia Han had dropped by earlier while he was out. She relayed that the actress had stopped by on her way to a table reading for her new drama. The writer suggested Kang give her a call, and he readily agreed. His call went unanswered, however, connecting directly to her voicemail message. Kang sighed softly, noting to himself that she wasn't picking up. Just then, a staff member called out that everything was prepared for their meeting, and Kang turned his focus back to his team. In the meeting room, the team summarized the pilot structure. Minseek has interview, followed by an impromptu concert and a wedding performance. Kang elaborated that during the interview with Jiangmu Huang, Minseek would discuss his life and clear up long-standing misunderstandings. He explained that the impromptu concert would be a surprise event, announced on the very day it was set to happen without any online promotion. For the finale, Minseek would perform a congratulatory song at the wedding of an ordinary couple. Kang checked with Miss Oh about the application for the wedding segment, and she confirmed it was already posted on the official MBS website. He then revealed the final piece of their strategy. Minseek Ha's new song would be released immediately after the broadcast. Kang confidently predicted that viewers moved by the program would be eager to listen to his new music. His voice trailed off as he became lost in a hopeful thought. He envisioned a future where the broadcast revealed Minseek's innocence, clearing away all the public's misconceptions. A team member gently broke his reverie by pointing out he was staring into space, prompting a quick apology from Kang. He attempted to steer the conversation back to the next point on their agenda. One of his writers smiled, remarking that everything was finally falling into place for the show. The writer then announced that the TV schedule was out and asked Kang if he knew their airtime yet. Kang was delighted to learn the show was scheduled for February 1st at 6:30 p.m., with a generous 90-minute runtime. This was perfect, as it was the first day of the Lunar New Year holiday, a primetime slot guaranteeing a massive television audience. He mused that he could finally relax after the broadcast, just as a colleague handed him a sheet of paper. Kang looked at the document with a puzzled expression, asking what it was. The colleague proudly explained they had secretly acquired the programming schedules for the rival networks, PBC and KTS. As Kang began to offer his thanks, his eyes fell upon a name that made him pause. He saw that a program titled The Prince Who Came from the East, produced by Hoyoung Song, was scheduled to air on PBC in the exact same time slot. A sense of unease crept in as Kang asked his team for more information about this Hoyoung Song. His colleague reported hearing that the rival producer was already boasting about how successful his own program was going to be. He then delivered the final, critical piece of information. Hoyoung Song worked directly under executive producer Hyungmin Woo, a name that clearly held a dark significance for Kang. Kang froze, his mind racing at the mere mention of executive producer Hyungmin Woo. Noticing his tense reaction, a colleague cautiously asked if there was a problem. Kang quickly dismissed the concern as nothing, urging his team not to get too stressed out. The team member promised he would try and offered a word of thanks before leaving. As the office emptied, a contemplative silence fell, broken only by the sight of the swaying office plants. A deep sense of unease crept over Kang as he admitted to himself that this new development was truly bothering him. He recalled that while Happiness Tour was a program that existed in his past life, he had never once heard of the prince who came from the east. A dark suspicion began to form as he wondered if Hyangmin had discovered his plans and intentionally decided to compete against him. He theorized that Wu had likely elevated the assistant producer, Hoyong Song, for the sole purpose of developing this rival show. His resolve hardened as he crushed the programming schedule in his fist, vowing to use this opportunity to finally knock Hyangmin down a peg. A fire blazed in his eyes as he promised to make the executive producer feel a genuine threat to his long-held position of power. The scene then shifted to the imposing headquarters of the Big Star daily newspaper. Over the phone, Kang confirmed to his colleague that he had just arrived at the Big Star daily building. His colleague reassured him that the reporter was highly skilled and advised him to relax, which Kang readily agreed to. Approaching the front desk, Kang politely announced that he was there for his appointment with the reporter, Myang-jung Kim. Just then, a man walked up to him and asked if he was producer Joon Soo. The man introduced himself as Juho Cho, clarifying that Kang's side had unfortunately been given the wrong name. As Juho Cho extended his hand for a firm handshake, Kang's mind reeled with the significance of this unexpected meeting. He instantly recognized the man who would one day become the celebrated founder of South Korea's most reputable newspaper, Fact Checker. Kang calmly told Cho it was no problem at all, while internally celebrating this incredibly fortunate turn of events as a great start. He immediately referenced a recent article Cho had written about the controversial statements made by Soo-hyang-oh, which seemed to surprise the reporter. With a knowing grin, Kang praised Cho for revealing the truth when everyone else was cursing the actress, identifying this as the very quality that would make him the best. He sincerely told the reporter he was amazing, causing Cho to laugh with a hint of embarrassment. Cho chuckled in response, promising that he would write an equally good article from their interview that day. Kang expressed his gratitude and anticipation, resolving internally that he would definitely win Juho Cho's favor. Some time later, their productive and engaging interview finally drew to a close. As they stood up, Cho remarked that it had been a long time since he'd had such a comfortable discussion, and Kang wholeheartedly agreed it had been a great time. Cho complimented him, stating that he could now see why Kang was so successful, though Kang modestly insisted he still had a long way to go. But the reporter was certain, his conviction catching Kang by surprise. Cho looked him dead in the eye and declared with confidence that producer Kang would definitely succeed, a sentiment that deeply touched him. Overcome with gratitude, Kang shook his hand one last time as they mutually agreed to have a drink together in the near future. Later, back at the studio, a crew member approached Kang to inform him that they were ready for the shoot. Kang confirmed that they were all set, turning to ask Min-sik Ha if he was ready to begin. He paused, however, when he saw the singer's pale face, a clear sign of his overwhelming anxiety. Leaning in close, Kang gently reminded Min-sik that all he needed to do was talk about his honest feelings. He gave the singer's shoulder a reassuring pat, softly telling him not to worry. Kang then promised to take care of any mistakes in editing, as Min-sik confessed how long it had been since he was last in front of a camera. With a look of quiet determination, Kang gave the signal to the crew that they would start the interview now. The interviewer began by asking Min-sik what he had been up to since the audience had last seen him. Min-sik took a shaky breath, gathering his thoughts before beginning to speak. His fingers fidgeted nervously in his lap as he explained that he had been in a period of deep self-reflection, contemplating his actions over and over again. He clarified that he did this because he was desperate not to repeat the same mistake. The interviewer then gently asked if he could explain what happened for the sake of viewers who might not know his full story. Elsewhere on set, a young crew member with brown hair looked on with a deeply worried expression. Min-sik began his difficult story, taking them back 8 years into the past. A heavy silence filled the studio as he revealed that he had been diagnosed with a terminal brain tumor. He recounted his desperate search for a way to save his life, which led him to learn of a new medicine in the US that he illegally obtained because it was not yet permitted in Korea. His hand trembled slightly as he shared that after taking the unapproved medicine for 1 year, he had been completely cured. He emphasized that, for him, that medicine had represented his one and only hope. The interviewer swallowed hard before cautiously asking if that medicine was perhaps the one at the center of his controversy. Min-sik nodded solemnly, confirming that it was indeed the reason he had to go into a long period of self-reflection. He then bravely stated that the medicine he took had contained cannabis as an active ingredient. Scratching the back of his neck, he acknowledged that at the time, obtaining it had been completely illegal. He made it clear that he was sentenced to a year in prison for importing an illegal medicine, not for drug use, noting the law was amended years later. His expression turned serious as he explained that this legal change came long after he had already been forgotten by the public. He confessed that he had been so disheartened by the situation that he was honestly on the verge of giving up on the entertainment industry entirely. But he knew that even if he did that, all he would have left was his music. He acknowledged his own fault but stressed that he wanted a chance to properly explain the full situation. A faint, bittersweet smile appeared on his face as he revealed that this desire was the real reason he decided to appear on the program. The interviewer was left speechless for a moment, processing the weight of the confession. He then leaned forward, sincerely thanking Min-sik for sharing his honest feelings. From off-camera, Kang's voice rang out, calling cut and signaling the official end of the interview. He then informed Min-sik that he would be filming with their cameraman, Taehan Park, the following day, to which the singer nodded in understanding. Min-sik suddenly realized he had forgotten to greet his fans during his emotional testimony. Kang smiled warmly, reassuring him that he would have plenty of opportunities to do that from this point forward. The producer then confided that while the success of the program was incredibly important to him, Min-sik's personal comeback was just as important, and he firmly promised that he would help him. An influential figure in the music industry watched the interview, astonished by the revelation that Min-sik's medicine had been illegal at the time. He was deeply moved, finally understanding the difficult path the young artist had walked. The man turned to producer Kang, who had brought him the footage, and asked if this was the only reason he had come. Kang clarified that he was actually there to offer the man a role in the regular program that would follow the pilot. With a knowing grin, the industry veteran expressed his surprise that Kang was already planning the main show when the pilot hadn't even aired yet. Tapping his finger thoughtfully, he presumed that the format for the regular program would be different from the interview series. The producer confirmed this, explaining his vision to gather individuals who had been hurt in the past. He elaborated that his plan was to form a band with these people, who would serve as the vocalist, guitarist, and drummer. The older man smiled, pointing out a critical flaw in the plan: a band couldn't be a band without a bassist. A sly grin spread across producer Kang's face as he dismissed the man's concern. He then revealed that the bassist was standing right there in the room with them. Kang declared that since the man himself had gotten his start in the music industry, there was no need to look for anyone else. The veteran musician let out a short, sharp burst of air, caught completely off guard. This quickly erupted into a full-throated, hearty laugh at the sheer audacity of the producer's proposal. Filled with a sudden rush of excitement, he enthusiastically agreed to join the project, ready to give it his all. The scene then shifted forward to 10 a.m. on the day of Min-sik's impromptu concert. A staff member laid out the day's mission: they had until 6 p.m. to promote the concert along the Hongdae-Sinchon route. They were informed that a van was available for their use whenever they needed it throughout the day. The staff member stressed one critical rule, prohibiting them from using any personal social media for promotion. Min-sik took to the streets, calling out to passers-by that he was holding a surprise concert at 6 p.m. and inviting them to come. One fan reacted with pure amazement, promising that she would definitely be there. Another person expressed their regret, explaining that they would have gone if they didn't already have plans for the evening. A young woman excitedly declared that she was a huge fan of his. Min-sik, slightly flustered but grateful, managed a sincere thank you. He earnestly asked her to please come to the concert later that night. After hours of promotion, Min-sik stretched, complaining that he was sore all over. The cameraman, Tae-hong, asked Min-sik if he was hungry, prompting the singer to ask producer Kang if they could get something to eat. Kang readily agreed, leading them towards a restaurant where had already made reservations, noting the perfect timing for a meal. As they walked, the vibrant sounds of live music filled the air around them. Kang pointed out that they were passing through the main busking zone and that their restaurant was nearby. In a quiet aside to Tae-hong, the producer revealed he had deliberately planned their route to pass through this area, hoping to inspire Min-sik. A satisfied smile touched his lips as he saw his plan was already having the intended effect. Tae-hong suddenly recognized the melody, asking Min-sik if the busker was singing his song. Min-sik listened intently for a moment before nodding in quiet confirmation. In a swift, unexpected move, producer Kang placed his hands on Min-sik's back. He urged the singer to go out there and perform with her, but Min-sik hesitated. Min-sik voiced his concern that he would just be in the way, questioning how much the girl must love his song to be busking with it. Kang insisted that joining her could become a truly wonderful memory for the fan. With a final word of encouragement, he gave Min-sik a firm push forward, telling him it would be fine. Taking a deep breath, Min-sik hesitantly reached out as he approached the young woman. He politely asked the surprised busker if it would be all right for him to sing the second verse. Her eyes widened in utter shock as she immediately recognized the famous singer standing before her. A wave of murmurs rippled through the gathering crowd as onlookers began to realize who he was. Someone in the crowd took off their hat, their face a picture of disbelief as they exclaimed that it was Min-sik Ha. Min-sik took the microphone, his voice soaring as he sang a powerful line from his song. He gestured to the audience, encouraging them to come a little closer as he continued to sing. As he urged the crowd to sing along, someone captured the moment on their phone, and the news of his surprise busking instantly went viral online. He poured all of his emotion into the final lines of the song, his voice resonating through the street. He held his final note, his intense gaze fixed on the captivated audience. The crowd erupted in wild applause, chanting for an encore. Catching his breath, Min-sik was approached by the original busker, who, still in awe, asked if he was truly Min-sik Ha. Her face lit up as she gushed about being a huge fan, to which Min-sik offered his heartfelt thanks. She then bravely asked if they could sing his famous duet with Haram Lee, and he warmly agreed to her request. The two artists then shared a joyful performance, their voices blending together in perfect harmony. Watching from the edge of the crowd, producer Kang knew this impromptu event was becoming a far bigger hit than he had ever anticipated. Later that evening, the clock struck 6 p.m. at the Albatross Mary Hall Small Theater. Backstage, Min-sik's manager noticed the singer's tense posture and asked if he was feeling nervous. Min-sik thanked him for his concern, admitting that he felt even more nervous than usual that day. The manager offered words of comfort, assuring him that he would do great and reminding him how well his rehearsal had gone. He then offered to get Min-sik a calming herbal remedy, but the singer politely declined, not wanting to feel too relaxed before going on stage. A staff member appeared, informing Min-sik that it was time and asking him to stand by. The staffer then gently guided the nervous singer towards the side of the stage. Pausing for a moment, Min-sik glanced towards the entrance and asked if there were a lot of people in the audience, but the staffer hesitated to respond. Another crew member quietly whispered the unfortunate news about the audience numbers to producer Kang. Kang's expression hardened as he realized the turnout situation was more serious than he had thought. However, he noted resolutely that the stage was already completely set for the performance. He determined that running away was not an option, and they had to somehow make the show happen. The producer then turned his full attention towards the waiting silhouette of Min-sik Ha. He gave a silent, unwavering look of support, knowing deep down that the singer had the strength to do this. An unseen figure greeted Min-sik Ha, remarking on how long it had been, and Min-sik calmly acknowledged the passage of time. The voice then brought up the impending concert, inquiring about Min-sik's personal guess on the audience turnout. Min-sik chuckled humbly, estimating that perhaps 50 people had shown up, a stark contrast to the venue's 500-seat capacity. With raw sincerity, he then confessed that he hoped for even a single fan in attendance, vowing to sing his heart out just for that one person. The voice dramatically announced that it was finally time to reveal the actual results of his efforts. A staff member then instructed Min-sik to remove the eye mask that was covering his face. Meanwhile, producer Kang urgently called out for someone named Miss Hong. He anxiously demanded an update on the situation, prompting her to rush over to his side immediately. Miss Hong began her report, explaining that another staffer named Joon Soo had just completed a preliminary count of the audience. She revealed that while they had initially been hoping for a full house of 500 people, the actual number of attendees had completely shattered that expectation. The crowd was so immense that they had to make an emergency request for the theater to open its second floor. Even the hallways had been repurposed into a standing room-only section to accommodate the massive overflow of fans. Despite these last-minute arrangements, she noted that an additional 500 people were still outside, unable to get in. To solve this, a video stream was set up on the hallway monitor and was also being broadcast on QTube Live, much to the crowd's delight. Producer Kang later admitted to Min-sik that he had never in his wildest dreams imagined the event would become this enormous. He asked the singer how he felt, revealing that over 1,000 people had gathered to see him as Min-sik began to choke up with emotion. Overwhelmed by the sight, Min-sik struggled to find the words to express his feelings. The crowd roared with support, telling him not to cry and reaffirming that they had been waiting for his return. Fans recognized that he must be overcome with emotion after all his hardships and continued to cheer him on. Clutching his heart, Min-sik managed to offer his profound thanks to the sea of supporters before him. With a tearful but resolute smile, he promised the audience that he would deliver a performance worthy of their devotion. Later, the bright stage lights from the rig above signaled that the triumphant concert was drawing to a close. Min-sik announced his final song of the evening would be his hit, Even If You Don't Pick Up the Phone. He formally thanked everyone for coming, a sentiment met with a collective groan from the audience who desperately wanted an encore. However, a staff member informed him they didn't have the backing track for that song and suggested choosing another. Undeterred, Min-sik quoted an old proverb about making do with what you have, showing his resolve. He then declared with a confident grin that he didn't need the musical accompaniment. The singer took a deep, centering breath, preparing himself for the final performance. His powerful, unaided voice then filled the theater, launching into the song a cappella and stunning the audience. As his raw vocals echoed through the hall, the crowd gasped in unison at his incredible talent. He concluded the song with breathtaking passion, leaving the entire venue utterly captivated by his performance. After the show, producer Kang approached the singer, thanking him and admitting he had been a fan for a very long time. The producer then confessed that creating a program just like this had always been his ultimate dream. Min-sik then called out to producer Kang, who immediately turned his full attention back to the artist. The singer began by thanking the producer for all of his hard work in making the concert possible. He then emphatically repeated his gratitude, wanting Kang to know how much the opportunity truly meant to him. Producer Kang's face was a mask of genuine surprise, clearly taken aback by the heartfelt thanks. Kang graciously insisted the thanks was all his to give for helping him achieve a personal dream, before officially wrapping the shoot for the day. A wave of mutual appreciation washed over the set as the crew and artists congratulated each other on their successful collaboration. A senior staff member then proposed that such a successful day called for a celebratory round of drinks for the entire team. This suggestion was met with silent despair from the exhausted writers, who could not bear the thought of a mandatory team dinner after a long day of overtime. Producer Kang cleverly intervened, suggesting to his senior that a smaller, more intimate gathering might be more appropriate. The writers mentally cheered for their producer's kindness, silently urging him to end the day so they could finally escape. Min-sik cheerfully tasked his manager with finding a place for just the three of them, adding that he'd only sit with them to protect his voice for his upcoming comeback. The manager laughed boisterously, declaring that he and producer Kang would simply have to drink all night on Min-sik's behalf. Some time later, on January 25, the project moved into its next phase at the MBS studio. A director's sharp command to cut the take echoed through the studio. Following the successful poster shoot, the team once again exchanged words of thanks for a job well done. Min-sik told producer Kang that with the teaser set for February and the positive buzz online, he felt confident about his comeback. He then made a sincere offer to the producer, telling him to call anytime he was needed in the future. Min-sik gave his solemn promise that he would even cancel his other commitments to come running if Kang ever called for him. Producer Kang, visibly touched by this display of loyalty, offered the singer a warm and gentle smile. He replied casually that Min-sik could repay the favor by simply buying him a drink sometime later. Back in the solitude of the editing bay, the rhythmic tapping of keys filled the air as producer Kang worked relentlessly. He felt the pressure of the tight deadline, shouldering the immense workload of editing, captioning, and creating the teaser video all by himself. A colleague checked in, asking if he had eaten, and Kang confirmed he'd ordered some noodles earlier. His co-worker expressed her relief before announcing that the official schedule for the teaser release had been set. She informed him that the network, MBS, wanted them to follow the standard industry protocol. This universal rule dictated 2 teaser uploads, one 8 days and another 4 days before the broadcast, prompting Kang to ask about the rival networks. To his relief, she confirmed that the competing stations, PBC and KTS, had also agreed to release on the same dates. The colleague kindly offered to help with the editing, but Kang assured her that he had it under control. He then expressed his gratitude for her keeping him informed about the schedule. After more diligent work, producer Kang finally completed the first version of the teaser. His colleague was blown away, remarking on how touching a particular scene was and predicting that MBS would be thrilled with the result. Just then, Kang's phone rang with a call from the PR team, while his coworker gave the teaser her final, perfect approval. However, his confident expression quickly soured into one of utter disbelief as he listened to the voice on the other end. He ended the call with a curt acknowledgement of the news, his face hardening as he swiveled in his chair. Sensing the abrupt shift in atmosphere, his colleague anxiously asked if something had just happened. As Kang began to explain the situation involving PBC, his colleague's mind immediately jumped to their biggest rival, Manhwa. Producer Kang delivered the bad news, confirming that PBC had broken their agreement and suddenly released their own teaser ahead of schedule. His colleague reported that in the wake of PBC's surprise move, KTS had immediately uploaded their own teaser as well. She decried their rivals as cowards who were afraid of a proper competition and asked producer Kang for his next move. Kang decided against an immediate counter-upload, suggesting instead that they should first analyze their competitors' teasers. The two of them were the only ones left in the quiet office, surrounded by desks and shelves. After watching the videos, Kang admitted that they were not bad and that the production quality was certainly on par with their own. His colleague provided the latest stats, noting PBC had hit 20,000 views and KTS had 8,000, far from the 100,000 view benchmark for a pilot. She worried that by sticking to their original schedule, they would allow the other networks to reach over 200,000 views before their own show even had a chance. She pointed out that both rival networks had cast stars popular with the teen demographic, which she believed was the source of their high view counts. Kang confidently predicted that this very aspect would be their ultimate downfall, confusing his colleague who believed the influence of young viewers was undeniable. He clarified his theory that the high view counts were likely driven by the celebrities' dedicated fanbases rather than the general public. He then emphatically reminded her that their program was a holiday special, a key distinction. Kang painted a familiar family scene where grandparents, not the children, held control of the television remote during the Lunar New Year holiday. He then revealed their strategic advantage, the beloved Jiang Huang, a personality universally trusted and watched by senior citizens. Furthermore, he added that Min-sik Ha was a massive superstar among those in their 30s and 40s, virtually guaranteeing high ratings on the broadcast day. He concluded that for promotional purposes, all they really needed to do was reach the minimum threshold of 100,000 views. Impressed by his foresight, his colleague asked if he had calculated all of this during the casting phase, likening him to a 10-year veteran producer. Kang playfully corrected her, joking that with his 1-year anniversary approaching, he would soon be a 12-month, or 12-year, producer. His colleague announced her departure, asking him to send the final video once it was edited as she had her own work to attend to. Now alone, producer Kang turned his full attention to starting work on the second promotional video. He began to reach out to a writer named Mr. Cho, hoping to ask him for a special favor. The story jumped forward to February 3rd, the first day of the Lunar New Year holiday and the official release date for their teaser. 2 hours after the release, Kang decided to check the online response, clicking on a review written by the critic Juho Cho. He began reading the article, which sharply criticized PBC's show for having a top-tier cast but suffering from poor content. The review then turned its attention to KTS, faulting their program for having original material but a very weak overall structure. Finally, the critic analyzed their own MBS show, acknowledging Min-sik has returned but also highlighting its inescapable controversy, a blunt analysis Kang expected. Kang noted with interest that their article had significantly more comments, a chaotic mix of praise for Min-sik, arguments about his past, and fans of rival shows. He called over to his colleague, Miss Hong, to ask for the view count, and she reported that it had just surpassed 30,000. He expressed his satisfaction, observing that the numbers were climbing at a nice, steady pace. He then changed the subject, asking Miss Hong why she wasn't with her family for the holiday, to which she replied she'd stay to help him with captions. Kang was taken aback, realizing with a hint of guilt that she had not been home for 4 consecutive days. He light-heartedly suggested she could just go, but then sincerely accepted her offer to help, not wanting to turn down her assistance. They worked together seamlessly, their partnership having become incredibly efficient as he gave her directions for the captions. With a warm smile, Kang thought to himself that he needed to finish quickly so he could finally go and visit his own parents. The scene shifted to a sleek black sedan pulling up outside a home enclosed by a traditional stone wall. Producer Kang, whose name was revealed to be Joon Soo, stepped out and dramatically announced his arrival to his waiting family. He was greeted with cheers and warm welcomes from his relatives, who celebrated the arrival of their family's producer. An aunt glanced at his vehicle and asked if the impressive car belonged to him, but he clarified it was from his company. He casually tossed her the keys, fabricating a story about how the company supported him, while privately admitting he'd only borrowed it through his manager. His relatives were thoroughly impressed by the gesture, remarking on what an amazing company he worked for and how proud his parents must feel. One of his aunts then brought up his recent career change, asking about his new job. His eldest aunt, however, scoffed at the idea of being a freelancer, and Joon Soo noted to himself that her critical nature hadn't changed over the years. She continued her tirade, bragging about her son being a public official and belittling Joon Soo's profession, even as others eagerly asked for celebrity autographs. Another relative condescendingly questioned if a rookie like him even made programs, but Joon Soo calmly informed them that was no longer the case. He proudly announced to his gathered family that he had been promoted to the role of main producer. Joon Soo then invited everyone to watch his new program together on MBS that very evening, and his family erupted in excited agreement. Just then, his eldest aunt cleared her throat, signaling she was about to deliver another critical remark. She sarcastically dismissed his show's potential, suggesting they should watch the more entertaining program on PBC instead. Another aunt admonished her for her harsh words, but she defensively retorted that she was only speaking the truth about her nephew. As a frustrated Joon Soo turned to leave, his mother called out his name, trying to stop him from walking away. The eldest aunt smirked condescendingly, remarking that he seemed to possess nothing but stubborn pride. She delivered a final, cruel blow by insulting his mother's educational background, which caused his mom to flinch in anger. Joon Soo stepped forward, cutting the tension by handing his mother a large, mysterious gift bag. His aunt watched in stunned silence, her expression filled with confusion. Joon Soo's mother looked inside the bag and gasped, asking what in the world she was looking at. She realized with astonishment that the bags were all from high-end designer brands, which Joon Soo confirmed were holiday gifts. He laughed, explaining that while his freelance career was less stable, it offered the potential to earn significantly more money. He then magnanimously announced that he had brought a designer bag for each of his other aunts as well. The other aunts were overjoyed by the extravagant gifts, praising Joon Soo's incredible success. Seeing this, the once critical eldest aunt completely changed her tune and eagerly asked if she would be receiving a gift too. Joon Soo held out a designer bag toward her, confirming that it was, indeed, for her. The camera zoomed in on the aunt's wide eyes, which were filled with greedy anticipation. But then, Joon Soo paused, letting the silence hang in the air for a moment. He then offered her a polite but chillingly insincere apology. With a triumphant smile, he remarked that his pride, which she had mocked, was quite strong, perhaps as a result of attending a good college. He then coolly retracted the gift, telling her to ask her public official son to buy her one before taking the bag back. The scene later showed the family's dining table, overflowing with a delicious and abundant holiday feast. Having settled the score, a cheerful Joon Soo offered to help another aunt set the table. The house was filled with the lively bustle of a large family gathering, as his mother had 7 siblings in total. Joon Soo felt a sense of relief, glad that he had thought to bring enough presents for everyone. He knew his grand display was really for his parents' benefit, a sentiment confirmed when his father proudly told everyone to watch the show his son had made. The family gathered around the television as Joon Soo's program, Comeback Project, finally began to air. But as the first scenes appeared, one of his relatives looked at the screen with a puzzled expression. The relative turned to Joon Soo in disbelief, asking him if he was really the one who had filmed with the controversial figure on the screen. His father's voice cut through the room, filled with shock and anger as he demanded to know what on earth his son had created. The father's voice boomed through the room as he demanded to know what on earth his son had created. Joon Soo swallowed nervously, attempting to explain that the controversy surrounding Min-sik-ha was merely a misunderstanding. Before the situation could escalate, another relative pointed at the screen in excitement, recognizing the famous actor Jeong Moo-hwang. The father's anger instantly melted into booming laughter as he declared his son a success and asked for an autograph, which Joon Soo warmly promised to get. Joon Soo reflected quietly, having never imagined he would see his father this overwhelmingly happy. He made a silent, heartfelt promise to himself that in this lifetime, he would ensure his father was well taken care of. The rest of the family watched the television screen, their expressions filled with awe and admiration. A relative marveled at Min-sik-ha's incredible singing talent, finally understanding that it was Joon Soo who had orchestrated this redemption. His cousins showered him with praise, expressing their disbelief that he had personally produced such an entertaining program. One cousin excitedly showed him her phone, pointing out the wave of positive online comments and congratulating him on a job well done. Just as he leaned in for a closer look, she playfully snatched the phone away. She smirked, offering to show him the comments only if he agreed to get an autograph from Jackson Kim, which caught him off guard. Joon Soo tried to explain that meeting the celebrity was difficult due to his busy schedule, but she quickly noted that Jackson often posted about Joon Soo online. She jokingly called producer Kong Min for his refusal, but he maintained a firm, business-like composure. With a theatrical huff, his cousin finally gave in and handed the phone over for him to see. The screen was flooded with enthusiastic posts from viewers who were deeply moved by the show, with many saying it had brought their families to tears and inspired them to listen to Min-sik-ha's new song. A confident grin spread across Joon Soo's face as he imagined the industry's reaction would be just as strong as the public's. Later, his mother approached him with a gentle expression, wanting to reassure him that things were truly okay. She informed him that she had already scheduled a health checkup for him, and after a moment of protest, he reluctantly agreed to go. A moment later, another family member handed him his phone, informing him that he had an incoming call. He saw the caller ID was Min Sik Ha and felt a pang of concern, wondering if something had gone wrong. Announcing that he needed to step outside for the call, he quickly excused himself from the room. He answered the phone, where he was greeted by Min Sik Ha's hesitant voice on the other end. Hearing choked sobs, Joon Soo immediately asked if Min Sik was crying, who struggled to form his words. Through his tears, Min Sik Ha emotionally announced that his song had hit #1 on the charts. Joon Soo stared at the real-time music chart on his own phone in utter shock as Min Sik tearfully repeated the incredible news. He processed the information in disbelief, realizing this had happened less than 2 hours after the show aired, a feat even established singers found difficult. The grateful singer insisted that without Joon Soo, he would never have even entered the charts, let alone reached the top spot. Min Sik promised to treat him to a grand meal once he returned to Seoul, an offer Joon Soo happily accepted, agreeing to see him soon. After hanging up, Joon Soo stood for a moment, holding his dark-screen smartphone in his hand. He breathed a deep sigh of relief, feeling immense satisfaction that all the past rumors about Min Sik Ha had finally been cleared. A proud smile touched his lips as he felt he had successfully helped a fallen star reclaim its brilliant shine. He reaffirmed his core belief that a producer's role was to build a symbiotic relationship with artists, not to exploit them, vowing to continue this path. His mind drifted to a past memory of another artist who had called him a lifesaver, hoping they would one day meet again at the peak of their careers. It was a reminder that he too had people he would someday reach out to from the top. A jolt of panic shot through him as he suddenly remembered with a gasp that he had completely forgotten his promise to call Sia Han. The scene shifted to a quiet city night, with apartment buildings silhouetted against a star-filled sky. The bright screen of his phone lit up the darkness as he dialed her number. On her end, her phone displayed the incoming call, offering the options to answer or reject. Sia Han looked down at the caller ID with an unmistakable pout on her face. When she finally picked up, Joon Soo cautiously began the conversation by asking if she was busy. She replied with a frustrated huff that she wasn't, which made it perfectly clear to Joon Soo just how angry she was with him. Pacing back and forth, he offered a sincere apology, explaining his recent hectic schedule had prevented him from calling sooner. She collapsed onto her furniture, dryly remarking that he at least had the decency to know he should be sorry. He pleaded with her to forgive him just this once, stressing that he had specifically intended to call during the holiday. Her annoyed expression finally cracked into a slight smile as she playfully questioned his sincerity. She then relented and forgave him, allowing Joon Soo to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Changing the subject, Sia complimented his new program, and he felt a weight lift off his shoulders knowing she had enjoyed it. He then told her that the other members missed her and promised to visit one of her shoots soon. Meanwhile, in a quiet office, someone was working late, surrounded by computers and cubicles. This person was intensely focused, clenching his hand as he reviewed the complexities of how television viewership ratings are calculated. He ran through the process in his head, recalling how specific ratings companies select a panel of households to measure viewership. The analyst knew this method became less accurate during holidays, as a significant portion of the sample households would be away from home. He swallowed nervously, aware that the remaining sample size would likely drop to just 20% of the total. After accounting for the major channels, he clicked through the data, finally locating the viewership reports for the holiday pilots. He leaned closer to the screen, remembering the critical threshold: over 7% was a hit, while under 3% was a failure. Holding his breath, he whispered a small prayer for a good number, but what he saw made his eyes widen. He gasped in complete shock as the data revealed that Comeback Project had achieved an impossible 35% rating. Overwhelmed with disbelief, he wondered if such a monumental figure was even real. The number was so astronomically high that he could only conclude he was dreaming. The scene then revealed Joon Soo sleeping in his bed, his arms flailing as he lived out the fantastical dream. Waking up with a start, he chuckled at the absurdity, acknowledging that while the dream felt good, a 35% rating for a pilot was unheard of. Grabbing his phone from the nightstand, he opened the real ratings report, praying for the actual numbers to be over the 7% mark for success. As the results loaded, however, his hopeful expression quickly shifted to one of pure confusion. Staring at the screen, he was left utterly bewildered, questioning what these unbelievable numbers could possibly mean. A phone buzzed insistently on a wooden table, breaking the early morning silence. A still groggy Joon Soo answered the call from his superior, who immediately announced he was calling about the show's viewership ratings. The mention of ratings jolted him fully awake as he realized with a start that he had completely forgotten to check them. He anxiously asked for the result, his heart pounding in anticipation as the director on the other end paused for dramatic effect. His superior then triumphantly revealed their pilot had achieved an incredible 8.7% viewership rating. Joon Soo expressed his utter disbelief and immense relief, remarking that his strange, ominous dream had thankfully been the opposite of this fantastic reality. The director congratulated him on his hard work, stating this result was a sure sign for regular programming, to which Joon Soo gratefully thanked him for all his help. When Joon Soo asked about the confirmation timeline, his boss admitted he wasn't sure, complaining about the typically slow pace of the public channels. He estimated that if the network moved quickly, they would receive confirmation by March, but it could easily drag on until April. Joon Soo listened intently as his boss outlined potential start dates in June or July for the regular programming, promising to pass along any new information. The director once again praised Joon Soo for his excellent work and wished him an enjoyable holiday before ending the call. With a wide, relieved smile, Joon Soo reciprocated the thanks and wished his boss a happy Lunar New Year. Feeling elated, his fingers flew across his phone's keyboard as he eagerly typed out the good news to his team. After he posted the update, the group chat erupted in celebration, with members expressing how moved they were and recounting that one of them had even cried tears of joy. Joon Soo humbly deflected the praise, insisting that their success was a collective effort that he couldn't possibly have achieved alone. A team member playfully teased him for his formal tone before proposing a celebratory virtual toast to becoming a regular program. Reading through their joyous messages, Joon Soo felt a deep sense of satisfaction, recognizing how wonderful it was to see them all so happy. However, the weight of his new success settled in as he realized the real work was just beginning. He understood that the livelihoods of his entire staff now rested on his shoulders, steeling his resolve to work even harder from that moment on. Just then, he received an unexpected call from Manhwa, who picked up instantly and noted the excited tone in his voice. He happily confirmed that his pilot had received great ratings, and she replied that she had already seen the news and offered him her congratulations. After thanking her, he expressed his surprise at her holiday call, which she explained was partly to wish him a happy Lunar New Year. She then revealed the primary reason for her call, mentioning her upcoming single but trailing off with a hint of trouble. Manhwa then dropped the bombshell that she still hadn't filmed the music video for the song, leaving Joon Soo puzzled. Joon Soo acknowledged that her situation didn't sound good, but she immediately criticized his bland and unenthusiastic response. He was taken aback by her criticism, wondering aloud how else he was supposed to have reacted to such sudden and serious news. Without any further warning, she made a bold and direct request for him to direct her upcoming music video. Joon Soo was completely stunned by the abrupt offer, and she impatiently confirmed that her out-of-the-blue proposal was exactly what she meant. She internally chastised his apparent cluelessness, certain she was presenting him with a once-in-a-lifetime golden opportunity. As he cautiously started to speak her name, she responded with a flustered and defensive outburst. He dryly pointed out her overflowing confidence, guessing it stemmed from her powerful status as the one and only Manhwa. As she began to defensively retract the offer in a huff, he decisively cut her off and accepted the job. Now it was her turn to be shocked into silence, as she stammered to ask if he was being serious about taking the project. He calmly explained it was the least he could do after she had secretly helped Min-seek Ha, which prompted a panicked and clumsy denial from her. Joon Soo elaborated that he had his ways of finding things out, reasoning that when something impossible happens, there's always someone powerful behind it. He then shrewdly concluded that at a company like WG Entertainment, the only person with that kind of influence could be her. Cornered, she conceded and curtly told him she expected a good job, promising to send the audio file as he began to wish her a good holiday. After she abruptly hung up, Joon Soo mused to himself about her consistent inability to say even one thing in a nice way. A moment later, a notification popped up on his phone, and he was surprised at how quickly she had sent the audio file. He acknowledged her rough personality, which was reinforced by her accompanying text message, a blunt warning to devise a good concept or risk being fired. But despite her consistently abrasive nature, he felt a sincere and deep sense of gratitude for the incredible opportunity she had given him. Later that evening, Joon Soo met up with his friends at a lively beer cafe to celebrate his string of recent successes. His friends immediately showered him with enthusiastic congratulations, praising his relentless hard work as he thanked them warmly. One friend assumed he would finally get a chance to relax, but Joon Soo surprised them all by announcing he was about to start shooting a music video. Intrigued, they asked whose music video it was, casually guessing it might be for a rookie artist. Joon Soo then revealed the stunning news that he would be directing the video for Manhwa's new song, leaving his friends utterly speechless. One of his friends stammered in disbelief before excitedly begging Joon Soo to get him her coveted autograph. Another friend, however, offered a word of caution, bringing up a dating rumor that was currently circulating about the famous idol. The friend elaborated that the rumor involved a producer and that Manhwa had apparently switched music video directors at the last minute to hire Joon Soo. He warned Joon Soo to be careful, as her passionate fanbase might target him, and a slightly concerned Joon Soo thanked him for the valuable heads-up. Joon Soo silently processed this new information, feeling certain that such a specific rumor had never existed in his previous life. Deciding to enjoy the night, he put the thought aside but made a mental note to discreetly ask her about the mystery producer later. Some time later, Joon Soo arrived at the WG Entertainment building for his meeting and politely greeted Manhwa. He marveled at the sheer scale of the building, which prompted her to sharply question how he could still be unfamiliar with its layout after several visits. She exasperatedly offered to explain the building's floor plan to him, but he quickly tried to insist that it really wasn't necessary. Completely ignoring his protest, she began listing the functions of each floor, and Joon Soo sighed, realizing she had no intention of listening to him. Taking in his surroundings, he looked around and asked her what purpose the fifth floor they were currently on served. She turned and proudly announced that they had just arrived at her massive, state-of-the-art personal studio. Joon Soo's jaw dropped as he was completely blown away by the impressive and professional sight that greeted him. His mind immediately began to boggle at the immense cost of such a high-tech and personalized creative space. He commented that it must feel incredibly therapeutic for her to come and work in such an amazing environment. In a rare and uncharacteristically generous moment, she casually suggested that he could come by to relax sometimes if he wanted. Seeming to regret her words instantly, she snapped at him about what he said, prompting him to quickly dismiss his comment as nothing. Sharply changing the subject, she grilled him about whether he'd listened to the song. He assured her that he had and thought it was great. She smugly replied that its quality was obvious since she wrote it herself, a fact that surprised Joon Soo as he hadn't known she was a songwriter. Manhwa explained that while she had been writing music for a while, this was her very first time composing a title track. Getting back to the task at hand, she then directly demanded that he present his music video treatment. When he admitted he didn't have one prepared, she exploded with frustration, reminding him that was the entire reason she had hired him in the first place. Joon Soo internally noted the short timeframe had been given before professionally asking if she had a specific creative direction she wanted to take. She hesitated for a moment, gathering her thoughts before she began to explain her core concerns about the project. Manhwa revealed to him that the lyrics for her new self-penned song were somewhat sensitive in nature. She explained the song metaphorically explored the differing male and female perspectives after a breakup, but she was worried it could be misconstrued as a controversial gender issue. Joon Soo agreed with her assessment, realizing it could cause an uproar if distorted, and she then asked if the music video could help alleviate that risk. She then admitted to having a rough outline, which made Joon Soo internally exclaim that she had just claimed to have nothing prepared at all. She sheepishly clarified her reason for the omission, explaining that her idea was even less developed than a formal treatment. As she showed him her phone screen, Joon Soo recognized a photo of pop singer Carly Rae Jepsen, and Manhwa confirmed she was one of her most respected artists. Acknowledging the famous singer, a brilliant spark of inspiration suddenly hit Joon Soo as he connected Carly Rae Jepsen's work to Nawi's problem. He turned to face her directly, a groundbreaking idea rapidly beginning to form in his mind. He gently pointed out that her outline wasn't ready and suggested she could have simply been honest with him from the very beginning. With a newfound wave of confidence, he then boldly declared that he had just thought of the perfect idea for her music video.